Good morning as we welcome you to the final day of live streaming coverage here at the 2022 and 51st running of the Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit, with live coverage on RacerTV.com, being brought to you by your friends at Dunlop Motorcycle Tires and, of course, our friends at Race Tech and SLR Rifle Works, just to name a few. And here we are on this final day of racing as we get set to roll into race number 18 of our second moto, the 65cc 10 and 11 limited class. Setting the stage for this one as we say good morning and welcome to everyone on board. And once again, a big special thanks to all of our sponsors here at Gatorback Cycle Park in Newberry, Florida. As Thor, our title sponsor, want to say thanks to those folks and remind you we are built for this. Thanks to our friends at Pro Circuit. Motor modifications, suspension, and of course pipes and silencers. They got it all down there, and they can help you out with it. Of course, our friends at VP Racing Fuel, making power down here on Palm Tree Road and at one of your local gas stations around wherever you are. Parts Unlimited, supporting the sport at every level and every way. And our friends at Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, reminding you to ride Dunlop and check out the all-new GeoMax line, the MX-14, and all the mini tires that now come in GeoMax. Thanks to our friends at Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, employee-owned and operated. Two great facilities and, of course, fast shipping, getting your parts and apparel out to you very, very quickly. And, of course, amplifying our vision at these Mini-O's once again. The tradition of Scott Goggles lives on here in the sands of Florida as we say good morning to Megawatt Matt Watson. And Matt, I tell you, great day. Cloudy out here this morning, but looks like the stage is set for a great day of racing.
It absolutely is, Rodney. And again, my favorite conditions right now. We talk about the overcast. We don't have that blazing sun. Going to be a fantastic day as far as temperatures are concerned. Starting off with moto number 18, as you said, and Ronnie, it's just an unbelievable week that we have experienced right here. Some highs and some lows, and I got to tell you, some real breakout rides as well, namely our friend Quentin. So Quentin has done a Prunaire. Quentin Prunaire has done an amazing job this week, but I'm going to hand it back over to you, and we're going to get things started today.
Absolutely, an outstanding week, Megawatt, as we roll into this final day of racing and our, not only a day of a week of thanks, but, Thanksgiving as far as a holiday, but for us as a motocross racing family, a day of Thanksgiving that we've made it this far and looking at our final motos. So we ask our minister from Faith Racers to ask one final blessing and say thanks for a great week as well as we roll into this final day of racing at the Mini-O's.
All right, everyone, let's kick off this final race day with a word of prayer. Father God, we just love you so much and thank you so much for, again, our health and our lives and just the very breath that we have. Thank you for just giving that to us each and every day, God. It's such a miracle. Every day is a miracle, and we thank you for that, God. God, I just want to thank you for your love for our motocross family. And, God, I pray that as we leave here and go back home, that we would reflect on what you've done here and just how we've seen you working. God, you choose to work through us, and that is what is so cool about you, God. We see it all throughout Scripture, and just the climax of it all was Jesus and how much you worked through him, and God, you choose to work through us right here at the Mini-O's, and I pray that we would all reflect on that as we leave here. Thank you for the wonderful week, our time together as a motocross family. We just absolutely love being with each other, and it's just been a blessing. And God, I just pray for these riders today as they go out there in their final motos. I just pray that you would give them extra focus and just endurance and just, God, just the ability to perceive what is going on around them and to make the quick and right decisions at the right time. And I pray that they just ride to their fullest ability that you've given them, God. Keep them safe, protect them. Again, thank you for this nation, the freedom we have to come together, to pray and to think about you and talk about you. And we just pray for everybody who's made that possible. And God, we, again, thank you for Jesus. Help us to be like him. And we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please remain standing. Stand at attention. Remove those caps and cross those hearts. as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad strides and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That's it, folks. One final day of racing lays ahead of us, and as Andre says, God is cool, man. I love that statement. I want a shirt, God is cool. I think you need to make those shirts and sell those, and that is true, my friends. God is cool, and our cool God has given us an amazing week as the stage is set for one final day. Looking for 77 degrees in temperature today, overcast and cloudy, a little slight breeze blowing this morning, no fog. What we've seen in the what we've seen in the last couple of days. We woke up, I couldn't even hardly see across the racetrack yesterday, and of course as we look down on this starting line, that gate of 65cc 10 and 11 limited class riders are now poised and ready for that gate drop. The one card, the card goes sideways, the revs are up, and they rocket into that first turn. Our 65cc 10 and 11 top riders. Again, Cooper Johnson taking the Moto 1 win. We saw a third place position by Easton Graves, a second by Braxton Mees, and who knows how Moto 2 is going to unfold.
Well, Rodney, we're about to find out as they drop down into Gator Falls right now for the first lap. First race of the final day. Here we go. Can't believe it is Saturday morning already as we work our way into our final set of motors. Race 18 on the track right now, 65 10 to 11 limited, and who's that out front trying to get a ID right there? Can't quite make out that number plate. Looks like Vic right there on the 70 trying to work his way up into the mix. I believe that might be the 3 or the 31 right there. Rodney already trying to make a break for it. Early leaders, look at this, opening up a gap on the rest of the pack.
I think we might have witnessed this, I think, in Moto number 1 with these front runners like this. They were able to establish an early dominance out there, and Owen Malone, I believe, is the 119 we're seeing out front, or watching at least right now on screen. He is out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. He took an 11th place finish in Moto number 1, and if that be the case, if that is the rider I'm thinking it is, man, what a turnaround here in Moto number 2 for him, and a great start representing a little better overall finish, quite possibly.
I think it's mess.
You think it is? I
think it's mess.
Okay.
We're going to find out here in just a moment. And either way, what an opportunity here.
You're right. It's the Emmy Braxton Mees mess out of Temecula, California on the Fast House AEO DBK 100%. Micah Meadows back right. The 115 took second in Moto number 1, and he posted himself up in the number 1 spot at the end of this first lap of racing. So we've got ourselves a great run started, it looks like, already here with the 31 machine back Well, a big change already taking place there.
I'm wondering if that might technically be the 312. He's got 31 on his jersey.
It might be Graves. Waiting for connection.
It is Graves. There we go. The 31. There we go.
Yeah, so there the number
Easton
4.
Graves. Johnson
in the number 4 spot. That's Cooper Johnson on the number 4 in 3rd, I should say. Brayton Craiglow in 4th, and Marcus Trujillo in the number 5 spot. But what we're watching up front is Mees and Graves. Graves making that pass just past the finish line. They're on the 115 machine. They make their way out on that, man, and already some definition, and only siding laps have been taken this morning.
Exactly.
A lot of definition on that Gator's tail already out there.
Yeah, already multiple lines shown, and like you said, simply under the power of a sighting lap.
Yeah.
You know, these guys weren't under race pace by any means, but you have to give it to the 115 right now. He settled in during that first lap, and Brandon Mees put himself in fantastic position, made a nice smooth path, not risky. Rodney used the inside, put himself out front right now, just trying to put in good laps and bring this thing home with a moto win.
Well, a 115, a 2, and a 1 would give him the overall. But Easton Graves is going to be looking at a 3 and 1 and a score of 4 for him. That would actually put him in the overall as well at this particular point. We'll reassess it when they get to the top of the
so this is for all the marbles.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I believe our top 2-3 riders, this is the battle for the overall that we're watching. Cooper Johnson, the number 4, who's 3rd, finished 1st in Moto number 1. Easton Graves, who finished 3rd in Moto 1, is 1st here in Moto 2. And Braxton Mees, who went 2nd in Moto 1, is 2nd right now. So we've got a 3-way tie going on.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if they finish like this, this is the overall.
This is it right here. And Rodney, man, how cool is it that the cream truly rises to the top, man? What a neat system we have down here. You know, I talk about the fairest system in the world being Loretta's. Qualifiers, riding your way in this and that, and it truly is. But the most unpolitical, the most unprecedented open sign-up that there is right here at Mini-O's. Come down, sign up, fill out registration, write your check, man, and you're in.
And the beauty of it is, you know, it's like one of that welcome everyone. It's like that open mic night that you have at the local comedy clubs or something. You know, if you think you've got it, bring it, my friends. And that's the beauty of this. I mean, you can make that decision the night before, oftentimes.
No discrimination, bro.
And bam, and just show up here, and you could become a star. And that's the beauty of these, well, and in particular this Mini-O's.
Yeah.
Especially if you're great at several disciplines, and including now in more particular Supercross and motocross, you can really open a lot of eyes.
Yeah, this is a place to show it. Again, open enrollment, you know.
Graves is checking in there in that top spot still. Mees still in 2nd. Not letting the number 1 ride of Graves get too far.
Johnson's closing up just a bit, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Johnson closing the gap just a touch. I believe, what's this, going to be 3 in the books right here?
Yeah, it'll be 3 in the books as Graves, and then Johnson, Mees, 1, 2, and 3. So that path, no, that is still Mees in 2nd. For one, I think Johnson got around.
Well, because he's closing the gap. He's moving up on him.
All right. All right, we got a good battle going on back behind that battle as well. Brayton Craiglow and Trujillo checking in, but Colin Holbrook, Tucker Coyetti up to 7th in this second moto. Ryder Bloomquist, Mattios Thompson, and Jackson Vick are going at it. There's like 5 or 6 of those guys as they came by the announcer's tower that were nose to tail. They're spreading out of the Gator pit now and heading on the backside of the track. But wow, that was pretty good. Tight racing going on there.
Yeah, I noticed Vic on the opening lap. He was pretty much mired in there. Now he's able to get himself into that number 8 spot. He's going to go to work on Bloomquist. And look at Holbrook. He's going to have to get up there and get on the rear fender of Trujillo.
Yeah, Vic taking a 4th place position in moto number 1. So he's got some ground to make up to move into that consistent finish for himself. But I'll tell you, he's riding on a terror right now to try and make that happen.
Yeah, he's had these kind of opportunities all week long. I don't know that I really saw Vic get any hole shots. to be. I saw him up front, second, third, fourth position, but he's always had to work all week long. He's always charged, and look at him. Here he goes right now, taking the long way around, Rodney, but he's not going to follow.
No.
He is not going to settle, this young man. Look at this. He refuses to lift that throttle, Rodney, drifts that number 70 machine around the outside, and look at the gap already. He's picking up large chunks of real estate, but he's under fire as well.
Yeah, he's bringing company with him right there. Is that Coyetti right behind him?
I believe it is. And you're right. He has latched onto the rear fender. He said, hey, I'm going with Jackson. He said, I'm going to follow him.
And every line choice so far that Jackson Vick has made has paid some dividends out there as he works his way up through the pack. Easton Graves checking in that number 1 spot. I believe still, yes, there he is, the number 31, Braxton Mees, the 115, now 2.3 seconds back. 158.3 for Graves that time around, 159.3 for Braxton Mees. Cooper Johnson 2 seconds behind Mees, but a 158.6. He was a little more than a half second faster than the 115 there, so he is gaining a little bit of ground. Craig Lowe solid right now in that 4th place position. And rounding out the top 5, Marcus Trujillo is looking at 5.5s right now for overall 4th. But Jackson Vick just moved up to 7th. Dashiell's coming, that was Dashiell behind him. Bloomquist, Coyetti back there now actually dropped a couple of spots in the 10th. So Chase Dashiell and Ryder Bloomquist are riding the wave there with Jackson Vick to the front of the pack.
Wow, I got to tell you, man, I'm a little confused right now. These guys working their way through the lappers. Graves is still up front, but I have to tell you, I'm not so sure that I didn't see Johnson work his way in there into the number 2 spot.
That's a possibility.
He put on a big move.
Well, he turned about a little over a half second faster lap. He was 2 seconds behind, but it's not to say that a slight mistake by the 115 and that advancement of Cooper Johnson couldn't. And there is Johnson. Yep, you're right. So he has made that transition, it appears, into that number 2 spot, and he is laying chase. Or does he?
No, he's still in the 3rd spot.
Wow, he's just they're that tight.
They went like this, Rodney. It was back and forth, and I wasn't sure if he had control of it. So, less than half a lap to go.
Yeah, so it is me still in 2nd, Johnson still in 3rd, but they're tightening up as we drop down into the Gator Pit one final time. A hard right-hander at the bottom of this one, the drive to the top, and the checker flag belongs to Easton Graves. Graves will go 3-1. Braxton Mees will finish up in the number 2 spot, going 2-2, and Cooper Johnson a 1-3. All 3 score 4. The tiebreaker obviously going to the 2nd moto, so our overall top 3 will be exactly as they finish here in Moto 2. Easton Graves with the gold, Braxton Mees with silver, and Cooper Johnson there with the bronze here for the overall in 65cc 10 and 11 limited. Race 18, they'll be going to see Mikey Wayne's Megawatt, and we are going to be seeing race 19, Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14, taking to the racetrack here next. Another solid and wow, challenging event here. Mini Senior 1 class saw Jonathan Gatz taking a win out there in his racing action. As we look for our second, Inaki Bruzois. Brennan Harrison took a 1st place in his division racing. We see Oliver Camp took a 3rd in his division. Carson Wood took a 2nd at Zephyr Hills, Florida in his division. Also Nathan Hummel, a 3rd place position finisher. Heath Fisher was a 4th place position finisher in his division. Colby Lesser took a 5th in his division. Some other top 5 finishers in divisions. Tristan Pruitt was 4th in the division out there. And a few more. There's Austin Camden, as we see. So several players in this one as the gate is down. The race is on. Getting it sorted out for our first podium interviews today. Megawatt and already riders, as we like to say, jockeying for that first lap position, trying to get themselves in a great spot.
I believe it was a Naki out front on the 511 machine. Got a pretty good ID on him.
And I believe it might have been the 51 of Aiden Henley in 2nd, right behind him, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll get a better look at these as they do wind their way a little closer out in the far reaches. Oh, the 904 machine. Brennan Harrison, a division race winner out of Jacksonville, Florida, just to our east. Got a line right now trying to move into a number 2 position here early on lap number 1.
Yeah, and you can tell he's extremely comfortable here. He's done lots of laps here, and look at the momentum. Around the outside he goes. He solidifies that second place position.
And he gets around Lesser. That was the 11 of Colby Lesser in that number 2 spot. Now dropping back to the number 3 position. Lesser finished 5th in moto number 1 out of Sentinel, Colorado. Very great start for him in the second moto. May yield a little better overall for him in the end.
And again, all the key players up front, all the guys that need to be there are there. And Naki having a great first moto as well.
Yeah, and you know, you're looking at a couple of divisions out here, so you know, top 5 is relatively the top 10 is what you'd be looking for, and getting that sorted out right now here on this first lap. Inaki Bourgeois in first, Brennan Harrison second, Lesser, Hummel, and Bolasina your top 5. Mikey Wayne standing by down on the podium.
Hey, thanks, guys. Got our top 3. Cooper Johnson, come on up and see me. Our 3rd place finisher. Come up and talk to me, man. Cooper Johnson, hey, a 3rd place finish, second moto, 3rd place finish on the week for you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ to keep me safe, MX Tire, Purity Suspension, Soga Performance, Mercedes Motorsports, DBD, 343 Graphics, MX Tire, and all the other ones I forgot. Thank you.
There you go, your 3rd place finisher, Cooper Johnson. All right, Braxton Mess, come on up, man. Braxton with a 2nd place finish. Braxton, man, congratulations on the P2, man. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Fast House Hot Wheels, 100% EMT Racing, Dirt Bike Kids, AEO Power Sports, Bell Helmets, 100%, and everybody else, thank you so much.
Braxton Mass, your 2nd place finisher. Congratulations to you. All right, let's bring up our champ. Easton Graves, man, get settled up right there behind the machine you did all that work on. I'm going to hand you a bottle of champagne first. Mom, Dad, I promise, just apple juice, sparkling cider. And Mike Burkeen not with us yet this morning, so I'm going to present you here. Whew, feels good. I'll do the official handshake and everything, man. That coveted number 1 plate. Give me the handshake, make it official. Now, do it for the gram. Make some noise for Easton Groves. Easton, talk to me, dude. Got out in front of these guys. What did it take to get the win?
I had to get a good start. I knew I could. I came out about 5th. Braxton led the first lap. I got around him, dropping into the pit. After that, put my head down and charged as hard as I could for the whole 6 laps.
You nailed it, man. Great ride. Congratulations to you. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, my brother, my sister, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my grandparents, Rides Unlimited, 7, Matrix Concepts, Henson, Scott, Motor X, Thrill Seekers, T-Rex, Scott, and everybody else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Your champ, Easton Graves. All right, back to you, Rodney and Megawatt in the tower.
All right, thanks a lot. Mess, sorry about that, buddy. We've been butchered in, I have anyway, for many years. And congratulations on an outstanding performance as we watch the outstanding battle going on right now. Lesser, Colby Lesser in it right now. Carson Wood, Nathan Hummel in at 3, 4, and 5. And Nakia Bourgeois dropping to the number 2 spot as Brennan Harrison going on a terror out there, moving into that number 1 spot, claiming the number 1 position away as he did in that first moto. So he's looking at a 1-1 scenario. Inaki Bourgeois is looking at the number 2 on the 5-1-1. Carson Wood is looking at a 3rd overall in that 4th place position right now.
Not anymore. He just went by Lesser. So Carson Wood just made the pass, moves him into the 3 ride.
So a 2 and a 3 still would be 3rd overall for him. But we move in. Well, we'll reassess it when they check in. They haven't checked in yet. We got 3 laps that we're working on right now at this moment. Harrison in the lead. at last check, and still is with a 151.296 in this mini senior one class, a now 4.6 second lead. He has laid down the law. It's Harrison's law out here this morning in the mini senior one.
Yeah, and he's running a lap time to prove it. Carson Wood, he's about a second quicker than Abazur in front of him. But the problem is the distance, Rodney, the distance. Take a look at Carson Wood with that 153. He made his way past Lesser. Lesser dropped clear back to a 155.
Well, when we evaluate the top 1-1 for Brendan Harrison, 2-2 for Inaki Bruswa, that would be your second overall. Now we're looking at 2-3 for third overall for Carson Wood. So that pass did pay some huge dividends, moving him up a spot or two in the overall by doing so. Now we look at the gap at 2.9 seconds. Now, as we know, it went with some work on that last lap around. Can he find a little more speed, and can he gap that near 3 seconds? With the time that we have remaining, 3 laps down, and I think we'll probably see a white flag, if I'm not mistaken, this next time around. Can he bridge a second and a half or more a lap to take that position?
Well, right now, Carson Wood is on the move. He is caught up to Abazura. He's trying to make the move on him right now. But look at Jonathan Getz. He's running a 153 back there in that 6th position. And he, too, is picking up big chunks of real estate right now, trying to move the number 221 gas machine up the ranks.
Oh, we got it happening right there. 5-1-1 right beside Inaki, or excuse me, Carson Wood right beside. Yeah. And Arbois dropping to the number 3 spot. It'll put him 2-3 now and a 5. That will do a 2-2 for Carson Wood, which will now solidify second.
Carson Wood. Abazur come back to the inside, wanted to answer, and Carson's like, I don't think so, homie. Gave him a great look over, grabbed a handful, and here goes Carson Wood after Harrison. Now, Harrison turned a 153 last time around.
Wood,
Carson Wood, I told you the guy was on fire, and look at Jonathan Getz. He did pick up another position there. No, actually, he did not. Thought he was going to make that pass, was unable to make it stick. So 151 last time around for Carson Wood.
Yeah,
not going to be enough, I don't think, to get up there and challenge Harrison in half a lap.
Not 5.6 seconds. That's a pretty big gap to bridge. Harrison did drop to a 153 too. Carson Wood did match the fast 151 that Harrison gave us there a lap or two ago. But again, 5.6 seconds was the gap on that one. So Harrison right now, what should be a victory lap, so to speak, in this mini senior 112-14. And as we said, laying down the law there, working his way up through the pack. We saw him there on that first lap, buried in that top 10, and just started picking them off one at a time. On lap 2, man, he had worked his way up into position and made the pass very impressively. Sealed the deal here with a 5+ second lead heading into the final lap, mini senior 1. Again, 12 to 14-year-old riders. Inaki Bruswa dropping to 3rd behind Wood. Colby Lester is 4th on this final lap. Austin Wood heading into it in 5th. Jonathan Getz in 6th. Gregory Jordan in 7th. Heath Fisher is 8th. Nathaniel Orr in 9th. Kane Bolasina rounding out in the top 10. Here's an interesting point to ponder. Kane Bolasina, the 314. Just moving into Nathan Hummel just moved, and Kane Bolasina, both top 10 riders from Moto number 1, battling for a top 10 position as we watch here. Also, Tristan Pruitt, another top 5 finisher in Moto 1, is back in 15th place position.
Yeah, that tells you a lot. That tells you how important that start is. It tells you the depth of this competition again. But right now, Brennan Harrison, followed by Carson Wood and Inaki Abazura, going 1-2-3 in this one, Rodney, and I believe that plays into Harrison's favor. Harrison will take the championship.
Absolutely. He goes 1-1 for the mini senior 112-14 Mini O's motocross title. Carson Wood goes 2-2 for second. Inaki Arbois in the number 3 spot overall with a 2 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Then Jonathan Getz would have been in 4th overall. Colby Lester will get 5th overall. Austin Camden 6th. Heath Fisher, Nathan Hummel 8th. Nathaniel Orr 9th. And Gregory Jordan rounding out the top 10. Nathan Hummel is looking at a 3:11 for 8th overall right now. So again, that shows how stiff the competition was. We go to race number 20. Our top 3 head to the podium to see Mikey Waynes. And we are looking for Cade Nightingale on the 04 and the number 4 of Jaden Smart to be front runners out here. That 698, I believe, is what we're looking at out front of Carter Gray. He took a second on that Cobra Moto back machine in Moto number 1, and he has started out to a solid start here right in front of what I believe that's Jaden Smart. The 85 machine back here in the number 3 spot is Tim Lowe.
Oh, side saddle. Look at this rodeo ride.
Wow. So that Lopes, the number 85, also a division race winner. I believe there were 3 divisions in this one. Yes, there were. So our top 3 finishers are in a top 4 or 5, or at least were megawatt here on lap number 1. So, I mean, those guys, good finishes, good starts here in Moto number 2. This is going to get exciting.
Yeah, all 3 starts this morning have been the same way. The key players there, but Carter Gray got kicked off of one of those rollers. Literally was running beside his bike, never let go of it, dropped the bike, able to get back on, and I believe he's still in the 4th position.
Well, up front, Jaden Smart has established himself as the leader here on lap number 1 now as he makes his way down in front of the Yamaha announcer's tower. Second place, a little bit of a gap. That's still the 698 machine. I believe that is Carter Gray. So Gray, that may have actually been.
I think Gray dropped back 1 spot.
Okay, well, there's Nightingale. Tim Lopes, yeah, that's Tim Lopes in second, the 85 machine. Anderson Waddell now up to 3rd. Colt Whitaker in 4th. What happened? Man, we lost a few. Carter Gray in the 698 in 5th. Man, we got some looking to do. See what happened there on that first lap. But right now, let's check in with Mikey Waynes.
All right, we are ready to get the podium underway here for a mini senior 1. And Naki, come on up and see me. 3rd place finisher, here he comes. Abazura, I got it now, brother. Hey, congratulations. 3rd place finish for you out there, man. Who you want to thank?
I like the track and I feel good.
Congratulations. Sponsors, anyone you want to thank?
My dad, my mom, my trainer Kelly, Fox Racing Chile, Moto Sur, and every people from Chile.
There we go. Do it for Chile, man. I love it. And Naki Abaruza. Good job. All right, we'll bring up our 2nd place finisher, Carson Wood, coming up to talk to us about that 2nd place. Carson Wood, man, congratulations to you, man. A P2 out there. Who you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my son, Kawasaki Team Green, Future the Mex, Dunlop, Maxima, Pro Circuit, Henson, Renthal, Fox, Moto Sandbox, and Dr. Bean said thank you so much.
There you go. Make some noise. 2nd place finisher, Carson Wood. All right, Brennan Harrison. Come on up. Making his way onto the box. All right, Brennan Harrison, man, I got a bottle of champagne for you. No Mike Rakeen? I seen him a minute ago. Might be busy. All right. All right, and I'm going to present you here with the coveted number 1 plate. Give me the handshake to make it official, man. You got to keep that routine. There you go. Now hold it up, take some pictures, and make some noise for Brennan Harrison. Brennan, talk to us, dude. What did it take to get out in front and grab the win?
I just got up to a good start and just found a flow and just stayed in it.
Man, congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
Jesus for keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, Brad at Club 57, FXR, Clover Hill, Decal Works, Mun, OG, Links, Showroom Floors, and Girl Oil, and anyone else. Thank you.
There you go. Your champ, Brennan Harrison. Take it away, Rodney Tomlin.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. And as we pick action up here in 65cc class racing, 7 to 9 again, 3 divisions as we came into this one. Nearly, I believe it was 117 or 18 riders in this class. B.E. Bircher to the MX Tire Trailer. B.E. Bircher, please report to the Yeah, Megawatt just got it, and it didn't show up on this phone, so, and my other phone's froze, believe it or not. But B.E. Bircher, we need you to the MX Tire trailer, please. B.E. Bircher, please report to the MX Tire trailer. Appreciate that. Look at this. We've got Nightingale and Lopes about 3 seconds apart in first and second. Waddell still in the number 3 spot, 6 seconds back. Colt Whitaker in fourth. Zion Berchtold was fifth as he was moving up. If we look at the overall, a 1-1 for Nightingale. Lopes a 1-2 for second overall. Anderson Waddell a 2-3 for overall third. And as I scan results for our other division race winner, I don't see. There he is. Jaden Smart is back in 13th place right now. All right, Zach joining us from VP Racing Fuel as we watch these kids make their own power down there. VP Racing Fuel has been making lots of power with us all week. Zion Berchtold under some pressure. Colt Whitaker and Austin Keller, Eden Steinbrecher, they're all going at it right there. And, yep, sorry about that.
Just wanted to check in with you guys. Zach from VP Racing Fuels here. We're getting ready to head out in about an hour or so. Still have all fuels in stock. Just wanted to make the announcement last day. If you guys want to stop on by, get what you need.
Zach, I got to tell you, thanks for what you guys do down here, bringing the fuel. I know a lot of people appreciate it. And I know myself personally, my son runs the BP Racing Fuel on the GNCC, and wow, it's really good stuff, man, and we really appreciate the effort and support that you guys bring out here.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate that. Appreciate the good review. We're happy to be here. You know, it's an awesome event. Glad to be out here again for another awesome year.
So if you want VP, you got it down there. Got to get down there now.
Got to get down there, get it now, man. You guys got about an hour. Again, we still have all the fuel, jugs, everything in stock. Just got about an hour to come on down and see us.
All right, Zach, we really appreciate you, brother. Take care, man.
All right, thank you, guys.
Zach from BP Fuels. And right now, Cade Nightingale from 65cc 7-9 Limited laying it down out here. Tim Lopes in second. Looking at lap times nearly identical here later in the moto. 2:06, 2:09 for our front runners. 3.3 seconds separating them, and those few tenths of a second a lap is what adds up. And as we find our leaders now, I believe that's Nightingale now dropping down into the Gator pit. Tim Lopes not real far behind. Anderson Waddell now looking about 8.3 seconds back, and another 5 seconds back to the 34 of Colt Whitaker. And we've been watching the Whitaker, Berchtold, Eden Steinbrecher battle over the last couple of laps here on Racer TV. Oh, Lopes gets around. What happened to Nightingale? Something must have happened down in the Gator pit. I didn't even see that. I was watching the board, so now I look and I see that a big change has taken place. So those of you watching at home and watching along the fence that saw big change taking place, because what that did was turn the championship around in the favor of Tim Lopes. Now Lopes is looking at a 1-1, and we've got a drag race now to the checker flag for the overall win here in motocross in 65cc 7-9. 3 different divisions. Two of our winners right here dicing it out on the final lap. Already a pass has been made. Nightingale seeming to control the situation, and with a 3-second near lead heading into the next to the final lap, it had looked like Nightingale had this one in the bag, but problems just past the next to the last turn when they dropped into the Gator pit brought Tim Lopes into position and made the pass, and now finding his way on this final lap through the smooth lines, and Nightingale trying to catch back up. Has not been able to show a wheel yet, but as we get into this tighter section for just a moment, it opens back up, and some passing opportunities may yield themselves here, but will Nightingale be able to take advantage of them? Lopes on rails himself here as they head down in front of the spectator section now, right over the Gizmo Mods tabletop, and that now down in front of the Yamaha announcers tower. It is 2 more turns to go. Lopes out front, Nightingale in second. They drop down now. This is where we saw problems a lap ago. Lopes able to and Lopes, a little bobble there. The drag race to the top of the hill. It's not enough, though. Tim Lopes will take the win and the championship here in the 65cc 7-9 limited class. What a charge there on that final lap by Cade Nightingale, as he will finish second overall, going 1-2, and looking back to the number 3 spot that has dropped nearly 13 seconds back with that battle. It is Anderson Waddell with a 2-3 for overall third. They will be going to see Mikey Waynes. Colt Whitaker will solidify 4th overall. Austin Keller 5th. Whitaker's 3-5, I believe, will do that. Austin Keller goes 2-7 for 5th overall, and that's what the top 5 are looking like down here now. Megawatt, wow, what a final second moto of 65, 7-9. And I have to say, a little bit surprised. I saw that 3 seconds, and I did see Lopes had gained maybe a little bit, but man, that transition down there in the bottom of the Gator pit just made all the difference in the world. And wow, what an exciting last turn there.
Last turn, holy cow, Rodney. I got to tell you, that whole race was incredible. But when you talk about the last lap itself come down, Lopes makes a little bobble there at the bottom, just like previous lap, able to gather it back up. Nightingale right on his fender. Second time today we've seen them within a half a bike of each other.
Master 60 plus class off and rolling now, race 21. These riders, yes, you heard me correctly, 60 years of age and older. Our oldest rider on the racetrack is the the number 10, 68-year-old Paul Diswanowski Sr. from Glen Burnie, Maryland. He finished 14th out of the 19 riders in moto number 1. Jack Camilio, the number 2 machine, is the number 1 rider in moto number 1. The 60-year-old out of Holbrook, Massachusetts, riding aboard the number 2 will be the one we're watching for. Second place going in the 28 of Steve Rayburn. Right now, we need Mike Flanders and Juan Vasquez. Please stop by the Triangle Cycles Blue Crew race trailer as soon as possible to pick up some paperwork. Once again, Mike Flanders and Juan Vasquez, please report to the Triangle Cycles Blue Crew race trailer as soon as possible to pick up some paperwork. And if you know those 2 individuals, please let them know that Rusty and the boys need to see them over there. Thank you, Thor Powell. And we right now are watching online here on Racer TV. Where Thor's Mini O's live coverage on RacerTV.com. Jack Camilio, the number 2 from Massachusetts on a Motorbike Plus Power Band Racing Suspension Fox. Power Band Racing suspension, I guess, and then Fox. Back ride.
Ha-ha, quick checkup from the neck up, man. As he makes his way down in the pit, he says, "This for real? Am I this far out front?" Looks over his shoulder, has a nice lead as they exit the pit on lap number 1. Emilio Jr. on the number 2 machine.
Back in the number 2 spot, the 115, Rick Schaltema, looking at a 5.8 second gap back to that spot. The 115, 63 years old on a Team Babbitt's Race 120 Brap ride. And when I highlight their ages, that's because I am impressed.
63 years young, man. Shelton out there getting it done. He rides a couple classes. Brianna and the kid, the girls ride. He's got a daughter teaches for the National Coaches Association.
Here's
and all
the
that.
amazing thing here's the amazing thing to me. The closer I get to 60, the younger 60 is. At 53 years old, 60 doesn't seem like much at all. As we head down to a pup in the industry, as far as I'm concerned. Let's head down to the pup. Mikey Waynes.
Hey, I'm a big dog, okay? All right. Anderson Waddell, hey, he's taking pictures, everything. Come on up, man. Good job out there. A 3rd place finish for you, Anderson Waddell, buddy. Who you want to thank?
Mom, my dad, OB, Orange Brigade, KTM, Dunlop, Scott, A1 Racing, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you. That is your 3rd place finisher, Anderson Waddell. All right, Cade Nightingale, come on up here, man. Talk to me. A 2nd place finish on the Yamaha, buddy, in what was a wild finish. Tell us about that last lap.
Yeah, I fell over there in the corner, and then I picked it up quick, and then I was right in front of him, and then he passed me, and then I almost passed him back, and then he won.
Hey, way to hang in there. Solid ride for you, buddy. Who you want to thank, man?
Mom and Dad, Ed, Danny, Donnie, Cole, Dunlop, Bell, Alpine Star, 100%, Moose Racing, and that's all.
So there you go. Your third place finisher, Kate, or second place Kate Nightingale. All right, Tim Lopes, come on up, man. We're going to put you behind the machine you did all the work on. Come on over here. I got a bottle of champagne for you. More importantly, to your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Burkeen going to hand you a #1 plate and the official handshake. And there you go. Make some noise for your champ, Tim Lopes. Good job, dude. Tim, congratulations to you, buddy. Who do you want to thank?
I'm very happy. Le circuit, il m'a bien plu. J'ai été bien défoncé. Je me suis bien battu avec le 4. Et sinon, ça va. Je remercie tous mes partenaires pour m'avoir accompagné, ma maman, mon papa, et sinon, c'est tout.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Your champ, Tim Lopes. Back up to you, Rodney.
So John Camilio Jr. still out front on that #2 machine at Rick Shelton on the 115. That leaves him in the second spot right now. Steve Rayburn putting on a charge on the 28 machine. He rides in third after 2 laps. Michael Genero, he's in that #4 spot with Larry Bank rounding out the top 5. Rick Barrett in the 6th spot. Francis Corso rides in 7th. Chris Kriebel in a #8 spot. Jose Clemente in 9th. And the 10th spot, Wayne Welson right now. Take a look at your current running. Looks like John Camilio Jr. looking at a possible 1-1. Rayburn would be looking at a 2-3 for second overall. Michael Genero, he'd be looking at a possible 3-4. Rick Shelton, a possible 6-2 as they ride. Leaders working their way back around into the front section of the track. Here we go, right below the tower. 3 laps in the books now for Camilio Jr. Shelton was still in that #2 ride. Steve Rayburn knocking on the door now in that 3 position on the #28. No change to that overall position. Still looking like Camilio Jr. 1-1, 2-2 for Rayburn. Genero be looking at a 3-4, and Shelton a possible 6-2 for 4th overall. 2:06 is your lap time for Camilio. 2:10 for Shelton, 2:05 for Rayburn. Rayburn fastest guy on the track last time around. Told you to keep your eye on that #28 machine. He is definitely picking up some real estate, and we got a battle on our hands right now. Looks like he is all over Shelton. So Steve Rayburn, matter of fact, I think he made the pass. I think Rayburn has put the #28 ahead of the 115 of Rick Shelton and set his sights on Camilio Jr. just about 14 seconds up the road would be Camilio. He's opened up quite the gap. Again, he was turning 2:06s early in this one. Rayburn have to come through the pack just a bit, but on fire right now as he said 2:05 last time around. There come the 2 Kawasaki riders back through the rollers. Looks like Shelton still has the position. Back and forth, back and forth. Rayburn showed him a wheel pulled up beside him. Not able to make the move stick. Shelton able to answer, but here comes the 28 of Rayburn again. Putting on a charge. Leader working his way down past. There comes the battle, the 2 Kawasaki mounted riders. And Rayburn finally making it stick and actually opens about 4 or 5 bike lengths over Shelton. Rayburn goes high, gets a great drive down into the pit. Last time around a 2:05. I believe he gave up just a bit of time on this lap. White flag is out, so Camilio Jr. 1 lap away. 2:06 by Rayburn that time. Great lap. Shelton turned a 2:08. 2:06 by your leader as well. No real change in the overall with that pass right there. Rayburn still in contention for second overall. Still leaves Genero in the number 3 ride. And Rick Shelton now looking at a 6.3 for 4th overall. Coming up next, going to be our 450C Limited, followed by our 450B Limited. Emilio Jr. just about half a lap away from putting this thing to bed for the week. Steve Rayburn still in control of that number 2 ride, really starting to let it loose right now on this final lap. Again, 2:06 for him last time around, picked up a couple seconds. Michael Genero sitting in that number 4 ride right now, but he's looking at a possible 3rd overall. Just a few corners away for your leader in this Masters 60 plus. John Camillo Jr. looking to go 1-1. There comes your leader now on the big gas. Down in front of the tower. Camillo Jr. about half a lap away now on the number 2 machine. Don't forget, got award ceremonies coming up immediately following, I believe, our final moto. Going to have just a few moments to collect your medals, get things together, and then award ceremony will take place in the pavilion. There comes your leader now up out of the Gator pit. And there is your checker flag for the number 2, John Camillo Jr. Going to go 1-1 here, going to pick up the championship in that Master 60 plus. Going to be over talking Mikey Waynes here in just a moment. Steve Rayburn on that number 28 Kawasaki. He brings a man, still turning a 2:05 even on the final lap. Shelton able to hang on to that number 3 ride on the 115 machine. He turned a 2:10 that time. Mike Genero, I believe, he now working that KTM down into the pit. Genero going to be looking at your 3rd overall. And that's going to do it for Masters 60 plus. Again, coming up next going to be 450C Limited. Following them will be 450B Limited. 450B Limited, of course, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. 450C Limited, 5 laps. Here we go with 450C Limited. Blasting off with race number 22. Again, 5 laps in this one. Headed to the gate 450B. Those guys will do 15 minutes plus 1. In pre-staging should be our 85cc 12 to 13. All right, 450C Limited. Wow. Early leader got a great jump. Starting to put a gap on the rest of the pack as they work their way up over the Gator's head. Looks like one of our Husky mounted riders there. Is that the number 96 maybe? Yes, 450C. Can't quite get a visual on him, but man, we have got a race on our hands, and he got an excellent jump. And I believe it might be the number 96. Can't find him on here. Oh, that's because there's another sheet under this master sheet. That might have something to do with it, Rodney.
Yeah, there you go.
And Zach Lagino, the number 96. That would make sense.
Yep, there you go. So as riders now begin their trek through this first last lap and in front of the spectator section now. We check in with our leaders down below. That is the 96 machine of Longino, as he drops down with a rather healthy lead. But look what's going on back there. The 35 machine in that 2nd place position. On board the Yamaha, that is Jackson Huntwagner out of North Pole, Alaska, on a Weber Incorporated back drive. Green flag is out on this one. Hutt Wagner in second. It's Zachary Flanders in third. Tristan McDonald in fourth. Jordan Pittenger in fifth. William Jordan in sixth. Jose Santelice in seventh. Dominic McFarland in eighth. Joel Solomon in ninth. And Walker McReel rounds out the top 10 after one with Chase Patton, Axel Neff, Jaden Brown, Jarek Norris, Chant White, Cale Thorpe, Jacob Van Freeport in 17th, Michael Nussbaum 18th, Tom Sisk in 19th, and Christian Wood rounding out the top 20. Up front, though, Longino, Hutt Wagner, and Flanders 1, 2, and 3, and 4.5 seconds between first and second, but second and third and fourth, it's a battle.
Rodney, I'm telling you, the guy on the move, I can't tell who it is, but he's on a gas, and he is literally on the gas. I could tell you, he made about 3 or 4 passes just between Gator Falls and the top of the Gator's tail.
Thought that, no, maybe Jarek Norris.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Knock, knock.
That was my Wes Kane impression for you guys.
No, that's what.
Second. I need third. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, 10 years ago, we were here when we were 50. And John Camilio and myself had the same scenario. He won the first moto, and I had to win this moto. And I did, but this time it was different. A little bit too much traction on the start and stalled the bike and come from DFL. We know what that is. So I battled back, and here I am. I'd like to thank MTF. I'd like to thank Brad, Lauren, my children, my son's a college baseball player. He couldn't be here today. And I love him and my daughter very much. I love all these people.
That is what this is all about right there, man. Love it, love it. There you go. Your second place finisher, Steve Rayborn. All right, Michael Jeanro, come on up. Our third place finisher. Jinru, I got you. Hey, man, well, big congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank out there?
My wife, Deb, for putting up with this. Billy of Power Band. All my friends that come and help me here, and that's about it, really. Got us here, you know.
Love it. I love it. That is your third place finisher, Michael Jinro. All right, let's bring Jack Camelio up on the box. All right, I got, I'm going to give you a bottle of champagne. Come on back behind the machine. And to your right-hand side there, Mr. Mike Burkeen going to hand you a #1 plate. Oh, even better. Even better. I don't know if you guys aren't emotional up in that tower. By God, you should be. I love it. I love it. Well, Jack, he said, hey, it's John on scoring, but I go by Jack. So, man, well, big congratulations to you on the win out there. Tell us about it.
Chris Canning's one of my trainers, along with Keith Johnson. He told me, just hold it on in the first turn, get the whole shot, and never look back and just go. And I did. I went. I hate this place. It's not my kind of track, but that track was fun, and it was epic. I'm telling you, I had fun here, and I never have fun here. I hate Winkern. He never puts a sand section in here for us. Us Northerners, we don't know how to ride this shit. We're horrible. And I got no skills, so that makes it even worse.
I'd say you have all the skills, man. Who you want to thank?
None. I want to thank Chris Canning. I want to thank my new friend Ronnie, Andy White, his buddy Brad, Mike Brown. I want to thank Earl May for firing me up. He told me some stuff, and he might as well have punched me in the face. Motorbikes Plus, my real mechanic here, Wayno. Everybody knows Wayno. You see him on the internet. He's the best, and he's a worker, that kid. FXR, of course, Spectro. I want to thank Jason LaValle for getting me on the carnivore diet. I lost 30 pounds before I got here. I eat sticks of butter. I haven't felt any better. Earl says I'm going to die. Genero says I'm going to die. I want to thank that guy over there. He fired my ass up. I couldn't sleep last night thinking about you. Damn. I want to thank Marty Morris for being the crap can he is. Kaylee Kern, I want to thank her. I want to thank the Genero family. They put up with my bullshit. I want to thank the Majors. They're taking me home. They took my kid down. That's about it, I think. I don't know. I want to thank Brad Smith for selling that guy the bike. It was a little slower, wasn't it? Yeah. He took out the good shit. That's about it.
That's about it. Thank you guys. You guys making a joy to work here. That was your winner of the Masters 60 Plus, Jack Camilio.
I hate Gatorback. I hate Win. Hey, by the way, Jack, Win says congratulations. Love it, man. Great interviews down there. And, man, what an emotional Rayburn. Wow. I get it, man. Zach Lentino, Jackson Hutwagner, William Jordan, 1, 2, and 3. Zachary Flanders in 4th. Tristan McDonald in 5th. Jose Santeliz is 6th. I believe that was the rider we were watching on the red machine, slicing his way through the pack a few moments ago. Jordan Pittenger in the number 7 spot on the 24. Walker McGreal in 8th. Chase Patton in 9th. Dominic McFarland. This is after 4, and what's that translate into as far as the overall is concerned for a 450C Limited? Right now, William Jordan took a Moto 1 win in his division race out there. He is currently looking at a 3rd place position in this 2nd Moto, but it is good enough to give him the overall win. Zach Lentino finished 4th in Moto 1, and a 1st right now has him scored at 2nd. So right now, Lentino is doing all that he can do up front in that number 1 spot. He's got the hope now that something happens back there with William Jordan, who has now moved into the number 3 spot, and looks like he may be closing in on Hutwagner for that 2nd place position. His saving grace right now would be Zachary Flanders or Tristan McDonald making a pass.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for right now. He's looking for somebody to get in there and give him a little help. Needs a little boost there, Rodney, and going to give him a opportunity. But right now, got his work cut out for him as we're looking at 2 laps complete. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 laps complete.
4 laps complete.
The checker flag is about to come out.
And here he is, William Jordan.
Wow.
About to make it even tougher for Lentino now, as he is working on Hutwagner for the number 2 spot as we roll into the checkers. Oh, that was the checkers, the end of lap.
Yeah.
See that white flag. Still not enough there for Longino, but what a ride for him as he put down a great 2nd moto. A 1 and 3, your 3rd place finisher, William Jordan, the 176, who was 0.744 behind 2nd place of Jackson Hutwagner there at the checkers. He will take the overall, going 4-1. Longino will take 2nd overall, and your 3rd place position will go to Zachary Flanders. Flanders is looking at a 2 and 4 for the overall 3rd in this 450C Limited class, as he will be going to see Mikey Waynes as well. 4th place overall to Walker McGreal. Jordan Pittenger will take 5th place overall. Jackson Hutwagner will score 6th overall with a 10 and 2. Jose Santeliz a 7.5 for 7th. Tristan McDonald 8.9 for 8th. Jacob Van Freeport 11.13 for 9th, and Axel Neff 15.10 for 10th overall.
Oh, great. Good deal. Good deal. Great run by Neff there.
Absolutely. As we are off and rolling now, race 23. This is 450 feet limited. So 24, 25, and 26 now in staging. As we look at results from Moto 1, Avery Long taking a win in that one. Noah Stevens took 2nd in the 450 feet limited. Maximo Sakaris in the number 3 spot. 4th place went to Liam Olaf. That was in one of the divisions. Reese Wheaton took a 5th in the division. Jadon Cooper also took a 4th as we look through the results here. Revin Gordon took a 3rd. Noah Stevens, if we didn't say, had taken a 2nd, as well as Noah Smurden. Landon Pepper had taken a 5th. So there's 10 riders that we look at that could be key players. We're finished top 5 in the division races out there a few moments ago. And as we check on point right now, the battling is waging on. The 263 Avery Long from New London, Minnesota on the Rock River Yamaha, backed by GYTR, Parts Unlimited, and Moose, as well as Bell, Dunlop, and Twin Air. Just to name a few, on point and out front here in this one, as he'd taken the Moto 1 win in his division and is hoping to secure the Moto 2 win and the overall. In the number 2 spot now, Megawatt, the 45 of Mitch Zaremba. Mitchell Zaremba also taking a Moto 1 win in his division race.
And that guy's a beast, man. You've heard us talk about him many times down at Loretta's. You've heard us talk about him here all week long. He did great over on the Supercross track. You're not going to wear Zaremba down. This guy's fit as can be. Right now has a great opportunity. He's in the following position right now. He's in that number 2 ride. All he has to do is hang in there and keep an eye on Avery Long. Avery Long going to show him the way around right now, and Zaremba going to wait for the opportunity. He's going to close that gap, I can tell you. As a matter of fact, he's starting to do it right now. Look at this, Rodney. In a matter of 1 corner.
Wow.
There comes Zaremba on the gas.
Noah Stevens back in the number 3 spot. Christopher Kraushorn, who finished 9th in Moto 1, running 4th here at the beginning in Moto 2. Dominic Stallings in 66 and 5th. Sakira's in the number 6 spot. Landon Pempert is 7th. Taylor Beckwith in 8th. Jadon Cooper in the number 9 spot. And Liam Olaf rounding out your top 10. We've got some room for some change in this top 10, it looks like.
Yeah, a little insider information. We can say it now if they're on the track, but Avery Long riding banged up. Yeah, Duclos told us. As a matter of fact, Avery Long was supposed to be on our show last night and was over to Medic, getting some attention right there, making sure that he was fit to go. So he's a little banged up, a little bruised up, a little sore. And speaking of sore, somebody knocking on the door right now. Who's that?
Hey, how are you? Zachary Flanders, man, a 3rd place finish, buddy. He told me yesterday, he said, I will see you on that podium, man. You made it. Hey, congratulations to you. Who you want to thank?
Oh, yeah, I definitely told you I was coming back up on the podium. It's not the medal that I wanted, but, hey, I'm humbled. I'm honored to come out here and run with the best in the C-Class and take home a 3rd for the home team. None of this would be able to happen without my dad. I mean, it's been a bad week from the get-go. Broke transmission, swapping motors every day. I mean, it's been pretty bad, but, I mean, we're getting some good luck, as y'all can see. I'd like to thank my dad, Logan Burkhalter, David Carter, Max Gabbard, Lorenzo Rodriguez for letting me borrow his 2-stroke motor. My girlfriend Tara and her family watching at home and supporting me, and my older brothers, my older brother and little brother, my mom watching me at home. Scott Goggles, ODI Grips, Factory Effects, Micah Metals, Twin Air, Engine Ice, the whole Hooked crew that helps me out, gives me a few sponsorship deals. So yeah, that's about it.
There you go, your 3rd place finisher, Zachary Flanders. All right, Zach Longino, come on up, our 2nd place finisher. There he is, making his way up. Longino, I got you now, brother. Hey, a 2nd place finish. Who would you like to thank?
A1 Racing Suspension, Patent Tractor Service, all my friends and family for coming out. Mom and dad helping me out with all the support they can. Everyone else, just thank you so much.
There you go, your 2nd place finisher, Zach Longino. All right, let's bring up our champ, William Jordan, making his way onto the box. William Jordan, come on back here behind the machine you did the work on. There's a bottle of champagne. To your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Perkeen, going to present you with that coveted number 1 plate, the official handshake. There it is. Make some noise for your champ. Taking some pictures. Got it. William Jordan, man, talk to us. A 1st place finish, man. What did it take to get out front and get the win?
Yeah, didn't get the best start, but I tried working my way up as best as I could. Managed to get 3rd, so it wasn't bad. Should I say everything?
That's it. Hey, you nailed it, man. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, everyone over at MCF, Colleen, Little Brian, Big Brian, Jacob, B-Rad, FXR, Bell Helmets, 100%, Alpine Star, Team EBS, Hydropower, ODI, Roos, David Walls Racing, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Your champ, 450C Limited, William Jordan. Back to you guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had a lot of action. Avery Long and Mitch Zaremba holding steady up in the number 1 and 2 spots. Steven steadily in 3rd, but behind those top 3 right now, Dominic Stallings making a charge up through the pack in the 4th on the Kawasaki. He's got Maximo Caceres in that number 5 spot right behind him, and pushing both those riders, the 37 gas of Landon Peppard, who's had to claw his way up through this top 10 now, only up to 6th after 3 laps, working on lap number 4. We're on the back of the Gators' tail now, out on the backside of the property, and here comes Peppard now.
Look at the roost he has had to eat on that number 37 machine. His front number plate is covered. Look at the front of his helmet. He has been in it to win it right now, Rodney. He knows he has to get up on top of these guys. You got to close that gap before you can make that move, and that's exactly what he's doing. We have a flag continuing to fly down here. I'm not sure, that was right after our leaders came through. So we got a flag continues to fly down by the Gator pit, and not sure who that is down there at the bottom.
All right, now looking back, Landon Peppard is also seeing Joe Aloff, or excuse me, Liam Olaf, Joe's son, in the 7th spot. He works up from 10th place, so that's another rider that's on his way up through the pack right now. As you said, yellow flags down there. We got one rider off to the left side of the track. It doesn't appear to be a major incident, but rider up on bike and getting ready to pull out of there, it looks like, talking to some officials on the track side. But here, what we got going on up front now, this is tightened up even more. Well, that was the ribbon. Stevens are through.
Yeah, that was side by side, so it looked like Peppard and Caceres as they came across the finish line. Peppard trying to make his way past the number 95 of Caceres on that Husqvarna, and that whole pack, Rodney, still stuck together like glue as they make their way up over the Gators' back.
All right, watch the Yamaha back there. Olaf, he has pulled all 3 of these guys up onto the rear wheel, and he moves fast when he moves. And there, ooh, maybe. No, I thought he had a move made right there on Peppard, but Peppard fires right back on him there.
Yeah, Peppard had to get defensive. He didn't necessarily fire back. He just got defensive. That's exactly what happened.
Flexed a little bit there in that turn, I guess.
And as you mentioned, Olaf is the guy on the move right now. Olaf working inside, working outside, doing anything he can. Knows time is of the essence. There he goes down to the inside. Does he get a drive, Rodney?
Caceres get around Stallings there?
Is the Yamaha, let's see.
Yeah, it looks like Stallings.
Husqvarna, yes.
Yeah, Caceres did get around
Stallings, and he's trying to come back. Look at Stallings. He wants to answer. Does he have anything for him? You have to remember, this one goes 15 plus 1, Rodney.
Yep.
So I'm going to believe we're going to be looking at about 9 laps is what I'm going to believe.
So, yeah, let's see. 145-ish so for your leaders. So 2 laps will be 2.5 minutes. Yeah, you're about right.
Say about 9 laps.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't do much, Rodney, but I can add. Oh, no. Stallings, and I believe it might be Steven. No, it was
Peppard.
Peppard, yes. Oh, no.
Peppard and Stallings together. That moves everyone up from 4th anyway. Maximo Caceres now 4th. He had that secure, but Liam Aloff now moves into the number 5 spot. Look at this. J. Don Cooper from outside the top 10 on that first lap on lap 5 has clawed his way into the top 6. Christopher Kraushorn now in 7th. Vitor Borba, who wasn't inside the top 10, is now 8th. Taylor Beckwith in 9th. Landon Peppard regains and remounts for a 10th place position with Dominic Stallings in 11th. So those riders losing several positions in that little get off and tussle there, if you will. Nick Paxiar is in 12th, Riley Allen 13th, Brock Henry 14th, Jesse Wessel in 15th. Just right now, as we are 5 laps in, I would imagine the halfway point. I might have just went in. I've seen those flags.
I think
back
so,
in.
yeah.
I think we just saw the halfway point. So looking at overall, if it finished the way it is right now, Long is looking at a 1-1. Zaremba a 1-2. Noah Stevens a 2-3 for the top 3 overall. A 3-4 for Caceres is 4th overall. And Olaf right now is looking at a 4-5 for 5th overall. Then a 4-6 for Cooper for 6th. 7th, a 7-8 for Vitor Borba. Taylor Beckwith a 6-9 for 8th. Landon Peppard a 5-10 for 9th. And Christopher Kraushorn a 9-7 for 10th overall. Man, Peppard, I know, is heartbroken at this point.
But I'm heartbroken for him, man. And Stallings, too.
Yeah.
Stallings was on an epic ride right there. And he's not even in the top 10 overall right now, is he?
No.
Oh, bummer.
No. Looking, well, 11th. He sets at 11th.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so just outside the top 10 overall. So
still time.
Yeah, still plenty of time. We're just past the halfway point. We are in the latter half of the race, but we'll have probably 4, maybe 5 more laps to go. We'll be seeing and getting that indication here once we get closer to it. So right now, these riders, I'm sure they may have it figured in their head, but at the same time, they're just racing corner by corner, lap by lap, trying to put it all together, a full moto, and just waiting for checkers.
And Avery Long on our screen right now. Look at this, a 1:45 last time around. So the guy out front is also the fastest guy on the track. That's resulted in about a 4.5 second gap over Zaremba. Zaremba a 1:46.5. So he's almost matching lap times. He's been within a second or so. But when you give up a second over four or five laps, guess what? The gap is 4 or 5 seconds.
Well, Liam Olaf pressuring there on that 6th lap, heading in here in the lap 7. Maximo Caceres, the number 95, a 1:48.9, better than a second faster than Caceres, so was only half a second behind. So I'm not going to be surprised to see a bit of a change here. Avery Long checks in with a 1:46.020, not far off the pace in that 1:45 we saw just a second ago. Mitch Zaremba 1:47.6. That gap now 6.5 seconds. Noah Stevens now nearly 10 seconds back in 3rd. We're looking at nearly 20 seconds back to this battle between Caceres and Olaf. And Olaf still back in that number 5 position as I see them dive down into the gator pit there. So still working on the 95 machine as they exit for now lap number 7 complete. The 95 and the 132 still 0.8 of a second apart. Caceres has elevated his speeds now to a 1:49.7, 0.2 of a second faster that time around than Olaf.
Yeah, and I got to think next time around we're going to pick up a white flag, Rodney. I'm thinking maybe lap 8 we're going to see that white flag. So this one's going to come to a close pretty quick. But look at the machine that is Avery Long. Okay, look at the machine that is the 263 out there doing work, putting in laps. And Zaremba, these guys have kept the same basic gap for the entire race. Now just about 6 seconds last time around for Zaremba. We said 1 second per lap.
Yep.
And there comes Avery Long. He's back into view now, the 263. He's going to buzz the tower here in just a second. Again, going to see if that white flag comes out. I believe it probably will.
Well, the finish line flagger looks anxious for something. A blue flag is out this time around. I don't see a white flag in his hand.
All right, so this one probably going to go 10 laps.
Yeah.
So we're predicting possibly 9, but you know what? They've quickened the pace just a bit, and our math was off by about 30 seconds, so we're going to see another lap.
Mitch Zaremba checking in now 5.8 seconds back. Noah Stevens should be checking in just over 10 seconds back now, and that's what we are seeing, a 1:48. They're all right there in the 1:48 range, 9.6 seconds back to 3rd place now. This is the race that I've been watching, and you know, Olaf still hasn't been able to get around Maximo. And I really thought that 2 laps ago he may have that deal sealed, but what a rise to the occasion. Where did Stallings come from? There he is.
And we said it's never over. Stallings went down, and we thought he was, possibly hindering,
I didn't even see him out there.
Hindering that overall, but I got to tell you, I didn't see the Kawasaki work his way back up into the number 4 spot. I can promise you that.
Either that or maybe he was there and we'd just been missing him on camera.
For sure.
Kind of floating in his zone, and they missed him on. Well, I don't know, a 1:22 lap time. That I think that might be something whack out. And again, we might be missing him on the TV screen. We're going to look for him physically. Right now, we're watching Zaremba work through some of this lap traffic out there on the 45 machine.
If that is true, Dominic Stallings said fast lap of the decade here at Gatorback.
Yes, indeed. But, like I said, I mean, the way the camera shots and stuff, they could be just outside our vision. I wasn't looking out the window on this particular one, so.
All right, Zaremba back into view. Avery Long, there it is now, the white flag as Avery exits the pit in perfect formation. Buzz the tower.
It was Stevens I just saw drop down into the Gator pit. I'm still looking for.
I'm trying to find Stallings.
That's what I'm still looking for Stallings too.
I don't see him anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yep,
right here.
See,
there he comes.
And he's caught in that lap traffic. He weaved his way in there. He's just been kind of eluding camera shots, it looks like.
No kidding.
That's a battle still for, I guess now, that's the 5th place position battle they're battling for. Yeah, so our apologies to Dominic Stallings. He just out of our camera view whenever we were watching this, but he has been right there, I guess, the entire time. Alof now 5th place, still 0.6 of a second. Those guys are within 1/10 of a second in 4th and 5th between Sakaris and Olaf right now.
Now Stallings back into the number 8 ride. Number 9 ride. So definitely had a little scoring glitch.
Yeah, there's a scoring glitch. That's what it's got to be, and that's why that said a 1:22 lap time. We know that's not reflective of his real lap time, but they stuck him in there. They're working with backup timing and scoring. And like I said, even though we didn't see him, we were watching the monitor, so anything outside the camera's view, we kind of missed out on. But as we roll through this final lap now, the 263 of Avery Long on his way home for a very dominating win, I would have to say. I think he makes a statement here at Mini O's and gives these boys quite a bit to look forward to as far as the upcoming amateur season.
Now, credit to Noah Stevens as well. Noah's worked his way up there. Look at this. 148.9 for Long on lap number 9. Noah Stevens, there's the checkered flag. 148.5 for Noah Stevens on lap 9.
Yeah.
Okay, their fastest laps are on the white flag.
Yeah, they were down that 145, 146, but yeah,
right.
They did. I mean, still sub 150s, and they slowed down. That's
that's when they throttled back, Rod. That's incredible to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the checkers for 4th place, going to be Sakaris and Ola. Well, actually, now take that back. I think we should be putting into that Dominic Stallings, if I'm not mistaken. We'll let timing and scoring worry about that. But what we are seeing and are sure of is Avery Long, Mitch Zaremba, and Noah Stevens are 1, 2, and 3 overall, and they will be going to see Michael Maines down on the podium. Race 24 now. The 85-12 to 13 class is off and rolling. A full gate of these riders as we check a couple of division races for them. Top riders, Carson Wood, the 261, and the 11 of Colby Lesser in this one, as well as Brody Barth taking a 2nd place position finish along with Tristan Pruitt, the 317. 3rd place is in Moto 1, going to Jonathan Getz, the 22 out of Old Town, Florida, and also a 3rd place to Brennan Harrison out of Jacksonville, Florida. 4th place to Jace Baker, the 278 from Groveland, Florida, as well as Austin Camden out of Edmond, Oklahoma, the 191. And rounding out top 5s in division races was the 13 of Jace Wolf out of Franklin, Wisconsin, and the 28 of St. Martin out of New Holland, Pennsylvania.
Looks like Brody Barth up front leading the way right now. Out front on that Kawasaki. Back down into the roller section. It is a whole bunch of traffic working their way through there. 4 wide, Rodney, as they come through the rollers. Look at that. It is an absolute freight train. But right now, the man of the hour, Brody Barth, on that number 26 machine, doing exactly what he needs to do. Where's that set him up? Well, we don't know because
actually, he finished 2nd. No, a 2-1, so it would be a win for him if he was able to hang on to it. So he's got himself in a good position. He's brought to you out of Seymour, Wisconsin by Southeast Sales, Power Band Racing FXR, as well as Mica Metals and Moto Seat, as well as FMF, Recluse, Black Diamond MX, and a Cherbys, as well as ODI. Wrapping up lap number 1 in the 85-12 to 13-year-old class, Brody Barth hammered down Carson Wood, I guess, now making that
261. It looked like 26 on that number plate. I don't see a 1 on there at all.
Well, again, you know, a lot of, you know, the thing about it is, one thing that is different about Loretta Lynn's, they are assigning their numbers going in here with the open enrollment like we talked about. A lot of people coming with the same numbers, so they'll do a switch and they might put a little dash or a little 1 on their number plates, which we can't see. But hopefully they recognize it at timing and scoring. And obviously, if you've got a transponder on it,
yeah, I mean, that's what transponders are for, but it doesn't make it any easier physically.
For the race fan or the backup scoring, that's for sure. All right, let's head on down to the podium with Mikey Waynes once more.
Hey, guys, got our 450B limited top 3. Noah Stevens, man, a 3rd place finish. Kind of some separation between you guys out there, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got up to a decent start, but Avery and Mitchie just almost 450s first couple laps. They sprinted away, and I tried to track them down, but it just wasn't enough, and just rode home for 3rd.
Man, congratulations to you. Putting it on the box, who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the man up above for keeping us all safe. All my friends and family, MTF, Canvas, Factory Connection, 100%, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmets, Dunlop Tires, MX Tire, Mika Metals, and everybody else is part of my program. Thank you very much.
Your 3rd place finisher, Noah Stevens. All right, Mitchell Zaremba, come on up, man. A 2nd place finish for him again. 2nd moto for you guys. A little bit of separation in there, settled into that 2 spot, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got off to a pretty good start, and I just tried to stay consistent on my laps and focus on my lap times, really. Avery's ripping. Congrats to him. I tried my best to keep with him as much as I could. Got a little bit tired, so we know what we got to do. Get back to work in the gym, but yeah, it was a pretty good race.
Love it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you. Who are the sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I just thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my whole family. Shout out to OG Optics for hooking me up this week. Kyle's awesome. And Bell Helmets, Answer Racing, DH1 Mods, Morgantown Power Sports, MX Tire, Levi Kilbarger, Bonsai Suspension, Chris Whitcraft, Forever Green Lawn Care for helping me out with tire costs this year, and Sunstar, DT1. Anybody else I forgot, thanks so much.
There you go, your 2nd place finisher Mitchell Zaremba. All right, let's bring up our champ, Avery Long. Getting the job done. Avery, come on up back here behind the machine, man. Did all the work on. There's some champagne. Mr. Mike Burkeen of the AMA going to hand you that number 1 plate. Bam! Make some noise for Avery Long. Avery, talk to us, man. Almost flawless ride out there to seal the deal on this.
Yeah, I got a great start. My Dunlop tires hooked up great out there. Just kind of sprinted hard first few laps. Just kind of got a little bit of a lead and just kind of settled in. We're still pushing, but yeah, fun moto.
Well, congratulations to you, man. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, the whole NSA Rock River Yamaha team, Danny, Ed, Jake, my mechanic Hayden, Alpine Stars, Bell, 100%, Moose Racing, Monster Army, Twin Air, ODI, Astros, Recluse, just everybody. K-Dub, the whole Farm 14 crew for helping me out. Just everybody in my corner, thank you so much.
Your champ, Avery Long. Take it away, Megawatt.
Well, thanks a lot, Mikey. Impressive ride right there. Avery Long with the win. Mitch Zaremba, man, that guy's a fighter, definitely. Glad to see him up front as well. Taking that 3rd place position was Ben Harrison. Congratulations to all 3 of those guys. But right now, out on the track, Carson Wood in that number 1 spot. Got a 10-second gap right now on lap number 3. The youngster absolutely turning up the heat right now. Colby Lesser in that number 2 ride on the 11 machine with Brennan Harrison in that 9:04. Brennan Harrison sitting in that 3rd place overall right now. He's looking at a possible, let's see, the 3-3 possibly for him. Right now looking to see, is that white flag out? 3 laps in the book. This one's going to go 5 laps, so should be picking it up this time around. Carson Wood, a 155.058. Lesser, 157.9. Brennan Harrison, he's turned to 155 as well. Bolasina back to a 157. So 155, 157, 155, 157. Your top four. As we look for the white flag to come out this time around, here comes our leaders. That comes back to us here just below the tower, and there comes Carson Wood picking up the gap. Just, I'm going to say about 12 seconds this time. 10.7 last time around. I'm going to guess we're right in that 12-second neighborhood. Should be seeing a white flag, I believe, come out this time around. There it is, 1 to go in 85, 12 to 13. Coming up next, going to be 250C Junior, 12 to 17. 250C Junior, 12 to 17, working their way onto the gate right now. White flag is out. Carson Wood checked in. Colby Lesser checks in. Actually, Harrison has moved into the number 2 spot. Lesser now, the 2 KTMs have swapped position. Harrison now in the number 2 ride. Lesser in that number 3 spot. Again, 155 for Wood, 155.9, 155.8 for Harrison. So just a touch quicker, but the gap, I said just about 12 seconds, is 11 seconds this time around. Lesser sits back another 2 seconds behind him. So the number 11 machine has to go to work here on this final lap. Bolasina puts himself into the number 4 ride. Chase Baker doing work, and that results in the number 5 spot. Dakota Baker, he's in the 6th position, while Chase Wolf having a rough go of it right now. The number 13 in the 7th position with Drew Marsden in 8th. Malaharic in the number 9 spot, and Talon Stagg rides in 10th. Again, coming up next going to be 250C Junior, 12 to 17. Final lap here, looking for Carson Wood. Should see him here in just a moment. There he comes back into the front section of the track. Wood back into view now, has to make his way down around through the split lanes, up and over that big tabletop. Just about 4 or 5 turns left. And Carson Wood going to put this one to bed. Right below us now, there's the 26 machine one final time down into the Gator pit. Checkered flag just about to fly. There comes the number 26 machine through that final right-hander.
Carson Wood is going to go 1-1 megawatt as he takes the checkers and the win in the 85cc 12 to 13-year-old class convincingly here today with over 10-second gap back to second place finisher in the moto, Brennan Harrison. The 904 machine looking at a 3-2 for second overall. The 11 of Colby Lesser will check in under some fire there. He was a Moto 1 winner in his division race. He goes 1-3. He will actually take second overall. Harrison's 3-2 is good enough for third overall. They finish opposite overall. It's what received them on the results in the second moto, but it's Wood, Lesser, and Harrison 1, 2, 3 overall. As we look at the moto, it was Wood, Harrison, and then Lesser. Bolasina in the number 4 spot. Chase Wolf in 5th. Chase Baker then in 6th. Dakota Baker in 7th. Drew Marson in 8th. Tristan Pruitt in 9th. Talon Staggs in 10th.
250C Junior kicking off right now, Rodney. That's 12 to 17, 5 laps in this one.
Absolutely. And Ashton Aruda from Westport, Massachusetts on a Tech Service DC3 suspension back ride. Comes into this one with a Moto 1 win, as does Seth Creedy, the 127 from Manheim, Pennsylvania. A couple of second place positions. K1 Mattiola took a second place position on the 121. The 62 of Brayton Sampy. He also took second. Cade Ferry, the 45, taking a third place position finish in Moto number 1.
You say Creedy got a second?
Creedy had a second, yes.
Yeah, man, he rode hard in that first one, man.
Carson Mainquist, this was a 3 Division 1 megawatt. Carson Mainquist also got a win in that one. Walker McGrill got a 3rd in his division race. Eric Gerke got a 5th in his division race. William Barrett was a 4th place finisher in division race. Let's see, a couple. Logan Reniger got a 3rd place. Ethan Webb was a 4th place finisher. So a lot of players in this one. Zach Longino, the 96, and we saw out a couple of races ago. So some of these guys fresh, some of these guys warmed up, however you want to put it. Lots of racing going on here today as we wrap up lap number 1.
Well, I tell you, a couple of these guys banged up too as well, Rodney, riding multiple classes.
Yeah.
Hit the deck a few times. Little sore, little stiff, little twisted here and there, some of these guys for sure. And up out of the pit, it is Ashton Aruda on the number 18 Yamaha with the early lead. Zach Longino, we thought he was up there early in this one, and he's got the number 96 ride in the 2 position. Logan Reniger in the 3 spot. Walker McGrill rides in 4th. Seth Creedy now, he's in the 5 spot. Aiden Allers in 6th. William Barrett 7th. Kate Ferry rides in 8th. 9th, Jake Colbert. Kyle Paleologos in the number 10 spot. This one's going to go 5 laps. Rodney 250C Junior 12 to 17. 5 laps. Looks like they're getting things set up down there with Mikey Waynes. But look at this who's who. And I don't see the 999.
Yeah, I'm just
Carson Manquist.
Yeah, I'm looking all the way through the top 20 right now. I see names like Braden Sampy, who was a top 3 finisher. K1 Matiola. Also Corey Aldazon, several names out there in that 11 through 20 that's surprising on lap 1 as we head down to the Mini-O's podium with Mikey Waynes.
Thanks, guys. Brendan Harrison, man, a 3rd place finish for you out there. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus for keeping me safe. Mom, Dad, Club 57, Alpine Star, FXR, Clover Hill, OG Goggles, Lynx, Decal Works, Showroom Floors, and anyone else. Thank you.
There we go. Congratulations to you, your 3rd place finisher, Brennan Harrison. All right, let's bring up our 2nd place finisher, Colby Lesser. Come on up, man. A 2nd place finish for you out there today. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Robbie Raynard at Raynard Training Complex, Kyle Cheeseman at Sandbox, and Tyler Bowers, Javier, LSR, 7, Bell, 100%, Bellray Oils, Surefoot, Applied Technology, Race Tech, A&H Auto Care, my mom, my dad, my dog Leo, and my brother back at home.
There we go. Make some noise. 2nd place finisher, Colby Lesser. All right, Carson Wood, our champ. Come on up. There he is. He's over here. Come on here behind the bike right here. I got a bottle of champagne for you. Your right-hand side there, Mr. Mike Burkeen, going to hand you that coveted #1 plate. There you go. Hold it up, buddy. Carson Wood taking the championship here for the 85cc, 12 to 13. Carson Wood, man, congratulations to you, buddy. What it take to get the win?
Yes, sir.
Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Fox, Dunlop, Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Maximo, Renthal, Pro Circuit, Throttle Syndicates, Future MX, Moto Sandbox, and got me to safe. Thank you.
There you go. Your champ, Carson Wood. Back up to you, Rodney Topley.
Thank you very much, Mikey Waynes, as we ramp up the Yamaha podium down here and continue to set things up and sort things out, I guess we should say. Aruda, Lantino, McCreel, Creedy, Reniger, your top 5. This is after 2 laps of racing complete here in Moto 2. Watching on screen right now, battle starting to shape up, I believe, between our 2nd. Yeah, that's McCreel there.
Okay.
And the 2.7. Is that McCready coming behind him on the 127?
Yeah, that's the Husky right there, McCready.
Yeah, McCready. So
McCready, I'm sorry.
Putting the pressure on for 3rd place position as we wrap up lap #3 now. This is 3 of 5, if I'm not mistaken, down in the Gator pit here. So Ashton Aruda's checked in. Longino, I believe. Yes, that's checked in. And this is the battle. I think we might have just seen the pass right there on the face of the finish line. And we did. Seth Creedy now gets around Walker McGreel, at least on timing and scoring. Can he stay there is the question.
Yeah, Creedy got credited with it. Now he makes it stick.
Dropping down Gator Falls now. Aruda, Longino, Creedy, McGreel now. William Barrett in 5th. K1 Matiola in 6th. Logan Reniger 7th. Kate Ferry in 8th. Aiden Ehlers in 9th. Tucker Zimmerman rounding out the top 10.
Rodney, that's when the racing's tight. When I crossed up McGrill and Creedy and said McCready, that's when you know it's tight.
Ethan Webb, a 4th place finisher, back in 16th place position right now aboard the #4. Looking at some of these other I know we've seen some good runs out of Corey Alderson this week as well. He had an 8th place finish in Moto 1. He is currently running back in the 17th place position. So the second motos, again, pretty tough for these 250C Junior 12 to 17 pilots.
Yeah, Aiden Allers had some good rides this week. He's sitting in that number 9 spot right now, just inside the top 10, trying to make something happen.
3 laps complete, working on lap number 4. Things starting to, or continuing to stay tight here. I don't believe that McCreel wanting to relinquish spot number 3 so easily, but as much, I think, over his shoulder, we're seeing a couple of riders closing in. K1 Mattiolo is 6th on the 121, and William Barrett was 5th when they came through the finish line on the 155. And I'm seeing real estate start to shrink up there just a little bit. We had about a 3.5 second gap back to the positions back there. Let's see, though. And there's the 999 that we were wondering about Carson Manquist. I still see him in a top 20 spot.
Wow.
Now, unless that would be, he might be having some transponder issues as well, but I don't think that's the case. I think we would have seen him before now.
Yeah, true bummer right there, man. That kid has impressed me all week long. He's put in great rides, Supercross, outdoors, showed a lot of heart, been up front in every race, won a couple motos, but I have to tell you, he's also hit the deck a couple times. I'm sure he's a bit banged up, sure he's a bit sore right now. With the number 999, he's a gamer, no question.
Well, if you can walk away from the mini O's without being sore or being banged up a little bit, you certainly accomplished something, because
yeah, you're the anomaly.
You are, because it's a war waged by everyone.
Yes.
No matter how good you. I asked Hayden Deegan, he'll tell you too. It's not easy.
No.
Even though he made it look that way. Okay.
Manquist is in.
Yeah, so 39th place is where we're seeing Manquist now with 3 laps complete. So unless there's a scoring issue and or there's an issue with him, not real sure what happened with the 999. I hadn't seen him. I don't.
Here he is right here. On the guys picked him up for us, and he is not riding like Carson Manquist by any means. You see a little relaxed, sitting back on the seat right there, just a touch.
Yeah.
Not aggressive right now, the number 999. So believe probably got some issues going on right now. Going to mail this one in and going to end the season on a high note for sure.
Absolutely. So speaking of high notes, Ashton Arruda hits that octave, I'm sure, with a squeal of joy over the 2. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I would squeal right one, man. I just won Mini O's motocross, man. Ashton Arruda, the 18, taking the win. Zach Longino taking the number 2 spot. That will be 1-1 and 2-2 for the overalls. K1 Matiola looking at a 2-3, so he did make that pass completely stick as he on that last half of the race. Seth Creedy in the 4th place position. Walker McGrill is 5th. William Barrett in 6th. Logan Reniger in 7th. Kate Ferry in 8th. Aiden Allers in 9th. Kyle Paleologos in the number 10 spot. And overall, 1-1 Arruda, Longino 2-2, K1 Matiola 2-3. Then it's Seth Creedy, the 1-4 for 4th overall. Walker McGrill 3-5 for 5th overall. William Barrett 4-6 for 6th overall. Reniger will look at a 3-7 for 7th overall. Kate Ferry a 3-8 for 8th overall. Aiden Allers 5-9 for 9th overall. Braden Sampy 2-12, 10th overall. And again, those are unofficial results. Make sure you check the official posting board. Right now, though, we are back at it with more great racing on the racetrack. These are our senior 40-plus class riders, and Mike Brown takes the early lead, megawatt, with John Gruey in that number 2 spot.
Yep, number 70, John Gruey, right in there behind him, trying to look for the 31. Don't see, there he is, Barry Carson right there, but he's got a couple Kawasaki's ahead of him as well. Might be, I think Mercer might be in there, not sure exactly who that is. We're going to figure it out in just a moment. Back through the roller section, that is the 957 in there as well. He's battling right behind Gruey as Mike Brown starts to put a gap on the rest of the pack.
Carson Manquist we have scored at 39th, by the way, so 4 laps complete for him. Hartberger, I don't know what happened. He must have gone off to the side of the track for a couple of laps or something.
I'm not sure exactly what happened either. Hey, look at this. Mike Brown out front. There comes Gruey.
Yeah.
And Frenchie, our man Paymart battling it out. He's in that number 4 spot right now. Got to duke it out, the Moto Kick CEO out there.
Yeah, those Moto Kicks giving him a little extra oomph, it looks like, here this week. We've got Mike Brown, John Gruey, Shane Keller, Mike Mercer in 4, Gregory Paymart, the 444. Rounding out your top 5 with Dangler, Robinson, Sylvia, Tiffany, and Parsons in the top 10, and Mikey Waynes with 3 more of our top overall.
Hey, thanks, guys. Down here with Juan Matiola, our 3rd place finisher for the 250C junior class. Who you want to thank, man?
My mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ, keeping me safe. FXR, Rhino Power, DC3 suspension, everyone else that's helped me out. Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you. That is your 3rd place finisher, Juan Matiola. All right, Zach Longino, come on up here, man. A 2nd place finish. Making his way up, man. Again, a 2nd place. Do you know these crazy fans?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know why they came out, honestly. Like, come on. It's C-Class. Let's go. But I like to thank them for coming out. A1 Racing Suspension, Patent Service, Bruce MX, Dunlop Tires, FXR Gear. Dunlop Tires hooking up off the start, let me tell you.
Nobody parties like C-Class, right?
Yeah, nobody parties. My sister's a pretty good partier, I guess.
There you go, brother. Congratulations to you, 2nd place finisher, Zach Longino. All right, Ashton Aruda, come on up, man. Grab a bottle of champagne for you. And I might be getting you a number 1 plate. Here, you grab that, man. And I'll grab the heart. Oh, there he is. Mike Burkeen's on his way. We caught him napping. There he is. He's hustling. All right. Ashton Aruda, the official handshake. Mike Burkeen says once again, and make some noise, your champ, 250C Junior. Ashton Aruda, talk to us, man. What it take to get the win?
Yeah, I got a pretty good start and put my head down and pushed. It's fun.
It's fun, man. Well, congratulations to you. No, you don't do it alone. Who would you like to thank?
I think my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandparents, Tech Service Racing, DC3 Suspension, FXR Gear, 60 Helmets, Ava POP Fund, Why Not Co, AP Construction, Distinctive Auto Body, and everybody else, thank you.
There you go, your champ, Ashton Aruda. Take it away, boys.
Wow. What a battle. Now, Mike Brown with a 10-plus second lead, but we were watching the race back in second. Cumberland, Rhode Island's Shane Keller in the number 2 spot as he straight up tracked down and passed John Gruey.
Absolutely. We talked earlier. This guy's a bad dude, Keller, man. He's fit, believe it or not. You take a look at him, he's a pretty big fella. And I have to tell you, he's in it to win it right now. Chased Gruey down, made a great move around the outside, able to make the pass. And look at this, gapped Gruey in half a lap. I mean, dropped him like a bad habit.
Well, I'll tell you what, another rider riding impressively in this top 5 right now was Gregory Paymart. Frenchie, as we know him, love. We just watched him moto kicks and button up into that 4th place position.
He did, man.
And of course, Kyle Dangler moving up into the number 5 position on the 549 at the end of lap number 2 there. He is one of our representatives from the Flying Machine Factory of FMF. Jeremy Parsons, the 78 in 6th. The Tiger, Tony Robinson, the 159. I still can't believe this man is 40 years old.
Right.
I remember when he was racing 80s, man. Jeremy Tiffany, the 233 in 8th. Jeffrey Pape in 9th aboard the 718. John Sylvia, the 651, rounds out your top 10. Megawatt, what does this do for the overall?
Well, I can't read it from here, so I'm going to let you take a look at it.
Well,
but, hey,
here's what
look at this. I mean, Gruey tried to pick the pace back up. He's coming back at Keller, but Keller was wheeling that thing downhill, dude. He's getting some traction, and he's going to be absolutely tough to get back around.
Well, here's the scenario shaping up. We see Mike Brown and expect it to be a 1-1 for him. And as we said, now 13 seconds ahead, so his lead is going to continue. We expect to stretch out. He is not the normal 40-plus-year-old rider at 50 years old. Shane Kelleher and John Gruey, though, they went 2 and 3. Gruey and Kelleher in moto number 1. Currently, they are running 2 and 3 with Kelleher in the advantage.
Right.
So in the overall, they get the tie. So the best finish obviously goes to Kelleher if he hangs on to this. So not only is Gruey looking at taking a defeat in this second moto, but it will also drop him back a position in the overall.
Gruey picked up about 4 or 5 spots on the front half of the track, and look at this. Kelleher again has grabbed a handful back in those fast sections and just absolutely left the number 70, John Gruey. I don't know. Gruey's got some good technical sections over here, but that gap is getting bigger and bigger.
Gotta love it, man. This senior 40-plus class out here on the track right now. Many of these riders kind of the second wave and third wave of American motocross. And
Kelleher drug a foot there a second ago. It didn't even affect him. Just turned the gas. The bike went a little sideways. Just turned the gas on him. Man, holy cow. Great ride by him so far. There comes your leader, Mike Brown.
You to put this into perspective right now, Mike Brown is 50 years old, and he's been racing, since he was at least, 8, 9 years old? Or if not before.
A little before that, I believe. I believe Mike was one of those 6, 7-year-old guys that got to start racing.
He's at 50 years old. He's been racing 40-some years.
That's exactly right.
Over 40 years, he has been racing a motorcycle. And almost, I'm not going to lump him in that pioneer group of riders, but he was like that second wave of folks once motocross really started becoming a big thing, you know?
Oh, absolutely. 50 years. I've got to enjoy motorcycles. Started riding at 5 years old. Started racing somewhere around 8, and of course, never a pro level, you know, maybe B guy, this and that. But I've enjoyed this game, Rodney, for 50 years now this year. I've been a part of this thing, and I absolutely love it.
Well, right now, race fans across the globe are enjoying watching one of the most successful and continuing successful riders of all time, Mike Brown.
And you hear Cody tell that story yesterday, Cody Groves.
Yeah.
Third gear tap, man, that's fast I need to go, man. And Mike Brown says, hey, you can't get it done third gear wide open on a 450, son. You going too fast then. All right? And Cody said, the bad news is that means I got beat in third gear. He said, you know, third gear beat me.
Line choice, smoothing it out, finding, I mean, obviously, I mean, it takes a lot to be able to do that. You can't just go out and wick it up the third gear and expect that you're going to get the results of what Mike Brown does, because it takes a lot out of a soul and physically to do that. And Mike Brown isn't phased one bit as he takes the checkers here at the end of this one. He's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 16, 18 seconds ahead of this battle for second. Shane Kelleher and John Gruey coming across now. Kelleher at 13.4 seconds back, so he picked it up. Brown obviously slowing down a little bit. Gruey 1.7 seconds back in third. That is the way they will go see Mikey Waynes at the podium. Mike Brown, Shane Kelleher, and John Gruey, 1, 2, and 3. Moto kicking Moto 2's butt. Gregory Paymart
checks in fourth, man. How's that do him in the overall? That give him fourth overall?
Actually, it does. A 7.4 lofts him, at least at the moment, to fourth place overall position. I have to think this might be one of the better performances for Greg Paymart. I mean, we've seen some good rides, but when you stack the competition against him, this might be his best finish.
I believe it is, man. And fantastic round over in Supercross. He did a great job over there. Comes over here with a fourth overall. Had a great week with the MKS, the Moto Kicks.
Yep.
So congratulations to Frenchie, man. Glad he had a successful week down here for sure.
So Brown, Keller, and Gruey 1, 2, and 3. They go 1-1, 3-2, and 2-3. A 7-4 for Paymart will give him fourth. 6-5 for Jeremy Parsons yields fifth. Kyle Dengler an 8-6 for sixth. Michael Mercer a 4-11 for seventh. Jeremy Tiffany 9-8 for 8th. John Sylvia 5-12 for 9th. And Tony the Tiger Robinson is 12-7 for 10th place overall. Race 27, 85cc, 9 to 11-year-olds off and rolling now. As we look at this one,
Darren Pine, obviously, anytime he lines up on the gate, is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and expect him to be the same once again here as he took a Division Moto 1 race win. Maverick Gish, another top finisher to watch out for here on the 997 out of Purcell, Oklahoma.
I'm impressed with Pine. Watched him for a few years, and he just keeps. It's like he's right on track, Rodney. He's progressing like he should. He's growing like he should. The speed's coming along like it should. And every time I see him, he's just making the right moves and the right advancements.
I will admit, as we watch this battle up front, that 115 machine doing battle there, that's Braxton Mess.
Yep.
Sorry, Braxton, for all the years of messing that up. But
I like what you did there. I like that, yeah.
Well, that wasn't intentional.
Those are the best ones.
But what I was going to say about Darren Pine caught my attention early on, not as much as for his riding, which obviously came later, but the name really stuck out to me.
Sure.
Something about that name, Darren Pine. And now the riding goes with the name. It's a standout, and we'll watch him stand out through this moto, see if he can hang on to it and head down to Mikey Wayne's.
Come on up, John Gruey, making his way onto the box, senior 40+. John Gruey, man, a third-place finish for you out there. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, Team Babbitts, Kawasaki Team Green, Fox, FMF, Decal Works, Factory Connection Suspension, Dunlop Tires, Tamer Hole Shot Devices, Twin Air, Renthal, Moto Hose, Hinson, and all my buddies, my girlfriend back home. Everybody helps me out. I really appreciate it.
There you go, your third-place finisher, John Gruey. All right, Shane Keller, come on up. Our second-place finisher. We're close, Kelleher. I got it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you, buddy. Where you come from?
Rhode Island.
Hey, doing work out there. Congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank FXR Moto Gear, Hydro Earth, Kelleher Sealants, and the Canning Establishment.
Your second-place finisher, Shane Keller. All right, we're going to bring up Mike Brown. I'm going to grab your champagne. Yeah, there we go. Mike Brown, a little champ. Mike Burkeen with the #1 plate for Mike Brown. And the handshake. And make some noise for Mike Brown. Mike Brown taking the win here, senior 40+. Mike, want to take it out front and get it done?
Yeah, I just ain't got to jump off the gate with these guys on the 450 today, but maybe work on it a little bit for the next race. And no, it's good. It's not always good to get the whole shot and just ride away. I'd like to. That's what I'm here for. You know, do the battle and push and get pushed. So it's that's what the fun is about it. You know, if I get 5th or 1st is always better. But it's just the battle and intensity of being out there.
Love it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you, Mike. Thank those sponsors, man.
Yeah, just the main ones here: FXR, Munn Racing, Dunlop Tires, you know, Pro Striker for hooking me up these last few weeks here, and Enzo, just all the guys that's been with me, Alpine Stars, and, you know, it's a great ride, and I appreciate everything over the years for all you guys.
The champ, Mike Brown. Take it away, Rodney Tomlin.
I just heard that they're going to be doing some rule, not changes, but there's some people that are trying to get a rule change in there for any amateur competitions that Mike Brown must from now on compete in 2nd gear only. That's as high as he can go.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, KTM took the rest of the gears out of his bike, and they just went to 3rd. Cody Groves, you heard him say Mike Brown, you know, all he rides is his 3rd gear, runs that thing wide open, and all these guys just got beat with 3 gears.
All right, Darren Pine right now, I'm sure using maybe a gear or 2 more than 3, maybe not. 157.011, pretty blistering fast lap time, opens up a 6.3-second lead over Gage Brown. Braxton Mess now in the #3 spot. Trenton Burton in 4th. Travis Johnsmeyer is 5th. Wyatt Duff in 6th. Travis Schneider in 7th. Chase Morgan after 2 is 8th. Gage Dunham in 9th, and Chase Dashiell rounding out the top 10.
That list right there is definitely good. Now, we've seen some heavy hitters. We've seen some big lists, 4 or 5 names. All 10 of these guys can win.
Absolutely.
All 10 of those guys right now. It was just a matter of track position and speed right now. But all the way from Dashiell clear up to Pine, those guys are all winners.
Absolutely. And at the end of 2, working on 3, Darren Pine looking at a 1-1, Gage Brown a 2-2, and Trenton Burton a 2-4 would yield
third place overall. Braxton Mess, by the way, looking for that rider. He went 5th in moto number 1, so a 5.3 is right now good enough for 4th place position.
Yeah, Mess has a bunch of people. If you take a look at our monitor right now, Mess just has a mess of people behind him right now.
Absolutely, and he ain't messing around.
Not at all. And look, now we see Mess picks up the spot. He's up into the number 3 spot. So that moves Johnsmeyer back. Duff comes out of 6 up into the number 5 position. Burton now into the number 6 ride. Case Morgan in 7th. Gage Dunham moves up a spot. He's into the number 5 position the number 8 position. Travis Snyder into the 9th spot, and Chase Dashel still in that number 10 position.
Couple riders, I think, losing spots there. Travis Schneider, Chase Morgan, and Trenton Burton all through that top 10. So some changes going on lap 3. What does it mean for the overall? It does change it up a little bit. Pine and Brown still looking at 1st and 2nd. And a 3-4 now. Travis Johnsmeyer, that's still the same. And Braxton Mess, hoping and looking for the 4th place position overall, but time will tell the story on that one. And looking at this, looks like the story's about to get a little more exciting. The plot thickens.
Yeah, Johnsmeyer around to the outside. Can he make the move happen right here? He's trying to get ahead of Mess. Johnsmeyer sticks it way down inside, shortens that track way up. Tries to get a good run as they work through that front rhythm section. Johnsmeyer gets on the rear of the bike. Can he find some extra traction?
And, you know,
I believe he's bringing Wyatt Duff with him. Yeah, that's the 44 machine. So Duff coming along for the ride with Johnsmeyer.
Johnsmeyer currently has 3rd place overall sealed up. I'm trying to do some math here, and that's as far as he's going to be able to go without getting around both Darren Pine and Gage Brown up front in the 1st and 2nd place positions. White flag out on this one as we check in with leader Darren Pine, a 157.163 and an 8-second lead over Gage Brown, who also has a fairly secure pace at 157.8 right now, and about 3.3 seconds lead over Braxton Mess, the 115. Johnsmeyer, the 100, is pressuring and was pressuring and has been Braxton Mess for 3rd place. He doesn't have to gain the position to get the overall spot, but what he does have to do is try to keep Wyatt Duff off his rear wheel, because the 721 is pushing him to make a push around the 3rd place ride. So this could get very interesting as far as that 3rd place position is concerned by the time we reach the checker. Our leader out on the Gators tail now, way out there. He again about 10 seconds ahead now of the rest of the field. 2nd should be dropping onto the Gators tail. They got about a 3.5 second lead. Then that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place position of Mess, Johnsmeyer, and Duff, and there they are on the Gators tail right now, coming into the roller section.
I tell you, couldn't be more impressed with this young man, Darren Pine. Body position always right. That right wrist is locked, always in the sweet spot of the motor. Works his way back down, coming in front of the tower right now. Going to put this one to bed here in just a moment, the 58 of Darren Pine. But again, every time we see this kid, he's picked up some size, he's picked up some speed, he's picked up some knowledge. And this kid is right on pace right now.
Well, Darren Pine will seal the deal. A 1-1 and a win overall at the Mini O's in the 85 9-11 class. And Gage Brown going to be checking in the number 2 spot. I'm still up in the air of what's going on back there. Things started tightening up, I believe, for that 3rd place position. Gage Brown gets 2nd, Braxton Mess in 3rd. They held steady there, but Duff had gotten around. I thought I saw some passing going on. So here's the way it works out. Gage Brown does hang on to 2nd, Mess in 3rd. Wyatt Duff does better himself in the overall there. Actually, by getting around Johnsmeyer, that put Mess in the number 3 spot overall. So that was a big
big pass for Braxton Mess by Wyatt Duff out there, and that changed the face of what this race is looking like out there. So, wow, pretty impressive, no doubt. And we've got our good friends at Race Tech Megawatt to say thanks to for our next class coming up here on the racetrack.
No doubt about it. Got an update too on Carson Manquist. Went down hard on the start. Tumbled about 3 times with the bike. Kid come over on the inside, took him down. Couldn't breathe. Had the wind knock clear out of him. But as soon as the medic got to him, man, he was looking for his goggles. I want my goggles. I'm racing. I don't care if it's 38th, whatever. And Carson Manquist able to finish out the week.
Well, firing up our next race here, race 28, 250A class, brought to you by Race Tech, the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company, inventors of their proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA.
Well, Rodney, 250A out on the track. This one's going to go 20 minutes plus 1. 20 minutes plus 1. And familiar sight in our 250A class. .38. Even Deegan up front leading the way. Got a great jump. As we said, Dax Bennett not getting the cleanest start right now. Got some work to do.
Well, with Deegan getting that great jump, we saw this happen in Moto 1, I believe, of the, was it the 450A or
Pro Sport?
The Pro Sport class. And I mean, again, you know, I'm going to say it. We as race fans a little disappointed because we wanted to see it, but it's good to see him up front doing what he's doing right now. We'll check in with the rest of the field here in just a moment. Where is Dax Bennett and how's it going to shape up? Stick around. We'll be back after these podium presentations here.
Thanks, guys. Down here, top 3, 85cc, 9 to 11. Braxton Mess, a 3rd place finish. Man, who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Fast House Hot Wheels, 100% USA, Dirt Bike Kids, EMT Racing, AEO Power Sports, Pro Circuit. That bike was running amazing. Mega Metals, ODI Grips, Bell Helmets, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
There you go. Congratulations to you, your 3rd place finisher, Braxton Mess. All right, Gage Brown, come on up, man. A 2nd place finish for you here today. Gage, big congratulations, man. A 2nd place. Who you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom and dad, Jesus for keeping me safe, Grandma and Papa, Mimi and Papa, Adventure Moto, 7, 100% Bell, Roost, Aunt Sam, DBK, and On Track School, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Yeah, what about him?
And Dan Pine.
There you go. Oh, and
David Tarno for putting on my graphics.
There you go. Hey, nailed it, brother. Good job, Gage Brown. Congratulations to you. All right, come on up, Darren Pine. I'm going to hand you, I'm going to do the #1 plate first right there, man. A bottle of champ. Hold it up, snag a photograph, and then we're going to powwow. A big congratulations to you, Darren Pine, man. Taking 1st place out there, buddy. Who you want to thank?
My mom and dad, 100% Beast Moto Lab, TTMX, Van Martin, JM Racing, John from JM Racing, Brandon from Bees, Troy Lee Designs, and anyone else, thank you.
There you go. Oh, and
I love my mama.
Hey, we got you. Take it away, boys. How's it looking out there?
Hey, it's looking great. I love my mama too, man.
Absolutely.
All righty. 250A sees Hayden Deegan out front. Jackson Pascal in 2nd, but Aiden Shive and Bryce Shelley in a torrid battle for that #3 spot. Christopher Blackmare in the #5 spot. Looks like Leo Tucker in 7th. Behind Quentin Perniers
Prune Air.
Prune Air.
Silent S.
Hey, that works for me.
Old guys like us eat prunes and we breathe air is what Mike said. Mike
Prune
Burkett,
Air.
so Prune Air. Hey, shout out to the entire Tucker family. See them down there. Leo Tucker running in that number 6 spot right now. Love those guys. Tucker Trucking Company. They're out there in the Ironman area. But Mr. Tucker, hello to you, bro. You're a great guy. Leo doing a great job out there as well. Glad you guys are with us this week.
Well, Dax Bennick trying to work his magic from back in 8th spot right now. Looks like latching on Benjamin Garib.
Yeah, I think Ben went down maybe on the first lap. I had him up there like 2nd or 3rd position on that first lap. I may be wrong, but possibly went down. But I had him up there quite a bit higher.
Well, speaking of Tucker under pressure now from Dax Bennick, and looks like Garib, that 39 machine, and Garib putting himself in a little better position almost, look like. And we got a pass for almost a pass for seconds. Aiden Shive challenging Pascal. We got 2 big races going on right now, Megawatt. The battle for second and the battle for like 3rd and 4th place position, or 4th and 5th place positions of Pascal and Shive. They check in 0.132 apart.
Look at this. Holy cow. Shive went clear underneath Pascal, rubbed his leg with that front tire. Pascal never shut the Honda off, maintains that 2nd position, and the whole time Shelley's sitting there on that Yamaha just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
And Tucker still in 6th, Garib in 7th now as Dax Bennick drops back to the number 8 spot in that little fisticuffs out there. Back at the top of the Gator now as we're looking at this battle for the number 2 spot. Pascal still holding steady on the Honda out of Colorado. Aiden Shive on that Kawasaki, trying to put himself in position as we're working our way back here, Megawatt.
And Pascal just riding defensively right now. Shive going anywhere he can find room, anywhere he's got vision. Shive to the inside now. Does he get on the rear fender? Can he get the drive down this straightaway, Rodney?
Well, I'll tell you, a good move there on the outside with the 74 machine, but will it be enough coming into this section? Look at that momentum that Shive drives into that roller section with, but look at that authority that Pascal is firing back with. Not going to be enough, though, as he gets passed by both those riders coming up behind him.
Told you Shelley was sitting in the perfect spot. He was sitting back there just waiting for a mistake. He knew Shive was going to force the issue, and when he did, tucked in on the rear fender, came along for the ride. Look at Dax Bennick now. Dax Bennick going to work on everybody. He goes to the inside right now. He said, heck with this.
Man, that happened real fast. Learned his lesson from a lap ago. And Prunair is right there at the back of this battle for second right now, guys. We got Pascal, or Shive, Pascal, Bryce Shelley, and Prunair all right there battling for second as Shive will check in the number 2 spot. Pascal in 3rd, Shelley is 4th. Prunair in the number 5 position. But look at this, a 148 for Prunair, a 148 for Bennick as well, but he's about 5 seconds behind those riders. But more importantly, Prunair is going to be one to watch, I think, through this next lap, or maybe 2 laps of racing in this battle for second place.
And the problem for everybody else, the 238, Hayden Deegan, a 147.7 last time around, increasing that gap up to 12 seconds here on lap number 4. This one's going to go 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Hayden Deegan putting in absolutely perfect laps right now.
I'll tell you, Deegan doing what he had to do early on. He might be glad that he did that, because these guys they're coming out. They're ready.
They're swinging, no doubt about that, Rodney. But the problem is going to slow each other down just a bit as they lock into these battles. You can see that lap time, 149 for Shive, 151 for Pascal. Shelley a 151 as well.
Prunair. Oh,
down goes Shive.
Oh, is that Shive?
No,
Prunair.
Yeah, Prunair. Sorry,
yeah, Prunair. Trying to get around Shelley and Pascal there in that battle. Heartbreaker there for the 319 Frenchman. This kid's certainly opening up a lot of eyes here in American motocross, and I think they said that he's going to be going, or he said he's going to be going back. But here's a replay on that. What happened here? He just got too far over to that soft and bounced over.
It actually kicked him, Ronnie. He got into that soft, like you said, and brought him clear off of the track into the berm right over there. Takes out a tough block, and that's the end of that.
Absolutely. But I believe he said yesterday on Podium he would be heading back to France, but man, I really hope we get to see him back over here some more. He really a lot of fun to watch and going to bring a whole element, a new element to this A-class and amateur racing here in America.
Oh, no question about that. Has a totally different style, has great speed, a lot of fun to watch. So looking forward to the next time we get to see Brunaire.
Well, here's the way things are looking now after 5. It is Deegan out front with a 13.5-second lead over Aiden Shive. Bryce Shelley, the 34, in 3rd. Jackson Pascal in 4th. Dax Bennick now up to the number 5 spot, and right behind him in tow is Benjamin Garib. Cross flags are out on this one, this lap around, by the way. Trevin Nelson running 7th. Christopher Blackmore in 8th. Eddie Noria is 9th. Reagan Cochran rounding out the top 10. Tucker, who was battling for one of those top 5 positions earlier, now back in the number 13 spot. So you see that the
pace will get you, man.
Yeah.
The pace will get a hold of you. It's a mental game. He was locked in a battle from the drop of the gate, Rodney. He had 2 riders in front of him, 2 riders behind him, doing his best. Picked up a couple spots and then became a victim as I believe Bennick, Pascal, Shelley came through.
So Deegan looking for this one. Last half a lap. Probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 14-15 seconds. But man, what's going on behind him will not relinquish, I don't think, until the checkers finally fly. Dax Bennick on the charge more here as he's reeling in. Was that passing, or is that a lap right, or who we got here? That Bryce Shelley, I believe.
I believe that's Shelley.
That is Shelley. Just ahead Shelley, now is Aiden Shive. So Shive is next on the order. Was about 2.5 seconds ahead of Bryce Shelley. Now 2.9 seconds ahead of Dax Bennick. Bennick turning a 1:47.7, nearly 2 seconds faster than Aiden Shive. This could get really interesting really fast in the race for second place now.
Yeah, last time around, Bennick, fastest guy on the track with that 1:47.7, picked up a couple spots. And again, like you said, he's going after Shive right now. It's time to go to the second shift, time to clock in, do some work.
Over the top of the Gators back now as they make that hard left-hand turn, 180 degrees. Now dropping back down into the heart of the Gator back cycle course. Dax Bennick got his sights set on the 731 Kawasaki of Aiden Shive. He sees him now as they enter the back section and work their way toward the Gators' tail now. What kind of distance can Bennick gain on the 731 of Shive, or will he? Will Shive rise to the occasion as we exit this section of the race course now and begin our trek back toward the finish line? Man, I think Bennick may have gained another half second to a second off that Gators tail. As we wind our way around, we see the real estate shrinking up even more.
Shive's a bad dude, but the bottom line is the pace belongs to Bennick right now. The faster guy on the track is Bennick. He's not eating any roost. He doesn't have any pressure from behind.
Yes.
So he's got one mission, dispatch of Aiden Shive, and that's exactly what he's trying to do right now, closing that gap with every corner. Again, nearly 2 seconds a lap faster last time around. Dax Bennick is comfortable right now. He's in the mid part of the race. He knows exactly what he has to do. And look
on
at
the
this.
tip of the Tater scale, we were looking at nearly 2 seconds that separated these guys. They are nose to tail and drag racing up the finish line jump, and side by side. Dax Bennick does not get credit for the pass till after they land, and now Bennick takes over the number 2 spot. Aiden Shive in the number 3 spot. I'm sure wondering what just happened.
You know he is. And that's what I told you. Bennick had the pace for the last 3 laps. Bennick was in the flow. He's extremely comfortable. Look at the body language of Bennick right now.
Dude, he looked like he was riding a rocket-propelled motorcycle there.
And he's totally comfortable right now. He's having a good time doing that. That's what made him so deadly fast right now. He found that groove. He's super comfortable with that pace. Not only was able to catch up within the lap, dispatched him, and look at this, opens up about 10 bike lengths immediately, Rodney.
And the Star Racing Yamaha folks have got a lot to be excited about heading toward the future for sure, as Dax Bennick in second now. Hayden Deegan on point on this one. These are their 2 stars, obviously, and it is so exciting to watch this all unfold.
So taking a look again, Dax Bennick on your monitor right now, all alone, trying to eat into that gap. Now knows he's going to have a tall task at hand, trying to get up, match the pace, close the gap on Hayden Deegan, but puts himself into that number 2 ride, going to set out. Now it's all about good laps, Rodney.
Yeah, absolutely. Just putting them down. Lap 8 in the history books now.
Bummed out for our friend Jordan Jarvis. Got a pretty good start and then cleaned out, I believe. Has some problems with the foot right now, but Jordan Jarvis 110% at all times. Love hanging out with Herm. Pop's a good dude. And one thing they're about coming out and racing.
I like bench racing with her. She's great to announce with.
Absolutely.
She finished 18th in Moto 1. She opened up. I think she was 16th here in the second Moto. But like you said, man, she's suffering some from the foot injury, and that's kind of tough to do, especially when they're a track. Check this out. A lap down, Prunaire is now back on it, and he is trying to run the pace with Hayden Deegan. Not trying to force any issues, obviously, but what he is doing, I think he's proving a point to himself and maybe to the rest of the world as well.
To himself, Rodney, but what the concern is, of course, is the two of them maybe get together. Maybe there's a mistake somewhere. What's he doing? Shouldn't be trying to race with the leader a lap down. That will be the question. But right now, there's some gap. Prunaire, it's a mind game to himself. Like you said, he's proven a point. I've got the pace. I've got the speed. But you should not be racing with the leader right now.
Well, what kind of statement would it make if he was a lap down and was able to pass the leader? I mean, not saying that Deegan's necessarily on the point right now to where he's racing his fastest lap, settling into a much slower pace, but at the same time, anytime competition starts rolling up behind you, you would think that he is going to elevate his level of riding as well.
Yeah, that time around 148 for Hayden. He's starting to back it off just a bit. I think that might be giving Prunaire a little false sense of security as well. So might be giving him a little extra confidence that is a bit clouded.
Prunaire actually 1 lap down in 23rd position with 8 laps in the history books on this one.
We've seen it indoors. We saw it on the Supercross track. We've seen it out here. Hayden able to match the pace. Hayden able to come from behind. Okay, good start, bad start. He's been able to seal the deal. Any doubter should have been put to rest this week. Okay, any doubter should have been shut right up by Danger Boy this week. He's been unmatched on speed. He's brought the results. Okay, and nobody's been able to hold that pace. So love it or hate it, the bottom line is he's been the fastest dude here this week.
Hey, you cannot take anything away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nonsense.
It actually it's entertaining to know the mindset of some of the folks out there, the way they get so upset about things like that, and the way they shoot their mouths off. And then when he comes out and puts on, you know, this is one thing to get the whole shot and run away with, but what he did in that first moto, buried back in the 20s on that first lap to work his way through the pack, that was
3 + 3 6, 4 + 2 6, 5 + 1 6. I don't care how you add it up, Rodney. The fastest dude on the track this week.
Absolutely.
Period.
And Deegan right now taking his.
And our man Jim got to be proud this week of his riders. Dax Bennick, Danger Boy out there under the tutelage of Jim. Doing a great job. The Star Yamaha guys making it happen.
Absolutely. 16 years old. There's Jordan Jarvis right there. We see back in that 22nd place position, suffering with the foot ailment. But just 16 years old is Hayden Deegan. And, you know, still, you know, a boy by most rights whenever you look at the big picture, and able to go out and produce the results that he did in the Outdoor Motocross National at the end of the season. Just impressive, no doubt.
He's been a part of our game since he started that social media stuff on 65s, 85s, that type of thing. So he's so familiar to you. The bottom line is his learning curve is sharper than anybody else on the track right now, okay? Can't deny it, period. It's a fact.
It most certainly is that, and we are waning through the closing moments of this one and watching Hayden Deegan. Prunaire, as we said, that 319, a lap down after the little get off. He was battling back there from a top 5 position, trying to work his way through the pack. Dax Bennick now 18 seconds back in second place, and a lot to be said about that Star Racing Yamaha rider as well. You know, he all heart. You know,
Right.
a lot, we say that about a lot of riders, but he is another one of those riders that is all heart, coming out of Morganton, North Carolina. Familiar for me mainly because of GNCC, but I know in that area there's a lot of great racers that come out of there. Most of the Morganton, North Carolina riders are woods riders. This rider, though, not a woods rider. He is by far and away one of the top motocross pilots in the nation.
And they're all tough dudes. It's rugged country there. They don't have easy practice tracks. That, you know,
right.
Nothing lackadaisical about the mentality over there in Morganton, North Carolina.
White flag is waving on this one, and it appears that Hayden Deegan is on track for his 12th lap complete here in about 1 minute and 40 seconds, and the conclusion of the 258 class should be able to take home another win here at the Mini O's. Should line him up, I'm thinking, for pretty good some of those overall top awards that we're looking at.
For sure.
So Bennick also outstanding performance. Kind of overshadowed, I think, obviously by Hayden Deegan, but these two are the future stars of the sport. There's no doubt. Garib in the number 3 spot. Aiden Shive is 4th. Garib, as we said, in 4th. Bryce Shelley in 5th. Trevin Nelson in 6th. Jackson Pascal, after up in the number 2 spot and battling for that spot, drops to a 7th place position. Christopher Blackmer gaining some time there in the 8th place position. He's gained on Pascal. He might get around. And Dylan Rempel in 9th. Eddie Norriat Jr. will round out the top 10 after 11 laps of racing.
Well, you can see the body position right now. You can see on the track, Danger Boy definitely throttling back right now, just trying to bring this home. Wants to keep it on 2 wheels. Had a gap of about 17 seconds, so he's absolutely secure. And again, we were talking about Prunair's tucking in behind him. What you got to remember, though, Prunair's had a whole lap to pick the bike back up, catch his breath, and then he pulls out behind him. So if that makes you feel better, that's okay. All right, but the bottom line was you had a whole lap to catch your breath, and then all of a sudden you pull out on a clean track behind the leader and you try to match the pace. So okay, you know, whatever. But hats off. You know, I'm a Prunair fan already.
Absolutely.
But the bottom line is the man of the hour. You're looking at him right now, the 238 of Hayden Deegan.
Hayden Deegan taking the win there. Dax Bennick should check up in the number 2 spot. Again, stellar performances by the Star Racing Yamaha team here with us this week. Benjamin Garib in the number 3 spot, Aiden Shive in 4th, 5th, Bryce Shelley. Now, as they cross the finish line here in the next few moments, what does that mean for the overall? Well, in the overall, it means a 1-1 for Hayden Deegan. For 2nd place position, the 41 of Daxton Bennick, a 2-2 for 2nd overall, and for Benjamin Garib, a 4-3 for 3rd overall, a 7-4 for Aiden Shive yields 4th overall. Bryce Shelley looking at a 6-6 for 5th overall. 8 down on our next race as the 258 sort themselves out in the impound area now. In our mini senior 13 to 15-year-old riders are off and rolling. Carson Wood going to be one to watch in this one. Wood taking a Moto 1 win on that Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki. Gregory Jordan out of Winder, Georgia. Fast House Pure Outlaw backed right, taking 2nd. 3rd going to Kane Bolasina, the 314 out of St. Louis, Missouri on a Stallman Power Sports Mom and Dad Game Moto. Fast House and Sickwick's backed right. 4th place position there in that first moto. As we scan through these results quickly, that is Inaki Arbuzwaya. And 5th place position is Jonathan Getz out of Old Town, Florida. So that is your top 5 we'll be looking at here on this first lap possibly. And that was from Moto number 1, but as we know, things often change. And as we check in with the leaders up front, that is a 4-7 on the machine of Heath Fisher, if that's the front. I'm not sure if that's the front or not. If it is, Fisher getting off to a blistering fast start. He finished 7th on the Husqvarna-backed motorcycle. He's actually a Husqvarna Australia racer. Australian rider may have not got the start he was looking for in Moto 1, and we might be about ready to see the birth of a new star in American motocross. Hailing out of Australia now is a 47 machine. Leads this one on lap number 1.
moto number 2 of Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15-year-old class. He makes a hard right-hand turn, and whoa, second place goes down. So there's going to be a little shifting back there. Heath Fisher out of Australia, leading Carson Wood now, moving into the number 2 spot on the 26 out of Zephyr Hills, Florida, on board the Kawasaki. The gap nearly 3 seconds. Kane Bolasina in 3rd, Gregory Jordan in 4th aboard the 234. Jonathan Getz in 5th, Dakota Baker in 6th, Benjamin Moya in 7th, Joseph Shipley in 8th, Nathaniel Orrs 9th, Lincoln Bartholomew rounding out the top 10 after that first lap of racing. And as we look down onto the podium, it appears as though Mikey Waynes may be about ready to go as we sort this one out. Watch to see what happens. Can Heath Fisher make that statement? Do we have a new star? As I said, in American motocross, hailing out of Australia. He went 7 in Moto 1. He's currently riding in position 1 down to Mikey Waynes.
Thanks, guys. Got our top 3 up here. Benjamin Garib making his way up onto the box. Come on up here, man. Benjamin Garib, a 3rd place finish. Tell us about it.
I was 3rd on the first lap, then I crashed, so had to came from the back, and just I feel good on the bike. Let's finish up strong for the last moto, and let's
have some fun. Love it, man. Who do you want to thank?
EBR Performance, Josh, my mom and dad, my trainer Jay Whipple, the Fly 100%, Yamaha Altus, just everyone else I forgot, and my grandma.
Go, love it, man. Good man right there. Make some noise for Benjamin Garib. All right, Dax Bennett, come on up, man. 2nd place finish. Making his way onto the box. Dax, talk to us, man. 2nd place finish up there. This was a tough one.
Yeah. Not to start at 1. It came out probably mid-pack 10s maybe, and just, you know, I followed a little too much in the beginning, and then I finally got around those kids, and once I got the 2nd, I started charging, but obviously it's too late. But I actually felt pretty good that moto, so I'm looking forward to the next one.
Heck yeah, man. Well, big congratulations to you. Who you want to thank, Dax?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, the whole Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha crew, everyone that's made this possible. Thank you.
There you go. Your 2nd place finisher, Dax Bennett. All right, got to bring up our champ, the Danger Boy, Hayden Deegan. Hayden Deegan, come on up, man. Got to do it for the gram. I got you, brother. All right, Hayden Deegan, there's a bottle of champagne. Mr. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side. Going to present you with the #1 plate, courtesy of the AMA. There it is, the official handshake. All right, Hayden Deegan, man, talk to me. Megawatt Matt Watson, credit him for the comment. He said Hayden Deegan has had some bad starts. He worked through the pack. He's had some good starts. Run away with it. You've showed everybody the tools in the toolbox this weekend. No stone left unturned. How you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling really good. I think I proved I could probably get through the pack, and I did it twice, so I was able to go from mid-pack to last to first twice, but I was able to show my speed, and I'm happy with it, and the track was good, that moto. It was actually pretty smooth. I thought it would be a little rougher, but it was pretty smooth and nice, so had fun out there, and just kept inching away slowly.
I'd say so, man. An incredible ride here today. Hayden, I know you don't do it alone. You got a lot of great people and sponsors behind you as well.
Yeah, the whole Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha team, we put in a lot of work pretty much. We're training every single day, so it definitely, the work shows, and it's a non-stop grind with them. And yeah, I'd like to thank Monster Energy, my mom and dad. They do a lot for me. Mechanic Duff, and everyone at Star. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Hold it up. Make some noise. Your champ, 258, Danger Boy Hayden Deegan. Take it away, Rodney and Megawatt.
All righty. Thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. As we pick the action back up on this one, the Australian Heath Fisher still out front of 26, Carson Wood. Now, when you look at the overall, a 1-2 scores the win for Carson Wood, so he doesn't have to pass the 47 machine for the purpose of winning. The overall, Kane Bolasina is looking at a 3-4 for 2nd overall. Gregory Jordan 2-5 for 3rd overall. Heath Fisher 7-1 would give him 4th overall, and Jonathan Getz a 5-3 would yield a 5th place overall. So, you know, this first place finish would definitely do big things for the 47 machine, like we said in the overall. But Megawatt, as important as that, you know, I hadn't even really recognized him this week till we just saw what took place in this. this second gate drop of Moto 2. I have to wonder, had he just been getting buried in starts, not able to make those passes, and maybe he did make the passes, we just didn't notice them, and here he is now getting that good out of the gate clean air and really taking command of the mini senior 213 to 15 class.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. We've talked about him all week, but like you said, he was buried a lot of times on the starts. He was in a 3-4-way battle many times, so that big breakout move wasn't there. You know what I mean? When you were picking up a spot here, a spot there, you were locked in those battles, and it was going back and forth. You get a spot, you give up a spot. You get a spot, you give up a spot. Right now, look, the spotlight's on him. He's like, hey, Megawatt, you said say my name. Make me say my name. There it is, man. Heath Fisher out front leading the way.
Well, he's made us say his name definitely here in this second moto. Great, like you said, I mean, solid performance, but just not so explosive this morning, I guess, is probably why it caught my attention so much more today than earlier in the week. But white flag is out on this one, and Carson Wood is putting that pressure on. Old habits die hard. Carson Wood putting that pressure on from back in the number 2 spot as we drop down into the Gator pit down Gator Falls. But even though he's trying to put the pressure on, he hasn't really shown a wheel yet. But let's see what happens here once we reach the top of the Gator's back. That hard left-hand turn back, if he gets there, we might start to see a setup for a pass on this final lap.
Yeah, here it comes right now. You know Wood's going to run it in there.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of strategy or anything else in one of these corners, just to leave it on a little longer on the straightaway. He closed the gap. He gave up a little bit there. We're on the last lap, but I'm telling you, he's going to make a charge, Rodney, as soon as we hit the back section of this track.
I don't know if it was the choppiness of the camera view, but our monitor here, but it almost looked like he slowed way down going into that turn. Wood did. Kind of surprising it wasn't nearly as aggressive to the inside of that turn as I thought he would, and that allowed Fisher to really gain a little bit of real estate coming off the Gator's back now. Now maybe Wood's got something up his sleeve for this next section of racetrack.
Yeah, he straight caught some chatter, didn't realize it was in there. That was a new line to him. Of course, you can't follow to make the pass, and there comes Wood. You see him going way outside, trying lines he might not have even used.
So heading down in front of the spectators now. Option lane to the outside goes the 47 of Fisher, to the inside of Wood, but not close enough to make any.
And he's going to make a run at him. He needs to get up there. He wants to get him by the top of the Gator pit, but right now, track position belongs to Fisher, bottom line.
As they drop down into the Gator pit, it's going to, unless there's a mistake here by the 4-7, and I don't see it happening. He gets a good drive out of the Gator pit. Wow.
How about that, Rodney?
Heath Fisher takes a solid win. Moto number 2 here in the mini senior 213 to 15. Carson Wood will finish second in the moto. Jonathan Getz third in the moto. Kane Bolasina fourth. Gregory Jordan in fifth. And then should see Joseph Shipley. Actually, Inaki Arbuzway. Then Joseph Shipley. Dakota Baker, Austin Camden, Chase Baker. Now, as far as the overall is concerned, remember, Heath Fisher finished 7th in Moto 1, so a 7-1 is going to put him back. He's still top 5, though. 1-2 for Carson Wood will take the overall win. Kane Bolasina 3-4 for second overall. Gregory Jordan 2-5 for a third place overall position. A 7-1 for Heath Fisher for fourth. Jonathan Getz goes 5-3 for fifth overall. 5-1-1 Inaki Arbuzway in the number 6 spot. The 5-1-1 going 4-6. 9-7 for Joseph Shipley in 7th overall. 8th is the 191 of Austin Camden going 8-9. And 12-8 for 9th place for Dakota Baker. Chase Baker goes 10-10 for consistency and a top 10 overall.
Holy cow, and here we go. 250B right now blasting off, Rodney. This one's going to be 15 plus 1, 15 minutes plus 1, 250B.
250B, it's race number 30. What we say, 44 races. 4 gate drops in this second moto. This is our 30th gate drop, so 14 more gate drops to go on this race day today. And that will be the conclusion of the Mini-O's. We'll have awards presentation shortly following race, and stick around, folks. Don't go anywhere. 250B class seeing a Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki pilot, I thought was anyway. It's Kawasaki out front there for a moment. and still is. See if we can get the 300 of Drew Adams, the Chattanooga Drew Chew. Out front on the Monster Energy Kawasaki, backed by Fox, Dunlop, Oakley, Renthal, and OGO. He finished 6th in the first moto.
That Christian Yannick maybe in the 3rd spot?
If so, Yannick coming in this one with a 4th place position finish.
Right behind him is the 550 machine. I believe that's Cole. Is that what Cole Forbes? Is that who that is?
Yes, 550 would be Forbes out of Richmond, Virginia. So yeah, they're getting it all sorted out. Forbes had a great run in this one. He ended up finishing 5th in that first moto. Your winner was Logan Best at 2:06. I know he was having some shoulder issues, so to speak, maybe getting that rubbed out last night. Noah Stevens, the 97, took a 2nd in this class. Breslin and Guilherme Breslin took a 3rd place position. Christian Yannick was a 4th place position finisher in Moto 1, as was Nate Brahill. We see Noah Smurden was the top finisher in his division race. Noah Stevens, Maximo Sequeiros. So a lot of names in this one. Cole Forbes was 5th. All right, at the end of 1, it's Adams and Best. So Best, even with the shoulder last night that we were talking about, still in a front-running position. He's got Christian Yannick back in 3rd. We got Mikey Waynes on that podium.
Thanks, guys. Top 3, Mini Senior Tupa, Gregory Jordan, man, a 3rd place finish for you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, Millsaps Training Facility, Lil Brian, Big Brian, Miss Colleen, Dirt Bike Depot, Fast House, Fonzie, Kevin Kelly, Alan Oots, Daryl Moon, and everybody else. Thank you.
There we go. Your 3rd place finisher, Gregory Jordan. Good man. Kane Bolasina. Come on up here, man. A 2nd place finish for you out there, buddy. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Stallman's Power Sports, Factory Connection, Fast House, Game Moto, Moto Blind, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you go. Your 2nd place finisher, Kane Bolasina. All right, Carson Wood. Oh, you snuck up on me. He's mixing it up. I'm about it. Carson Wood, there's a bottle of champagne. We will invite Mr. Mike Burkeen of the AMA to come up and present that #1 plate. CW getting it done. All right, Carson Wood. Oh, hold it up. Grab a picture. Grab a picture. Carson Wood, talk to us, man. 1st place finish for you out there. Tell us about it.
It was good. I got like 5th or 8th off the whole shot, and just made a couple passes, and yeah.
Got it done, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Kawasaki, Team Green, Pro Circuit, Renthal, Maxima, Dunlop, Throttle Syndicate, Moto Sandbox, Future MX, and God being safe. Thank you so much.
Here we go. Your champ, Carson Wood. We'll throw it back to you, Rodney Tomlin.
Thanks a lot, Mikey.
Big Mike.
Big Mike. Drew Adams out front of this one. We have way too much fun at other people's expense. Christian Yannick in the #2 spot. Logan Best now back in the #3 spot. Mitch Zaremba in 4th. Noah Stevens. Man, when you talk about
Zaremba, is that guy in here again? Where'd he come from? Last lap he wasn't even in there, was he? Holy cow.
Here's the thing to point out about these boys. I'm just going a 150 for Zaremba, by the way, coming through some traffic. He got around Stevens, I think, and Schofield. But anyway, Schofield's out there. Dawson Cobb is there. Nick Israel. These riders, wow. I mean, they have all been so successful this week. It's amazing. And every time you put them out there, it's like putting them in a big bag, shaking them up, and just throwing them out.
Absolutely.
You don't know what the outcome's going to be.
So right now we got battles at Best and Zaremba that's fighting it out right now.
I believe, let's see.
Through the split lanes. Whoa, a little sideways there, I believe, was Best. And look at that. Zaremba just muddled his bike into position. That's that physical condition of Zaremba, man. He just grabbed the bars of that bike, pulled it back in.
Oh, we got yellow flags down in the Gator pit here. I don't know what that yellow flag is.
Wasn't Adams, was it? No.
Yeah, it is.
No!
Yeah,
Yannick or Adams? That is Adams.
That is Adams down there. That inside line has caught so many bikes this week, Rodney. We've seen it time and time again. Drew Adams had about a 5 or 6 second gap. Holy cow, goes down, catches the fork tube, probably. Catches the fork tube on the bottom of that rut, yanks the bars out of his hands. Back to work goes the 300 of Drew Adams.
First to fifth place, Christian Yannick now leading Mitch Zaremba in the number 2 spot. 4.5 seconds separating those guys. So that tells you something right there. Not only did Yannick get by, how long was Drew Adams down? 4.5 seconds back to Mitch Zaremba. And it took a moment for us to even notice the yellow flag.
Sure.
It was a while that a lot of time that Drew Adams lost there. Probably every bit of 10 seconds.
What I'm thinking is he probably, when he fell over, he stumbled just a bit. By the time he picked the bike up, straightened it out and hit that starter button, that's your 4 seconds. That's your 5 seconds right there.
So Yannick, Zaremba, Best, Stevens, Adams now 5th, Brandon Schofield in 6th, Dawson Cobb in 7th, Nick Israel is 8th. Guilherme Breslin in 9th, Jordan Renfro rounding out the top 10 there. Cole Forbes of 550 back in an 11th place position. Devin Salo is 12th. Jesse Wessel in 13th. Nate.
Oh, that's is that Zaremba down? No, it's Logan Best. Logan Best hit the deck.
Well, the Best hit the deck.
A little slow to get up there. Looks like he's a little stiff.
Wow.
Oh, add insult to injury.
Wow.
One of our back markers rode right over his bike for him.
Almost had it picked up, too.
Rude. How rude. Well, there was plenty of room to go around, in my opinion. So, all right, there comes Zaremba right there on the 45.
Yeah, let's see what happened here.
So Zaremba's out. Logan comes through. And, oh.
Man, that. Oh, wow.
Got off balance, Rodney. Did you see the weight was on the outside peg? It should have been on the inside peg right there.
He slammed the ground hard there. He was probably a little shaken up trying to pick that bike up. That explains why it took so long to get up. That was a hard hit.
And it was on a jump face, Rodney, so it was well packed. It wasn't in the loose stuff by any means.
Like hitting the wall, man.
Logie Bear taking a digger right there.
20, 30 mile an hour straight on.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, as we look 4 laps down now, Yannick, Zaremba, Stevens, Adams up to 4th after that. Brendan moves Schofield up to 5th, Israel to 6th, Dawson Cobb in 7th. From 11th now up to 8th is Cole Forbes. Jordan Renfro in 9th, and Guilherme Breslin still in that top 10, back in the number 10 spot.
And we're only 4 laps in. Okay, we're only 4 laps into this.
Yeah, and I believe that might have been the cross flags that came out that last lap around. I'm watching.
Probably.
Watching the finish line flagger.
Probably this one, of course, based on time, and I believe you're probably right.
That should put us in the neighborhood of about that 4-minute or so, or excuse me, 8-minute range. Right now, we're watching timing and scoring. Noah Stevens is looking at a 2-3 with a score of 5. Mitch Zaremba is looking at a 3-2 with a score of 5. So those two are tied. As we take a look at Christian Yannick, Yannick has a 4 and a 1. He has 5 right now. And Drew Adams back in the 4th place position. He has a 4, a 1, and a 4. He has 5. We got 4 riders right now tied with 5 points, looking at the overall win in this race right now. Schofield. Oh, wait a minute. I thought he won his first moto as a 6. I'm sorry. So a 6.
Yeah, he's sitting on a 10.
For some reason, memory had me putting him in first, so I apologize. But now
different class.
Yeah, different class. Three riders though with 5 points apiece there for the win. And when we put that into perspective, even if Adams is out front, the likelihood of him winning the overall was pretty nil.
Absolutely.
But
it's a statement by a 14-year-old to come out and put 5 seconds on this group.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's going to be better in the overall. Right now, he's looking at 4th overall. Could have been maybe a 2nd or 3rd overall otherwise. But yes, so Yannick, Zaremba, Stevens, 4-1, 3-2, and a 2-3, all scoring 5. There's Stevens right now, the number 97 machine. He is your 3rd place ride. if you start looking at gaps, there's about 3.5 seconds, 3.7, 3.6 in between first and second and third, another 3.5 back to Drew Adams in fourth. He could play a little bit of a spoiler here for some of these boys too. It doesn't look like he's really trying to catch these guys at this point, though, Mega. But
I think I don't want to say settled, but I think he has pretty much, we'll say, put it on cruise control, possibly. Wants to make no mistakes, has to maintain that pace. But Rodney doesn't want to slow down, but no need to push the envelope either.
Well, you know, and another thing, he may be looking at big picture here now. Now that he can't make that big statement that he was looking at making, that 6th place finish in Moto 1, he's not going to have a whole lot of gains. So the risk isn't necessarily worth the reward in this circumstance.
Absolutely. But Adams, look at that 150 last time around. So he's jumped right back into that 150, 149 range. Nicholas Israel checks in right now with a 152. So unfortunate tip over for Adams because he was definitely on the pace.
Absolutely. So mercy. So Forbes up to 6th now. As we're watching, the best he might get would be a 5th place position, by the way. So a 5.5 would score him 10. So he's not going to be a force as far as the overall, but he could definitely make some waves here and put an exclamation point on his second moto and leave some folks something to think about heading home and waiting on Daytona to come around in the spring. Our first big major of 2023. There's a Rimba we're watching on screen right now, the 2nd place ride. 3 seconds, as we told you, behind Christian Yannick. Noah Stevens, though, starting to pick it up a little bit. Both riders have. They've closed the gap on Yannick some, but Stevens more so on Zaremba than Zaremba on Yannick. Down in front of the Yamaha announcer's tower, our Yamaha pilot drops now. Yannick making that drive out of the Gator pit. Curious, as the Rimba closed more up, it was 3.1.
Looks like he has.
And that's about the same. So a 150.1 and a 150.3. So they matched each other. 150.6. Noah Stevens drops back. Well, not really. 3.2. He remains about. He loses about 0.3 of a second too. So both Zaremba and Stevens losing 3 seconds on the leader and on each other. But the gaps are virtually the same. Drew Adams, a 150.7. 4.6 seconds back. He's comfortable there, like you said. Nick Israel, 5th. Cole Forbes still 6th. He's, whoa, that right there might be there they go. They're coming out of
right on.
Yep, they're coming down the Gator pit right now off Gator Falls. This is a battle for 5th place. Nick Israel and Cole Forbes in this second moto that I'm watching visibly on the racetrack on racertv.com. We're watching Noah Stevens and wondering whether Drew Adams is, man, look at that track.
That thing is nasty, Rodney, and this is early in the day.
Right.
How many motos? 10 motos.
And here's another baffling thing. You know, the track, it's not that we have had a lot of, you know, the track has roughened up, but it seems like in different places it's different and more nasty in other places on different days than in other. It's funny how that's changed. Forbes, GNCC former youth national champion, as we are watching to see how well he stacks up against these moto guys in the second moto. On racertv.com, that 209 of Nicholas Israel just ahead of him in the number 5 position.
Forbes just caught a shoulder on that inside barrel right there. Thought it was going to slow him up, jerked him off of balance just a bit.
Our front 4 riders all within a few tenths of each other. I think that Christian Yannick just went 151.104 and then a 151.105, if I'm not mistaken.
We've seen that all week. I don't care if it's Supercross right here. I got to tell you,
it was a 150.105 and then a one. I think he slowed down by exactly 1 second.
He has been one of the most consistent on lap times, though, Rodney, all week. He's one of these guys. He's a stopwatch rider.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line. He knows the pace, knows what it takes, and when they find that speed, you know, a big dog paddle right there by the 27 gives the Rimba a touch of hope right there.
Yeah, he's already now shaved it down to 2.5 seconds, so he's gained a little more than a half second or more And when we look, it looks like it might be closer than that visually, but we'll see coming off the tail of the Gator. Zaremba appears to be on a charge here in the latter part of the race. We got a white flag out right now.
Yeah, that's the problem for Zaremba's time is the problem for him. But I got to tell you, you've heard me say whether Loretta's or whether I'm very, very impressed with that kid. Zaremba is on the radar, definitely a megawatt. He does a great job. He's focused, he's physical, and he's consistent like so many of these guys.
Well, so Yannick out front, Zaremba in second, and the gap, I'm not sure if it's closing or not now that we get this front section. It might be right about where it was, or maybe Yannick picking that pace up. I think he might have felt the pressure coming in and has decided that you can't relinquish too much speed on this last lap or you're going to lose that spot. But what a ride by Christian Yannick as he's looking at a 4-1 to capture this 250B overall win at the Mini O's.
Can't say enough about the 27 machine. Wow, we've seen him hit the deck super hard. Him and Bomer, I believe, got together over on the Supercross track, I believe it was. These guys just battling all week long, and Yannick able to just rise to the occasion. Yannick able to answer every single time, and the big thing about that is the consistency and the program.
Well, Christian Yannick will take the overall going 4-1. Mitchell Zaremba will finish second going 3-2. And Noah Stevens will go 2-3 for third overall. Again, all scoring 5. And the way they finish breaks the tie. Drew Adams looking at a 4th overall. Nick Israel finishing 5th overall. 6th overall will be Cole Forbes. That's the way they finished, too, by the way. Those top 6 riders finish exactly the way that they finished for the overall. Well, firing off another Mad Moto here, my friend. And this one, of course, brought to you by your friends at Race Tech, the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company and inventors of their proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. Well, we got one of our, that's the 412 that we're looking at going down here. 402. And this is 250C class, I believe we're watching now. Let me, race 31 anyway. Yeah, 250C. And as we look at our paperwork here, 412, Jake Colbert of Quebec out of Omaha, Illinois. I know there's no noise in, there's no noise in Illinois. I know I've been told that before. Rather sensitive. It's like those people from Louisville, you know what I mean? Louisville. I love messing with the country of Louisville. Greenville. Bull. I always get a kick of that. All right, we're having too much fun up here. The 121 of K1 Matiola is leading, and Mikey Waynes has our next top 3 on the podium.
Does that mean I'm from Crawfordsville, Indiana?
Well, according to many, it would be. You don't say it that way, though, do you?
Oh, Lord, no, not in God's country. Hey, Noah Stevens, 3rd place finish, man. Talk to us. What did it take to finish here in the top 3?
My Dunlop tires just hooking up great, but I can't thank Jeff and Rob enough. Got off to a really good start, and then after that, Christian got around me. I tried to stick with him and Mitchie, but they just got a little gap. I pushed in the middle, but it just wasn't quite enough, and I just brought it home for 3rd.
Well, hey, man, congratulations on a heck of a ride. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the man up above for keeping us all safe. All my friends and family, Canvas Gear, Factory Connection, MTF, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmets, 100%, Dunlop, MX Tire, Nika Metals, Traction seat covers, limited decal, and everybody else that's part of my program. Thank you very much.
There you go. 3rd place finisher, Noah Stevens. All right, Mitchell Zaremba, come on up, man. A 2nd place finish for you out there. I got to hand it to you, man. The guys in the booth bragging on you during the race. They said, this man is on the radar. You have done some great things here this week, man. Tell us about this ride.
Yeah, you know, it all started with just training at MTF, just putting the work in and grinding, and I knew my level was up here. I just had to show everybody I could do it. So, yeah, I didn't get the greatest start. I don't know. I know I was top 10 going to the pit, and just tried to put my head down and work as far as I could, and it worked really good for me.
Did very well, man. Congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I just thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my whole family. Shout out to OG Optics for hooking me up this week. The goggles are awesome. And Bell helmets, Answer Racing Garnet boots, DT1 air filters, Morgantown Power Sports, DH1 mods, MX Tire, Levi Kilbarger Bonsai suspension, Chris Whitcraft, MTF with Brian and Colleen for all they've done for me. Mika Handlebars, Hydropower, Forever Green Lawn Care for also helping me out with tires, and anybody else I forgot, thanks so much.
There you go, second place finisher, Mitchell Zaremba. All right, Christian Yannick, come on up, man. Hop in there behind the bike. I got some champagne for you. I'm going to hand you that right there. More importantly, Mr. Mike Burkeen of the AMA going to hand off at number 1 plate. Make some noise for Christian Yannick. Talk to us, man. Another first place finish for you. Things rolling.
Yeah, I didn't get the best jump. I stuck to the inside. It came out like third. Everybody had a good track's tacky and deep rut. So I just rode my own race and got into the lead, and everyone was running good. Mitchie was catching me, and I had to keep pushing and came out with a championship.
Heck yeah, man. Well, big congratulations to you. No, you don't do this thing alone. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus for keeping me safe. The whole Monster Energy team here in Kawasaki Pro Circuit. Dunlop Tires, Twin Air, Hinson, all my sisters. My buddy Jet, my mechanic Ian, he does a lot. The whole Fox crew, they're awesome. Renthal, Hinson, Rich Brace Guy. You never forgot, thank you.
There you go, your champ, Christian Yannick. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes, Lance Guys, Seth Creedy, second, third, Mediola, K1 out front on the 121, but the rider to be watching right now at least has been the 127 to Seth Creedy, 341 Dash McMillan in fourth, the number 2 Logan Renniger in fifth, Gavin Thurgood in sixth, Chance White in seventh, Zach Flanders eighth, Caleb O'Neill in ninth, and William Jordan rounding out the top 10. Seth Creedy starting out in fourth place was latched on to the guys at the end of lap number 2, making the pass, I believe, into the second place position, which was then less than a second behind K1 Matiola. And of course, with that being said, we've got ourselves a great battle that is shaped up. Creedy has not been able to make the pass, however. I mean, it looked like he was going to have it. Looked like he was in position a couple of different times, but just can't make it stick. And right behind him now is Logan Renniger, who has, I believe, chipped away at that 2.5 lead. So Matiola checking in with the lead at a 157. Guys is still second, Creedy still third, McMillan still fourth, Renniger in fifth. Now, that's about 6.5 seconds back for fifth, but I'm telling you, the top 3-4 riders, especially second, third, and fourth right now, really tight. Guys, Creedy and McMillan now trying to make that push up from behind. Creedy was really the rider on the move through lap 1 and lap 2, but has kind of hit that wall now. And the wall's name is Lance Guys for second place. So he got out the hammer and chisel and began to pound away, chipping away ever so slightly. And right now, he's got help coming in from Dash McMillan that I'm sure he doesn't want at this particular time as they drop on the back side of the racetrack on the Gator's Tail, sweeping around. What a well-defined race course we have out there, showing its race face in these final motos of 2022 for the 51st running of this Thor Mini O's. Riders now making their way back toward the finish line region from the back far reaches of this race course, down the spectator fence, through the chicane, and now the option lanes over the tabletop to our Yamaha race tower as these riders now make that left-hand turn down into the Gator pit. Look at this. Creedy does make the deal sealed as he finally gets around Lance Guys for second place as they come across
the spectator area in the drag race. Guys, falls victim to Seth Creedy. K1 Maniola, your leader. Creedy now up to second, turning a 157.5, nearly a second faster than Lance Guys, and just over a half second faster than Maniola, who's 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Dash McMillan checking in the 4th spot, moving up around Logan Rennegerdown, Gavin Thurgood, and William Jordan, both getting around Chance White. Carson Cahill, problems for the number 2 as he drops all the way back to the number 10 spot. Timothy Falk around now in the number 9 spot on the 37. So Seth Creedy is where all eyes are and have been basically since the first lap when we watched this rider work himself into position. And look at this. He had to pass on Guys, but it is once again Guys back in position. And there is still Dash McMillan. Folks, I'm telling you, Lance Guys does not want to give it up. He hasn't given it up. I mean, this is like the second, third, maybe even 4th time that they've gone back and forth like this throughout this moto so far. So whoever ends up on top of this one's going to feel like they definitely accomplished something. Dash McMillan in 4th, Thurgood now 14 seconds back in the number 5 spot. So this front-running pack of the top 4 should have pretty much no pressure coming up from behind, as Creedy still working on Guys. McMillan kind of watching it from back there in the 4th place position, not challenging these guys. Actually, they're starting to stretch away a little bit. Last time around, we saw 157 by Creedy, and I believe we may see both, maybe that by both Creedy and Guys this time, but I'm not real sure if they slowed each other down or sped one another up to the inside. Tries to go Creedy one more time. Drag race to the finish line. It's still going to be Seth Creedy at the checker flag. K1 Maniola taking the win. Guys will take second. Seth Creedy will take third. If I said that wrong, I apologize. I meant Guys. Seth Creedy third. Dash McMillan in 4th. Gavin Thurgood in 5th. Jordan White, Cahill, Falk, Logan Renneger's way we expect it to go. And the way we see the overall 1-1 for K1 Maniola, Seth Creedy a 1-3 for second, Lance Guys a 4-2 for third, a 2-4 for Dash McMillan for 4th, William Jordan looking at a 2-5 for the number 5 spot. 6th place, Gavin Thurgood with a 5-6. Walker McGrill will finish 7th overall with a 2-10. Man, what a heartbreaker there. Logan Renneger looking at a 1-11 for 8th. Carson Cahill in 9th, and Chance White 6-9 for 10th overall. Lance Guys, Seth Creedy, Dash McMillan. Wow, thank you for that great battle in that 250C class. As we move to race 32 of 44 now. Top 3 going to see Dr. Wayne's, K1 Maniola, Seth Creedy, and Lance Guys in that order. 51 4-8 is next. Divisions is what we saw in this one. 3 of them actually. So Eli Herrick, the 66, was a division race winner. Also Levi Letty, the number 469, and Maverick Gresham Lewis taking a win in his division. 2nd place positions going to Vincent Laban, the number 37, John Everett Pastreau, the number 52, and as well Gavin Wellsine, the 132. 3rd place position finishes in divisions. Carter Chambers out of Piedmont, Alabama, 256, and also Absher Hall out of Morganton, North Carolina. He took a 3rd place position on the 260 machine, and that's 9 that we could be looking for. Parker LeBeau took a 4th place position on the 54. Weston Otto also a 4th place position finish there in his division race. And another 4th place to Mason Jenkins out of Montgomery, Alabama. So there's about 12 names that we could expect to see in that top 10 vying for the top spots. But as we've witnessed, that's not always necessarily the case, too. Sometimes they get a bad start in second motos. Other times, other riders get better starts and show better results in the second moto. Like, look at this start here by the 260 of Absher Hall. Hall coming into this one with a 3rd place position finish in his division race. But a great start here in Moto 2 puts him in great position, and a 1.6-second lead over the 914 of Maverick Gresham Lewis. John Everett Pastero, the number 52 in third. Gavin Wellsine in fourth. Eli Herrick in fifth. And once again, to Mikey Waynes on the podium.
Hey guys, down here, top three, 250C. Lance Geis taking a third place position, man. Who you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, just Chris, keep me safe. FXR, finding suspension, mechanic Brandon, Black Diamond MX, Bell, 100%, and Scott, thank you so much.
There we go. Make some noise for your third place finisher, Lance Geis. All right, we will reset. Seth Creedy making his way up here with a second place finish here. Seth, congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Fly Racing, 230 Cafe, Scott, Adept, Dutchman MX, Lowell Spangler at Fleet 427. He's my trainer. He's the only reason I'm here right now, and he helped me so much this year. And VP Race Fuels, Action Motorsports, and anybody else, thank you.
There we go. Your second place finisher, Seth Creedy. All right. Kawan Matiola, come on up, man. Gonna give you this bottle of champagne, and on behalf of the AMA, there is a #1 plate going ahead. Hold them up, 250C champ right there. Big congratulations to you. All right, come on, step on behind the motorcycle here. You did all the work on it. All we did was talk about it, buddy. What did it take to get out and get the win?
Oh, yeah, I went off to a good start, got second. Just rode my race, and yeah.
Solid day, man. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ, keeping me safe. JWTF, CP Auto Sales, FXR, Rhino Power, everyone else that I forgot. Thank you.
There you go, your champ, Kawan Matiola. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Michael Waynes. Absher Hall still leading. Gavin Wellsine, Maverick Gresham Lewis after 2 and 3rd. Eli Herrick is 4th. Vincent LeBand in 5th. John Everett Pastero in 6th. Levi Geis in 7th. Levi Letty. They did it again. The Levi's have found themselves, so we got a pair of Levi's. Aiden Held in 9th. Weston Otto rounding out the top 10. Then it's Parker LeBeau. Cannon Sabanek. Carter Holmes in 13th, Umina Burning in 14th, Cooper Langdon in 15th, Carter Chambers 16th, Jojo Caliendo in 18th, Carson Ballinger 18th, 19th, E.J. Dutton and Tate Brush rounds out the top 20. Absher Hall looking at the likelihood of an overall, if he hangs on to the position, of 3-1. Gavin Wellsine looking at 2-2. Maverick Gresham Lewis could play spoiler back there if he gets around 132 of Wellsine, then that changes the face of the overall for Hall. And just all these riders going by. There goes Eli Herrick now. I didn't see if Wellsine or Gresham Lewis had gotten around Wellsine or not. We'll know now as they come out of the Gator pit. Wellsine out front of Absher Hall. That was what was happening. I was thinking, so he gets around for the #1 spot. Eli Herrick is 3rd. And yeah, so that did just happen. Well, the very, very tail end of that. Eli Herrick in 3rd, John Everett Pastero in 4th, Vincent LeBand in 5th. The pair of Levi's of Geis and Letty in the 6 and 7 spots. Cannon Zabonik in 8th, Aiden Held 9th, and Weston Otto still 10th. 2-1 for Gavin Wellsine. Yields an overall win for him. Now Eli Herrick's 1-3 for 2nd, and Absher Hall goes 3-2 and goes from an overall possibility to 3rd place overall in one pass. That's how quickly the scores can jumble around with these consistent and fast riders up front the way that they are. The battle is on up front. John Everett Pastero trying to get around Eli Herrick out there for that #3 position as we seen those riders rolling. Gavin Wellsine now in total command and control in the 132. And as you look back, Absher Hall You see him back there, but I don't know that he's going to have a chance to push it. But, man, Eric and Pastero really going at it for third place. This is our final lap. So our checkers will be flying for the 132 of Gavin Welzine, going 2-1 to win the 51cc 4-8 Limited Mini O's Motocross Championship here at the Mini O's. Gatorback Cycle Park, my friends, and celebrating 51 years of crowning those moto champions here in the soils of Florida. Absher Hall will finish up in the second place position. That will yield him third place overall, as Eli Herrick taking a 1 and 3 will get the nod for second. So the overall looks like this. Again, 2-1, Welzine with the overall. Herrick with a 1-3 in second overall. Absher Hall a 3-2 and third overall. John Everett Pastero 2-4 for fourth overall. Vincent Levan 2-5 for fifth overall. Levi Letty a 1-7 for sixth. Levi Guys a 5-6 for seven. Aiden Held a 3-9 for eight. Weston Otto a 4-10 for ninth. And Maverick Gresham Lewis goes 1 and 13 for 10th overall. And that is your 51 4-8. Headed down to see Mikey Waynes will be Gavin Welzine, Eli Herrick, and Absher Hall. After an outstanding performance by all three this week, and all of our 51 4-8 limited class riders here at the Mini O's. Masters 55 plus class coming up next. John Gruey taking the moto win in this one yesterday in moto number 1. Galen Dixon took a third place position. Our runner-up was Barry Karsten on the 31 machine. If I'm not mistaken, Karsten might have gotten a jump on the hole shot yesterday in this one, but Gruey and he battled and able to make the pass. Regardless, Gruey ended up winning this one. There's Karsten now finally working his way from fourth into second as they drop down the Gator Falls now. And over the face of the Gator, it is Gruey, followed by Karsten in the number 2 spot. Good for Galen Dixon back there. He should be one of our other Suzuki mounted pilots. And coming off the back of the Gator right now. Not sure. It might be Earl May back in the number 4 spot right now.
Well, all right, Greg Paymart, here we go.
I always seem to show up when it's my class, or soon to be class, you know. Makes me happy with those guys. I'm watching and learning. It's cool stuff. I will get Dixon, you're diving on the inside. Galen's been coming back to his old self, you know. Old pro.
We've seen that. We've seen a resurgence the last couple of years. And, you know, whether it could be a nagging injury, whether it could be time, whatever, there's something that has moved out of the way for Galen Dixon that's allowed him to refocus.
Yeah, he had shoulder problem here and there, and, you know, he goes hard. He's got a lot of heart as well. And when he goes down, you know, like all of us, you know, he goes down. Old May is putting a good show here. Look at him.
Hey, we're going to send it down to Mikey Waynes right now on the podium.
Thanks, guys. Waiting on Absher Hall making his way up onto the box. Absher, come on up here. Talk to me, man. A third place finish. I can see it in the body language, man. I know you wanted one spot forward. You wanted the win. But, hey, all heart, love it, man. Who do you want to thank?
God for keeping me safe. Dunlop Tires, Brian from Cobra, Scott Goggles, A-Out Racing, 10 Graphics, OGO, Brew Cycles, and everybody that I can think of. Thank you.
There you go. Good job, buddy. Make some noise. Third place finisher, Absher Hall. All right, Eli Herrick, come on up. My second place finisher. Fist bumps all around. Love it. Look at the camaraderie with the little guys. All right, come on up here, Eli. Stand next to me, buddy. A second place finish, man. Haul in the mail out there. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Robbie Raynard, RT Raynard Trading Complex, Fox, VP Racing Fuels, Flow Vision, Sun Enterprises, WTT Engines, Elite KTM, Mika Metals, Bell Helmets, Rue Designs, PC Racing, Moto Muck, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Dunlop, and everyone else forgot.
Hey, you got it. Nailed it. Make some noise. Second place finisher, Eli Herrick. Good job, bud. All right, Gavin Welsian. Step on back here beside the machine. Grab that bottle of champagne. I'm going to grab you a #1 plate. He said, Mikey, I'm getting it myself. I'm a man who takes charge. I'm about it. Grab that champ. Take you a photo, and I want to talk to you. There you go. Make some noise. Gavin, man, solid ride for you out there, buddy. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Beast Moto Lab, Dunlop, Spectral, Ruse, Pro Taper, T-Rex Scott, Bell, Seven, Ethical, OpenStar, Ashik, and whoever else. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there you go. Make some noise. First place finisher, Gavin Welsian. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Mikey. Got a great race on the course out right now. Got Greg Paymart in the booth with us. Frenchie, MKS having a big week this week. We've had a great time down on Vendors Row. Sold a bunch of shoes, and I tell you, I can't be more impressed with the product, Frenchie. You know me, I'm a detail guy, whether it's a bike, a truck, or whatever. I look at things like stitching. I look at construction. I look at materials. I look at design and fabrication, you know, and I got to tell you, I am impressed with these shoes. How long did it take you to really finalize the design?
Well, you know, we have this is the fifth generation on the free ride, the athletic shoes. So we added a lot of features all made to be around the track. You know, the shifting pad, the sidebar protection, and the skid plate, of course. You know, the art of moto kicks. So full sole protection. You slide it under the insole. It's simple, and it bridges the gap between a regular, you know, shoes and a purpose-built boots or booties that you have. So it's kind of in between, and it works great. You can ride your bike, ride the motorcycle, wear them around the shop, and you know, go out to dinner with them.
I like the term you used. It was simple. That skid plate is so unique. Because here's the thing: you and I, for years, we've had on that Vans or that Airwalk or that skate shoe of any kind. Next thing you know, the arch is killing us because we started the CRF 110 twice.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
you kick a bike
I was just tired of drilling a hole through my shoes and hurting my feet.
And it was such a simple idea. And you know what? Why have we as humans waited so long on some of the simplest ideas in our lives? You know, something that made such a big difference as a manufactured molded skid plate.
Yep. Yeah, and then, you know, you can put it in, put it out, put in the other shoes. You know, it's simple, but it works great. But let me tell you, to find the right material to make that skid plate was an absolute pain, man. We went through a lot of testing, years, really.
That's why I'm asking. It couldn't have been as easy as it looked by any means.
No, it's never. At first it is, but then it never. You know, then you're running into, you know, roadblock after roadblock, and the coast and the manufacturing. You know, the skid plate I made in the U.S., 100%. Oh, we have a Dixon Earl May battle here.
Look at this.
Look at that. I told you, man, he's coming back. But Earl May has been training. You know, you follow him on social media like we all do. We all watch what we're doing. And then he's got the pass. He made it stick.
How about that? Dixon, like we talked about, Earl May, Dixon, these guys are OGs. You and I have watched them for years, rode with them for years. And both of these guys have some new vigor right now. But Dixon, I am so impressed with him. Like you said, maybe a little responsibility lifted there, looking for retirement, selling the business, that kind of thing. But good to see Galen back up for race pace and fighting.
Let me tell you, man, you are... We chit-chat going in staging with all those guys, and a little bubble here on the outside, but he's keeping it going here, Dixon. We all have the fires. We're all on the win. You know, you see the kids, and doesn't matter your age and stuff. You have the desire to do the best you can do, you know, and maybe the lap time are not the fastest in the week, but you want to be up there. You want to fight with you want to beat the other guy.
Certainly, absolutely. You know, that's the story of our lives. You know, when we get to this position, I don't care if we're talking about you know, a simple game of horse. You know, we want to win. Exactly. You know, if it's a game at the miniature putt golf, me and Frenchie are going to go at it. We want to win.
Yeah, and then you get to a point at our age, you know, you do all the bike work. You know, you're the dad and the rider at the same time. You know, those guys, you know, you spend all your week working on your bike, getting ready for this. You know, you don't get your dad to help anymore as much, you know, or, you know, unfortunately my dad's gone now, but, you know, you know, it's just a lot of work, and you get here, you want to do good, you know, and race with
Absolutely.
everybody. So it's such a pleasure to come to Minos again. You know, such a good show, man. What a great week. You guys do a great job, and it's a pleasure to be here. And it's super fun to watch those guys on the screen here from the tower, you know. And I don't know if Barry's going to make a move in the last lap. You know, that's his signature move. He watch every line he takes. He crushes the data. The computer goes under the helmet. He's doing the work. He's going to know exactly where he can get caught up and make a move. And he's reading all his line, his body language. And let me tell you, John Gurry is very aggressive. They have such a different riding style. And Barry's coming back. Look, watch him. You know, he did it in Supercross.
It's so interesting you say that. Even at Loretta's, you know, that's his MO, the final corner. We talk about the last lap. Forget the last lap, man.
Yeah.
That guy will wait till the last 10 yards and make his move. He will eat
I've
your
been
lunch.
racing with Barry since 1994. If they could cut off the last lap of all the races I had with him, I would have won 90% of the race.
You'd have been up front.
But no, I don't know what that was. So, and he's so many laps in his leg, man. The guy is incredible. I mean, 17 years in a row, a national number, and
I've seen the guy upset once in 30 years. I've seen the guy upset once, and it wasn't personal toward him. He was defending somebody else when he was upset.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
super good guy.
As good as they come, man. The guy's guy's salt of the earth.
You know, we rub some pains from time to time, but yeah, it's always fun to ride with him and be part of that little group, you know. So he's losing a couple feet here. We'll see what happened with the lapper. Is it the last lap, I think?
Yep, white flag's out. There goes Gruy down into the pit right now. So just about 100 yards away, Greg, from closing this one out. And a very familiar scene right now. And there it comes.
Yep.
Barry, just as we said, last corner, if he's going to make a shot at you, if he's going to take a shot at
you. You cannot put your guards down, man. If you
that's where it was going to be.
You slow down a little bit in the last turn and you're done. You've been carcinated.
Exactly. Hey, Greg, thank you so much for setting in with us.
Appreciate it. Yeah, come check out MCAT. We're still here. We're going to stay open until the last person leave, you know.
I love it.
So we on Vendors Row. And we, as all week, we do 20% off.
Hey, man,
across the board.
Thanks for your dedication.
Right.
Thanks for such a specialty quality product, man.
Thank you.
And you know, thanks for bringing it out to our family.
Yeah, thanks for letting me watch a little bit here.
All right.
See you guys.
All righty. Yes, thanks so much to Frenchie, Greg Paymart, and our boys heading down to see Mikey Wayne, Gruy, Karsten, and little baby Galen Dixon. I still have to call him that. All right, here we go. We're in our Bet 30 Plus class. They are off and rolling now. Some riders to look out for in this one. Obviously, Mr. Mike Brown taking the win in Moto number 1. We see a second to Brad Smith, third to Dustin Jensen. Fourth in Moto number 1 went to Michael Ash. Fifth in the first Moto to Steve Roman, the 731. Saw some riding out of him in some other classes yesterday, and maybe a little better start might yield a better finish for him in this class today. We'll see. As we look to the 6th place position finish in Moto number 1, Matthew Hugentogler out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. There was Shane Keller, 887 from Rhode Island. We saw him on a podium earlier. He finished in the 7th place position. Then 8th place to Chad Wages out of Frederick, Maryland, the 45 machine. 9th place in Moto number 1 was Michael Clark from Palm Harbor, Florida on the 991. And rounding out the top 10, Brandon Albright out of York, Pennsylvania is our
riders wrap up lap number 1. It is Brown out front, and establishing somewhat of a lead there is Hugentogler actually opening up with a number 2 position out here and looking quite strong. As we check back to that 3rd place position, it's the 85 Kawasaki of Brad Smith. And then we've got the Suzuki out there. I believe that was Michael Ash on the 293. It was in the 3rd place position. Alec Forte in 4th. Steve Roman in 5th. And we're stacking up a lot like what we saw at the end of Moto number 1 as we sort this one out. Michael Merson and Dustin Jensen back in 6th and 7th. Mikey Waynes is down on the podium with their Masters class.
Thank you, Rodney. Galen Dixon, come on up here, man. A 3rd place finish for you. Talk to us, man. What it take to get up there in that 3 spot?
I had to work for that one. I had to go through a few people to get up there. The track was brutal. I'd like to thank Whole Shot Cycle, Scott, Factory Connection, Focus X, Bentley's for the bike, my wife for all the help this week, and let's go, Brandon.
I love it. There you go, Galen Dixon, your 3rd place finisher. Barry Cartson, come on up here, man. A 2nd place finish. How you feeling?
Felt good. I mean, the road good. John had a little bit on me. The track's gnarly, has some bad spots and good spots, and man, you could go into a turn and lose 2 bike lengths, and then next lap I catch them 2 bike lengths in the same turn. So it was fun.
Love it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you on the 2nd place finish, Barry. Who you want to thank?
Again, Suzuki, the RM Army in Contingency, AMS Action Motorsports up in York, Pennsylvania. If you guys looking for Suzuki, they have them. Arise, Scott, FMF, Dunlap, all the sponsors of this event. Sunstar, Decal Works, Twin Air, Dunlap, FMF. Just thank everybody for coming out. My family, my wife, she couldn't come to the whole weight event, but came up yesterday for to eat and go home. But thanks for everybody coming out, and we'll see you next year.
See you next year, Barry. Hey, good to see you, man. Take care. Barry Cartson, a 2nd place finish right there. And John Gruey, come on up, man. We'll get you a bottle of champagne. And Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side right there got a number 1 plate for Mr. John Gruey. Woo! There it is, John snagging the photograph. Well, John, congratulations on 1st place, man. Tell us about it.
Man, it was a great starts all week. I mean, I don't just say couldn't have got any better for me. My Dunlop tires and my Tamer whole shot devices, front and rear, it just launches me out of there. And so super happy for their support and everybody else. Babbitt's at home, Kawasaki Team Green, Fox Gear, keeping me looking sick. And FMF exhaust, Factory Connection suspension is helping me all week long. Twin Air, Renthal, Decal Works, and Moto Host, Hinson. I think that's everybody, but man, just I appreciate everybody's help so much. All my friends here hanging out with us, and my girlfriend at home, and you know, like Dixon says, let's go, Brandon.
You guys make it a joy to work here. John Gruey taking 1st place in the Masters 55 Plus. Take it away, Rodney Tomlin.
All righty, Steve Roman right now working from that 5th place position on Michael Ash, the 293 for the 4th place position. And as things get heated and heavy out there right now, it's well, Mad Mike Jones joining us here in the tower, and of course, not only I guess a partner of this guy, but also his father-in-law. But watching Stevie on the track right now, man, what a race we've seen here in this 30-plus class this week.
Yeah, he's moving up again. He had some, well, I think he drew 40 and 42 for first gate pick, and the other class he didn't even get a gate pick. He had bike issues, and we got to the gate late, so we had a little bit of struggle in the first motos, and he's, you know, got bad gate picks and had to work his way from the back, and he got some good results, but you know, he's rode well, to put it that way.
Absolutely, the heart of a lion, there's no doubt about it, as he is ferociously fighting right now to gain a position, and look at this, they're not far behind that 3rd place ride now, or is that, are they working for 2nd now? third and fourth, but we seen Brad Smith not far ahead on that number 85 machine there just a moment ago. So things are certainly getting pretty tight as far as this plus 30 class is concerned. We're 3 laps down last time through. It was Brown, Smith, Hogan Togler, Steve Roman, Michael Ash, and Dustin Jensen in the number 6 spot. Alec Forte in 7th, Chad Wages in 8th, Michael Mercer in 9th, and Shane Keller rounding out the top 10.
I think he was like 8th first on the first turn, and he was 5th first lap. He passed for 4th, and now he just moved into 3rd. He's riding good. I'm pretty proud of him, that's for sure.
Well, we see Hogan Togler now behind Roman, the 731 machine, so I believe that is not far ahead the 85 machine that we were talking about there. So pretty interesting stuff unfolding here for us for lap 4. We'll get resorted here as they wrap up this 4th lap here in just a few moments. Again, Mike Brown, the number 3, a 151 last time around on lap number 3. And on lap number 4, Brown turns in a 153.5. He had a 7.5 second lead over Brad Smith. Smith now 6.3 seconds back as he's kept that steady pace. And Roman, yes, I was trying to make sure that was into the number 3 spot as he has gotten around Hogan Togler, Michael Ash, the 293 back in the number 5 spot, Dustin Jensen in 6th. So Roman a 150, half a second behind Smith, and the race, he's not done yet, I don't think.
He's 3 seconds faster than Brownie right now, too. 3.5 seconds. 3 seconds faster than Brownie, which is, so he's the fastest guy on the track right now, and that's saying something.
That is saying something this late in the race, and watching this battle shape up even more.
He just made a pass on Smith. I think he got around him.
Oh man, he took the long rough way around, but he made it happen. He's got himself set up for the inside, dropping on the tail of the Gator now. Man, he's got some mad momentum rolling right now.
This would be a way to end the week, passing Mike Brown, which is, he's no slouch across track.
No, he's no slouch. That's for sure. If you put it in perspective, if they're in, say, 7 seconds behind right now, and if Brown does stay at that 153.5 pace, and Roman is able to run the 150 pace, we may see him catch him. That's going to be interesting to see. Let's see how much time we have left. We may be looking for a white flag coming out this time, which will not play in any favors for Steve Roman as far as being able to reel in the leader of Mike Brown.
There's not a nicer guy out there than Mike Brown. I've got along with him my whole racing career. I've raced against him, and he's still as nice as can be. I have to say that about Mike Brown. I still talk to him on every gate drop, and he's one of the nicest guys on the track for sure.
You know, absolutely. I remember when he came over to the GNCC and had a stint over there for a few years. As Roman takes the 2nd place position here with white flag out, he is 7.8 seconds back. But Mike Brown, you're right. I mean, one of the nicest individuals you ever talk to. You could run into him anywhere. You could be underneath the factory semi. You could be out in the woods, standing alongside a trail, watching racing, no matter what class it was. He was the same individual there as he was in the pits, and I mean that as he was as grounded and as real as any person you'll ever meet.
He sure is. Every time I see him on the track, he comes over and has a chat with me, no matter where we're at.
And same thing at Loretta Lynn's. You know, he stands up there on the tower and watches a lot of racing from up there, and very conversational and easy to approach as well. And Mike Brown making his way off the backside of the racetrack and his final stretch home here.
Looks like Steve settling for 2nd. He slowed it down to 153, so he dropped it down to Mike Brown's pace.
Well, a lot of hard work for Steve through that. He fought hard to get through the pack, Mike, and to get to that position. And especially, I know he had a rough, I wouldn't say a rough first moto, but he had his challenges in moto number 1, finishing 5th. And to be able to come out here and redeem that finish, because 5th is not bad, but I know Steve Roman was expecting more out of that.
Yeah, well, he's, like I said, he struggled with gate picks and coming from behind in every single moto that he ran in today. And he didn't start in the top 3 and not one moto this whole weekend. So, and the only motos that he had whole shots in were the 3 heat races in the Supercross. So Mike Brown did take the win. It looks like Steve's going to come across in 2nd, which is very respectful.
Absolutely.
and Brown and Roman. And as we look at the overall, the way the overall will read, Brad Smith will go 2 and 3 for second overall behind Mike Brown. Steve Roman's 5 and 2 yields third overall, but as much as anything, some major bragging rights and a great feeling leaving the Mini O's. Matthew Hogan-Togler in the 4th place position with Michael Ash rounding out the top 5. This is in the second moto. Chad Wages in 6th, looking for Alex Forte in 7th. Actually, that's Michael Mercer getting around Forte in the number 7 spot. Is Mercer. 8 is Forte now. And then we have Dustin Jensen and Michael Carter to check in the 9 and 10 spots. There is Jensen in and Carter is in. As far as the overall, again, Brown, Smith, Roman, Ash will be 4th overall with a 4.5. Matthew Hogan-Togler with a 6.4 is 5th overall. Dustin Jensen is 7th overall, or 6th overall with a 3.9. 7th then is Dustin Jensen with a 3 and a 9. Chad Wages is looking at 7th with an 8 and a 6. Michael Mercer 11.7. Shane Kelleher is 9th, and then Brandon Albright goes 10 and 11 for 10th place overall. We're off and rolling. Schoolboy 112 to 17. Another burn burner in this one, and a hive of bees have been set free, it sounds like, as they are off and rolling here. That is Tyler Millette out front. He got a 3rd place position finish in his qualifying moto for the Schoolboy 1 class. We know this is another one of those classes that wasn't easy to achieve success in. Ryder Thompson, the 451, taking a win. Luke Foster, the 462, another Top Gun, out here taking a 2nd place position. Revan Gordon took a 2nd in his division race. As we said, Millette took a 3rd in his division. Augustin Berenici took a win in his division on the 53. And that's just Will Canniger took a 5th on the 708 in his division. And that's just a handful of riders we mentioned that are potential top 10 riders here in the second moto of the Schoolboy 112 to 17 BC class. But as so many times today, we've seen other names that have been able to pepper their way in and be some nice surprises here in these second motos for some.
I look for Luke Fauser to give this guy, oh, there he goes. I was going to say, I look for Luke Fauser to give this guy some trouble when he did the lead. As I was ready to say that. Luke's built a fighter, that's for sure. He wants to win.
Yep, I don't think Malay had a chance to even consider fighting back the way that Fauser passed with such authority. Now we see the number 20 trying to pick that pace back up as they check through with now on lap 2, working on lap 2. Landon Gordon in 3rd place. Christian Merman checked in 4th. Clark Robbins was 5th. Justin Turner in 6th. Augustin Berenici in 7th. Landon Hartz in 8th. Will Canniger in 9th place. And Alessandro Carminati rounding out the top 10. And Mikey Wayne's down on the podium.
Hey, I'm up here with Steve Roman and our special guest, our special presenter here. Steve, man, solid ride for you, buddy. Who you want to thank?
First off, just thank all my family, all the riders that come down from Jones and Roman Motocross School that came with us. Thank all those guys for coming. Everybody here at Unlimited Sports putting this event on, and then all my sponsors, Hillview Motorsports, Jeff at MX Tire, John Knowles, Shane at PR2 Suspension, Fly, Dunlop, Braking, Sunstar, Weisco. The list just goes on and on. I have so many, and like I said, I couldn't do it without all of them, and I thank everyone for coming out, and congratulations to the other guys that came out on top of this one. My first moto was getting that 5th. Really hurt the overall, and just not getting good starts in the motocross portion of this, but you know, you can't win them all.
That's it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you. Make some noise for Steve Roman. All right, Brad Smith coming up next. A 2nd place finish for Brad. Brad Smith, man, again, 2nd place finish for you out there, buddy. Who you want to thank?
You know, everybody at MTF, working there, get to ride when I can. Big B, Colleen, you know, for letting me have that opportunity. My girlfriend Lauren for coming out and supporting me a couple days. Steve Rayborn, my parents at home watching. Team Green, Deep South Kawasaki, Dunlop Tires, Factory Connection, FMF Pipes, Stark Clothing, Scott Goggles, Answer Racing, you know, and anybody else. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. 2nd place finisher, Brad Smith. All right, Mike Brown going to make his way up onto the box here. And I'll get the privilege of presenting Mike Brown with another number one plate there for you, Mike. A little bottle of champ for you in the other hand. Take a photograph and make some noise. Your champ of the event, 30 plus, Mike Brown. Well, Mike, big congratulations to you, man. If I am not mistaken, I think this was the last one for you this week, correct?
It is the last one for sure, and I'm glad for that. You know, my boss from FXR, I told him to sign me up in a few classes, and I get an email saying it's 5 classes, so I was up for it. It's better to race for me and then sit around and, you know, it's a long week. I've only been here half the week, and it feels like it is a long week, but like I said, I'd rather be on that track and sit and watching. So, yeah, 5 was a lot, but I enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, love having you out here, Mike. Well, congratulations to you. One last time here this week, who would you like to thank?
Again, FXR, Munn Racing, Pro Tape or Dunlop Pro Circuit. You know, it's like I said, I've said them for the last times I've been up here. Everybody's, even the sponsor I've had in the past, thanks for a great career and you know, supporting me all the way through here. And like I said, I enjoy every second. Hope everybody gets home safe and finishes the races the way they want.
Amen. There you go. Make some noise for Mike Brown. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. And what a pressure cooker we have here in this Schoolboy 112-17 class. We've watched Falser and Malay going at it over the course of the last couple of laps. I mean, it's been a true slugfest. What looked like was an easy pass for Falser has turned into, well, the getting by might have seemed to look easy, but maintaining the spot has not been that. Landon Gibson now up into the number 3 spot. Christian Merman in 4th. Clark Robbins in 5th. Landon Hartz in the number 6 spot. It's Jessen Turner in 7th. Will Caniger now up to the number 8 spot. Augustin Berenici is 9th, and Alessandro Carminati rounds out your top 10. Look in the back there in 13th. Landon Gibson, the 723. Many would have expected him to be a player in this one, but even in Moto number 1, he struggled with only a 9th place position finish. So again, pointing that out because the depth of the talent in this Schoolboy 112-17 class megawatt.
It's absolutely ridiculous, Rodney. Oh, who's down right there? It's absolutely ridiculous, Rodney. Again, Robbins, Hart, Turner, Caniger, Berenici, all these guys winners, no question about it. Malay, Gordon, and of course Luke Fowler. We talked to Daniel Blair last night about Fowler, and he said, you know what? Fowler's covered the gamut this week. I mean, yeah. He's had some cheers, had some gears, had a little mechanical here and there. He's fought everything under the sun and come out of here with some wins. And Luke is the epitome of what happens at the Mini O's, dude. I can tell you that from the top to the bottom. He's experienced it. And right now, see Carl out there got his watchful eye on. Amy got her fingers crossed right now as we wind down the last few laps here in this Schoolboy 112-17 BC.
Well, as you said, winding it down, we're wrapping up lap number 4 this time around for the Schoolboy 1 riders in this second and final moto. Lap 4 in the books now for Falser, and has he finally got a little bit of breathing room? Yeah,
I think so.
If you call 3 seconds breathing room, that's about the most that he has seen so far this moto. Now, as we check back in the rear view there on Malay, though, are we starting to see a little bit more green?
I think so too as well.
Picture, yeah, because Gordon, excuse me, is now 2.6 seconds back, a 151.8, at least a second and a half better lap time that time around. Right. So yes, we are starting to see that that gap shrink just a little there.
And here we go, working our way down through the bottom part of the course again. Back around, here comes our leaders.
And I'm looking back there, I'm wondering if maybe Christian Merman isn't trying to sneak up on the 19. I think he might be coming with the 18.
I think you might be right. You see our buddy Sam down there. Sam's got a watchful eye out right now on Fowler, keeping an eye on that machine, seeing exactly what he needs to do. Malay picking that pace up, I believe.
Yeah, he
absolutely.
has.
I believe he's picked it up.
This section right here, coming around, this is going to tell a lot, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of spark, I think, going to fire up here for the 18 machine of Landon Gordon, especially if he can close it up more here on this lap. Here comes Fowler in front of the Yamaha announcers tower. He's dropping down, as is now Millet. And look at that. Gibson has bridged quite a bit of the gap. It was 2.6 seconds. Now, Millet looked to be a little closer to Fowler, but that might have been deceiving. We'll see. A 153.2 for Fowler that time, 2.3. So he has closed that gap up. And Gordon, 2.1, so he has closed it up a little bit on Millet. So both riders actually reeling in Fowler just a little bit, but Fowler still with that 2-second cushion. And now it almost looks like Millet might be starting to wick it up a little more. He might be sensing that, and that's starting to leave Landon Gordon a little further back now. Let's see what happens here. We are on the white flag.
I got to tell you, I think Luke just grabbed a handful up across the gator back there just to give himself a little security. You know, he's almost cruising right now. I don't want to say that he is, but got the watchful eye of Sean Hackney down there, Sam, Carl, all these guys keeping an eye on Fowler as he works his way through this last half a lap. But all eyes are on Millet as well.
Absolutely, as riders now working their way around the Gators tail. There's her leader, Fowler, back there, still enjoying about at least a 2-second lead over Millet, and about the same from Millet now to Gordon.
And Gordon, he had some extra life there a lap or two ago. He tried to close that gap, and as time winds down, can he take? Yes, look at that. Gordon is up on Millet right now. You saw the Kawasaki come into the picture, stalking the Husqvarna. Less than a half a lap to go here.
Millet, let's see what kind of gap we're seeing closed up there now. It is closing up, but is it going to be enough?
And as soon as I say it, Millet grabbed a handful out of camera range and opened it back up. But look at this. Gordon fighting all the way to the end. Checkered flag just about to come out. You see Luke diving down into the gator pit. There goes Amy right now, working her way down to the podium. Going to be an interesting interview with Mikey Waynes down there, that's for sure. And here we go. Checkered flag is out. Fowler with the win. Tyler Millet in that number 2 spot. Landon Gordon coming to life on the last couple laps, closing that gap, making a race of it. And the Landon Hart's bringing it in home in the 4th spot.
Well, Fowler taking the win, and that will secure the overall as well. So Luke Fowler, your overall winner, going 2-1 here. Tyler Millet looking at a 3-2 for overall second. Landon Gordon looking at a 3-3 for third. So the way they finished, Fowler, Millet, and Gordon 1, 2, and 3 for the overall. Landon Hart will take 4th in the moto. Jessen Turner in 5th. Augustin Berenici in 6th. Christian Merman in 7th. Clark Robbins in 8th. 9th will be Will Kanigher. And rounding out the top 10 at the end of Moto 2, the 777 of Cade Johnson. As we take a look at the overall top 10, once again, 1, 2, and 3. Luke Fowler in 1st. Tyler Millet in 2nd. Landon Gordon in 3rd. Austin Berenici goes 1 and 6 for an overall 4th place position. We see Landon Hart's going 5 and 4 for overall 5th. And it's Christian Merman in 6th overall. Clark Robbins takes 7th. 8th is going to be Jessen Turner. Ryder Thompson in 9th, and Will Kanigher will be your 10th overall position finisher. But once again, Luke Fowler, Tyler Millet, and Landon Gordon, 1, 2, and 3, headed to the podium in race 35, and race 36 of 44 now on the track as well. The 65cc 10 and 11-year-old riders coming up next. 42 riders in all in this one. And, of course, it is going to be Jackson Vick riders we're going to be looking out for in this one. I believe we only had one division of these 10 and 11-year-old riders. And, of course, second place position was, as we scan results here real quick, as we'll note riders to be keeping an eye on. How do I miss a 2 like that? But they're on here someplace. Third place went to Chase Dashiell. There it is. Braxton Mess took 2nd place on the 115. 4th place to Easton Graves. And rounding out the top 5 there in Moto number 1 amongst these youngsters would be Marcus Trujillo. And with us, joining us from Swanky Fox Barbecue and Catering, our guys out on the corner here with us doing the on-site vending all the way out of Michigan up near Baja Acres, man, down here for the Mini-O's, welcoming out the Swanky Fox. What was your name again?
Corey.
Corey, that's it. Corey, good to have you. Yeah, same as up here. We got a pickle guy named Corey, Benton House Pickle, and a barbecue man is named Corey. This is going to be a dream. Hey, we're going to check back in with Swanky Fox and Corey in just a moment. Right now, let's check in with Mikey Wings down here on this podium.
Landon Gordon, there he is, throwing a freshie on. I got you. He's making his way onto the podium now. Got our top 3 out of that Schoolboy 1. Going to talk with Landon Gordon here. Come on up, man. Oh, I got to get a freshie. Got to have a hat. I got you. Sorry, boys. Thought we were a little more dialed down here. All good. All good. Landon Gordon looking fresh now, man. Got that freshie on. Talk to us, buddy. A third-place finish. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord to keep me safe, my whole family. Kawasaki, Monster, Alpine Star, 100%. Dunlop, Pro Circuit, 100%. And Jacob Hayes. Everybody else is awesome to get third in Schoolboy.
Yeah, good work, man. Congratulations to you. Third-place finisher, Landon Gordon. All right, Tyler Millette, come on up, man. Our second-place finisher out of the Schoolboy 1. Tyler Millette, again, a second-place finish. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, everyone out at Moto Sandbox, my trainer, Kyle Cheeseman, Tire Bowers, Dunlop Tires, 100%, Bell Helmets, Bulletproof Shade, everyone out at Moto Bros, thank you so much.
There we go. Congratulations to you. Second-place finisher, Tyler Millette. All right, Luke Fowler, come on up, dude. We'll get you behind the bike that you put in all the work on. I'm going to hand you a bottle of champagne right there. Mr. Mike Perkeen making his way onto the box to hand off that #1 plate, that coveted #1 plate. Make some noise for Luke Fowler. Luke, talk to us, man. A big congratulations in order. What did it take to get out front and get the win?
Yeah, me and Tyler got off really good, so I followed him for like most of the lap and got him right here where everybody spectates. But after that, I watched a lot of racing in my motorhome, and I've seen that a lot of leaders were falling over and losing the championships from that. So I just stayed consistent, tried to keep the fatigue away, and just rode.
Listen to this man, studying film. I love it, brother. Congratulations to you. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Sam Hurley and Amanda Bennett for getting me down to the Carolinas to train before here. Really big thanks to him and helping push the bike to the gate. Daniel and Maddie for all the help, getting me around training and riding. Christian from Alpine Star getting the awesome boots. Pro Taper, PR2, Links for the awesome motor that gets me ripping around out there. PR2 for the suspension that just keeps me dialed all the time. FMF, Wrap Supply. Jimmy Weiner for all the help with him too. Love that guy. Yeah.
That's it. There you go. Make some noise. First place finisher, Luke Fowler. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, Luke Fowler crowned a champion. Right now, Braxton Mess is in hopes of being done exactly the same way as Mess finishing second in Moto 1. Looking at the lead here, Jackson Vick, who was your Moto 1 winner, running in the #2 spot, is second. And as we look back to the #3 spot, that is Chase Dashiell. He's looking at a 3.3 and a 4.4 for Easton Graves. Marcus Trujillo looking at a 5.5, as that is our top 5 after 2, working on 3. And again, Corey from the Swanky Fox up here with us again. Corey, just want to say thanks, man. You've sent up a few samples here and there, some stuff over the course of the week, and everything that I've gotten has been just to die for, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, some of the best tasting, obviously, barbecue, but the sides, the macaroni and cheese, just out of this world. And you said, and the tots are great too, and you put the meat on top of it, it's even better. But I mean, you said the macaroni and cheese is even better today than it has been all week.
It is. It's nice and creamy. It was up late last night making it. We do everything fresh, pull pork apart to order, 18 hours smoked. So we keep it fresh and quality up. #1. Yep, we're happy to be here. We're across from the ice cream cone. Everybody's been great. Everybody that's coming up, you know, people that we've seen from Baja Acres, and you know, we just like being a part of the scene, and everybody's just So awesome.
And here's another thing. They got some trendy looking hats and T-shirts that you can pick up over there at Swanky Fox. I mean, that'd be pretty cool to be wearing those out and around to other places and stuff. So I'll be, I'm going to make it to Michigan, and if nothing else, the one place other than Baja Acres I'll be going to up there is going to be the Swanky Fox. I want to go to your establishment. Where are you guys located at?
We only have this food trailer.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Well, everywhere you go, I want to be there. Uh-oh. It does seem like a brick and mortar program. Chase Dashiell down. That was your third place rider we just seen there. That I'm not sure if it let Easton Graves go by or not. I didn't see if the 31 machine got by. He probably did, only being 2 seconds back. That also moved Marcus Trujillo up. That should have been enough room, though, that he would have been getting back up in fifth with a 15-second buffer, then back to the number 6 spot. So that's going to change the face of what we're looking at here in this 65cc 10 and 11-year-old class, as Braxton Mess looking at the 2-1 and Jackson Vick as they headed into lap number 4 here just a few moments ago. And we are nearing the completion of this 4th lap. 2:05 for Mess last time around, a 2:06.5 for Jackson Vick. We were looking at a 2-second gap, and I know these riders were rolling very quickly, and here they come. It looks like maybe Easton Graves, and a battle for the 3rd place position between he and Trujillo as they make their way down now here in front of and past the announcer's tower into the Gator pit. That is a battle for the number 3 spot in the 65, 10, and 11. White flag is out. Lap 4 in the history books. Now into lap 5. Graves up to 3rd. Trujillo in 4th, and they are in a dogfight right now. The mishaps by Chase Dashiell drops him to the number 5 spot. He is there solidly now. He sees about 5-second gap between himself and that battle in 3rd place where he once sat. Full send mode for the 65cc class riders as they traverse the back of the Gator, now making their way down into the heartland of Gatorback Cycle Park. A 3-way shootout about to shape up for this number 3 spot as Graves and Trujillo go at it, and Dashiell tries to make some gains down here and reformulate a plan to get back into position. Riders now out on the Gator's tail as they work their way back. What do you think about this racing here, Corey?
It is a totally different view up here, man. I mean, as see it on TV, and these guys are flying around here. These jumps are monsters, especially seeing them up close here and seeing it from this view. It's totally, it's intense, man. These guys are something else. 10 to 11 years old, man. I got to hand it to all these guys out here. They are tearing it up. It is awesome.
I don't know there's a point in my life that I ever could have ridden like these youngsters are in this class right here. I don't care how fast I thought, dreamt, or hoped I ever was. Never was this right here. That's for doggone sure. The 115 of Braxton Mess is making his way down into the Gator pit one final time. It's one more turn to traverse and a twist of the throttle as he sets sail across the finish line, and the overall win in the 65cc 10 and 11 here at Gatorback, and this 51st running of the Mini O's here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Braxton meets Jackson Vick, Easton Graves, Marcus Trujillo. That is what we're looking for 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Chase Dashiell in 5th, but again, we'll see. Graves will finish in the number 3 spot. Trujillo in 4th. Chase Dashiell should hold on for that number 5 spot. This is the way the overall looks. Braxton Mess will take the win with a 2-1. Jackson Vick then will be second place overall with a 1 and 2. Easton Graves looking at a 4-3 for 3rd overall. Then it's Chase Dashiell in 4th, and Marcus Trujillo rounding out the top 5. So it's Mess, Vick, and Graves, 1, 2, and 3 in that order to see Mikey Waynes at the podium. As we look into this second moto a little deeper of the 65, 10, and 11, Mess, Vick, Graves, Trujillo in 4th, Dashiell finishing up in 5th, Colin Holbrook in 6th, Ryder Bloomquist in 7th, Sam O'Leary in 8th, Mattios Thompson in the number 9 spot, Brayton Craiglow rounds out your top 10 in that one. And that seals the deal with our 65cc 10 and 11, 42 riders in all. What an amazing championship they put forth for us here. Folks, don't forget we got awards presentation coming up after racing is completed today. Right now we've got more racing action on the track with more 65s. This is our 7 to 9-year-olds. The race 37, I believe this one may have been one of the races that had like 116 or so in it. We saw top finishers like Tim Lopes, the 85. The 101 of Martin Ospina, he took a division race win. Carter Gray, the 698, took a division race win. Second place positions to Jaden Smart. He checks in at 42, but 4 on the bike. We also saw second place positions in 2 other divisions as we scan these results real quickly. Jaden Smart, as we told you, and third place to Anderson Waddell. There we go. Zalian Berchtold and Jed Overstreet were second place finishers. Fourth place finishers Brody Bircher and Colt Whitaker. And those are just a few of those riders as I'm trying to watch the screen at the same time as these 7 and 9-year-olds just work this racetrack and at the same time being worked by the racetrack. This is definitely championship caliber racing on a championship caliber race course. Multiple lines, multiple opportunities for passing, and of course every class out here has afforded us exciting action with the drop of the gate today. Again, a big tip of the hat to this track crew here at Gatorback Cycle Park and all the efforts put forth in this one. Jaden Smart now battling, and he's out in the number 2 spot. Let's head down to Mikey Wayne's to get this sorted out for you.
All right, got our top 3 up here. Easton Graves making his way onto the box. Come on up here to my right-hand side. Easton Graves, solid ride for you, buddy. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, G-Strike for keeping me safe. Rides Unlimited, Rocky Mountain Navy, ATV MC, 7 Bell, Scott, Pro Taper, T-Rex, Dunlop, and everyone else that supports me. Thank you so much.
Good hard work paying off in that one for Easton Graves, who will take 3rd place. Congratulations to you. All right, Jackson Vick is on his way up to the box. And then we'll talk with our champ, Braxton Mass. Jackson Vick, come on up, man. Right here, buddy. There you go. You're doing it. Jackson Vick, congratulations to you. A 3rd place finish. A 2nd place finish. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, JK Cycles, Quicks Motor Ranch, Matthew's my trainer, Tucker Power Sports, ODI Grips, Answer Racing, ODI Grips, 100%, and everyone else, thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you. 2nd place finisher, Jackson Vick. All right, Braxton Mess, come on up here, dude. I got a bottle of champagne for you. Again, like I've said a few times, I promise it's just sparkling grapefruit or grape juice. There's that. More importantly, Mike Burkeen got the number 1 plate courtesy of the AMA for you. The handshake to make it official and make some noise for Braxton Bass. Braxton, welcome back to the box. This time, hey, holding that number 1 plate, the smile's a little bigger, man. Congratulations to you. No, you don't do it alone, though. Who would you like to thank?
Fast House Hot Wheels, my mom and dad, my sisters, God for keeping me safe, 100%, Dirt Bike Kids, EMT Racing, Mellow Moto, Bell Helmets, Throttle Syndicate, Dunlop, Bell Helmets, and AEO Power Sports and EMT Racing. Thank you so much.
There you go. Your champ. Make some noise for the man. 65cc 10 to 11 champ, Braxton Maz. Back to you, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot. Mikey Wayne's out on the track right now, back at the action. 65, 7 and 9 this time. 10 to 11 just wrapping up. Now 7 to 9. First time through. Cade Nightingale on that 2nd lap. Carter Gray in the number 2 position. Eden Steinbrecher works his way into the 3rd position. Cole Whitaker in that number 4 ride. Tim Lopes, we know that name, into the number 5 position. Folks, we got some riders needed at the office. Right now we need Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, and Austin Camden to the office, please. Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, and Austin Camden to the office, please. Mikey Waynes, if you think you can make it up here in the next 2 minutes, better make your way up here to the tower. There's something that says Swanky Fox on it for you, buddy.
You will have never seen me run so fast in my life, brother.
Somebody have the paddles on standby and an oxygen tank, please.
Shots fired, I understand.
All right, Cade Nightingale still out front leading. Carter Gray in that number 2 position. Eden Steinbrecher holding it down. Last spot on the box right now. Colt Whitaker, Tim Lope, Brody Bircher, Steinbert Told. Austin Keller in that 8th place. Waylon Ballinger in 9th, and 10th is Gavin McCoy. Coming up next, going to be 450C, race number 37 on the track right now. That's 65, 7 and 9. Race 38 coming up next, 450C. Again, 65, 7 and 9 out there. 2 laps in the book coming up. 450C. Been a great week of racing so far. We have seen so much action. Look at this. We have still got pro sport classes. We've still got girls classes, 125 BC classes. A lot of racing yet to go, but yet just a few motos, Rodney. And oh yeah, that's what we said. 450 pro sport. We're looking forward to some quality races, some big classes coming up here in just a moment. Right now, though, looks like just about, 3 laps in the book. Cade Nightingale, Eden Steinbrecher, Carter Gray still 1, 2, and 3. Take a look at the overall right now. Looks like Steinbrecher might be in the running. Yep, Steinbrecher in the running. Carter Gray possibly in that number 2 position. Yes, Steinbrecher would be in the 3rd spot. Looks like Cade Nightingale, potential overall winner right here. One more time, folks. We need Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, and Austin Camden to the office, please. Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, and Austin Camden to the office. Rodney makes the call. He believes Lopes may be the splitter. I'm going to have to agree with that 100% on that number 85 machine. Exactly. Next time around, I believe we're going to pick up that white flag. Back into the far reach of the track we go, back through the twist and shout. Here we go, leaders coming back at us. Nightingale just absolutely on fire on that number 4 Yamaha. Down through that rhythm section in front of the campground. Here we go. He's headed to the split lanes. Last time around, the gap about 2.5 seconds. Nightingale has it wicked up. Look at that. Sends it out up over the tabletop. Here comes Steinbrecher. Steinbrecher in that number 2 ride last time around. Still maintains that position on the number 24 machine. Down into the gator pit goes our leader. Nightingale setting himself up. Here we go. Makes his run out of the pit. White flag is out. Steinbrecher checks in. This an almost identical gap, Rodney. I mean, it looked like a lot of action right there, but no progress. We weren't able to increase the lead or close the gap, either one. So Nightingale and Steinbrecher pretty evenly matched. 208.9 to 208.8. I don't think it gets much closer than that. Carter Gray. Yeah, Carter Gray still in that number 3 spot. He turned a 214 a little further back. Colt Whitaker in 4th. Lopes in that number 5 spot. Not able to make up any time right there, Rodney. Not able to close that gap. You hear 450C down there on the line. Those guys getting ready. Less than a lap to go here in 65, 7 and 9. Nightingale in control of this one. Steinbrecher doing everything he can do. Carter Gray sitting in that number 3 rides. Lap time's almost identical for about 3 laps, Rodney. These guys, we talk about consistency on some of these big bikes. You expect that out of a Steve Roman to run that close of a lap time. But the discipline of these youngsters, you know, to make that happen, the consistency of these youngsters, absolutely unbelievable. There comes the number 4, Caden Nightingale, one more time. Down through the split lanes, just one more straightaway, and then a matter of making his way in and out of the Gator pit. That's going to do it as he buzzes the tower here in just a moment, works his way back around below us. There we see him back into view. Nightingale down into the Gator pit for the final time. Checker flag about to come out. And there we see it. Caden Nightingale taking the win and the championship, Rodney.
Absolutely. Looking at a 3-1 scenario unfolding for that. Carter Gray look at a 2nd overall with a 3rd place position finish here. If he can hang on to it, he should be able to there. Nightingale, Steinbrecher have checked in. Gray is in now, so it is going to be overall Caden Nightingale with the overall win. Carter Gray in 2nd overall. Eden Steinbrecher in 3rd overall. Tim Lopes will get 4th overall as he will finish 5th in the moto. Colt Whitaker, who's finishing 4th in the moto, will get 5th overall. So basically a couple of switch arounds there in the overall from the finish, but same players basically. So overall, once again, Caden Nightingale with the win. Carter Gray in 2nd. Eden Steinbrecher in 3rd. Tim Lopes is 4th. Colt Whitaker in 5th. Brody Barcher in the number 6 spot. Zion Berchtold in 7th. Gavin McCoy in 8th. Waylon Ballinger in 9th place position. And Declan Wisniewski will round out your top 10 here in 65, 7, and 9. As Megawatt pointed out, we have on tap and ready to go next as Nightingale, Steinbrecher, and Gray, or actually Nightingale, Gray, and Steinbrecher in that order, go to see Mikey Waynes. We go to our 450C class now, and Kwan Matiola taking a win there. Seth Creedy also a top finisher. Creedy not as good a starts earlier today, but saw him working up through the pack. He should be another force to be reckoned with here. 2nd place positions there in the first moto going to Lance Guys and Caleb O'Neill. 3rd place to Dash McMillan out of Butler, PA on the 341. And a 3rd place to Chase Patton. So there's at least 6 riders that we can look forward to possibly being up front and possibly vying for one of the top spots here today. We've seen several 3 and 1s and 1 and 3s as far as this day goes, and as far as that goes, 2 2s also. So let's head on down to the podium right now and let's celebrate that 65cc class.
All right, up here a 3rd place finisher, Eden Steinbrecher. Eden, man, a 3rd place finish for you out there today. Who would you like to thank?
Hello, Juice Crash for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, Fox, 100%, Gas, MX Clinic, Jeff Sonic, Daniel Bell, Maddie, 100%, Bro Tape, and everybody else we about. Thank you.
There you go. Look at that. No cheater board either. No pit board. Look at that. Eden Steinbrecher. Good job, dude. A 3rd place finish. Carter Gray, come on up, man. Our 2nd place finisher here. Hey, Carter Gray, come on up, dude. Come on up. Do you know those people out there? You got a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you on the 2nd place finish. Who you want to thank?
I want to thank God to keep me safe, my mom and dad for driving me out here to Mini-O's. I want to thank Duramax Training, Cobra, X-Brand Goggles, PR2 Suspension, and Duramax Training, Fly, and everyone else.
There you go. Congratulations to you. Make some noise for Carter Gray. All right, Caden Nightingale, come on up, dude. Our 1st place finisher here in the 65cc 7 and 9. Come on behind the machine, man. There's some champ for you. Mike Burkeen, your right-hand side, got a #1 plate. Cade Nightingale gets that #1 plate. Now do it for the gram, dude. Heck yeah. Cade, big congratulations to you, buddy, on the win. Getting that #1 plate. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, Ed, Danny, Donnie, Cole, Jake, Dunlop, Bell, ODI, FMF, NSA, Rock River, Parts Unlimited, SKDA, Bell, 100%, Moose Racing, Alpine Star, Blue Crew, and everything. And that's all.
That's all. There you go. Good job, buddy. First place finisher, Cade Nightingale. That'll do it for 65cc 7 to 9. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Mikey Waynes. Dash McMillan, the 341. Remember, we talked about 1s and 3s and 3s and 1s. Well, Dash McMillan, one of those 3s and 1s himself as he's looking at the overall. Check this out. Lance Guys, a 2-2. And Deja Vu, Seth Creedy, a 1-3. How many times have we seen this scenario shape up here today? And once again, it presents itself again in this 450C class. That's after one lap of racing. We can expect, I'm sure, some changes to take place as this moto wears on. But, hey, who knows, man? That, to me, is pretty exciting stuff. Creedy now checking in that third. There's the fourth place ride, the 176 of William Jordan. Jordan looking at an 8-4 right now. And as we go back to fifth place, it looks like a whole lot of real estate opened up back there. And that is Seth the Zero, Seth Eubanks, I believe, maybe rounding out the top 5-6. Where's K1? There he is. I missed him going by. So the 121 is still fifth. Eubanks is still sixth. Adam Hain in the number 7 spot. Braden Sampe in 8th. Noah Barnett in 9th. Walker McGrill in 10th. Jordan Pettinger is 11th. Carl Withrow 12th. Zachary Flanders in 13th. Make that Caleb O'Neill now in 13th. 14th is Elijah Marsh. Jarek Norris in 15th. Ethan Webb in 16th. Tristan McDonald 17th. Sid Putnam in 18th. 19th Logan Renninger. And Alan Adkins checks in the 20th place position after losing some time out there. Mercy. Dash McMillan again at last check, a near 3-second lead after that first lap. Seen a rider down there pushing off to the side of the track, so don't think he was any of our front runners there. McMillan all the way out on the end of the Gators tail, it looks like, and making his way back. That's him on the Honda machine, 341, and Lance Guys followed by Seth Creedy in third. Has McMillan opened up that much of a lead? I believe he. Look at this coming down this front stretch. Yeah, he has opened up a astronomical lead here after 2, man. Talk about getting the starts and looking for stretching your legs. Joined here with Dean Diaz. And Dean, man, what a run we've got going on here, huh?
A good run for sure. You know, Dash McMillan, we see him down here for the Gold Cup a little bit in Florida, getting his feet wet, you know, and it's good to see him out here leading this race we got. Here they come through the line right now. We'll see what the lap times are.
156 to 157, so he slowed down just a smidge, maybe a half second or so. Guys in the 157, but Seth Creedy starting to put the pressure on. The seat turns into a 156. Jordan and Mattiola running in the number 4 and 5 spots now. No change in our running order in the top 5, and we're still the same. Dash McMillan looking at the likelihood of the overall, but we're still a couple of laps away from the finish of this one.
And Ryan, I'm really sad in here to give you guys a quick shout out. That pit bike race that was announced last night. Those pit bikes, they're for sale for $2,500, and now they're on clearance for $2,200. You can get yourself pretty much. It's a brand new pit bike. They got the Rocky Mountain graphics on them. It's pretty sweet.
Where are they at?
Rides Unlimited. I'd imagine where they're at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just go find Greg or somebody. Stacy walking
110s, 50s?
Yeah, no, Kawasaki 110.
Oh,
$2,200. Yeah, that's something to think about.
Yeah.
Rodney's got his money out of his pocket right now.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I got to go buy me a pit bike real quick. All righty. So back at the action out here with us, we're checking in. And thanks for that update, Dean. Certainly appreciate that. But as
Dean pointed out Dash McMillan been venturing out from the great state of Pennsylvania and here into Florida. I'm sure preparing himself for this big major event here at Gatorback Cycle Park, and it's paid some dividends, and obviously it was already fast coming into this, so definitely give him a little bit of comfort zone in this second moto, as he's still got about 2 to 3 seconds over Lance Guy. Seth Creedy, I thought, was beginning to make a push, looked like, but not so much now. William Jordan, K1 Matiola, and now there's K1 dropping in now. A little further back than what I thought. Only 3 seconds last time around. Did what it is this time around is K1 checks in now 5 seconds back, basically 4.5. So he did lose a couple of seconds. Some separation between Jordan and Seth Creedy also. So that lengthened out a few lap riders getting in between them. Meanwhile, up front, this is, hey, man, the dog, Iceman, dog the Iceman. Hey, man, not a problem, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I will. Wow. So, Iceman, he cometh, he's selling 20-pound bags of ice for $5 today. Hey, who is that guy? Who is that Megawatt? Do I know him from, like, the Nationals or what? Was that a Lawrence boy right there? Get in here, Megawatt. I heard that he was on property last night. I just didn't know if he was going to be around today or not.
Last year, you know, he come up, spent some time in the tower with us. So the Jet out here doing big things in the offseason. Been putting on some schools, been putting on some clinics as well. He was over at Tomahawk in West Virginia a couple weeks ago. Had the whole entire crew over there, him and Hunter, and all the staff over there putting on a school. So it's great to see him over in the Gizmo Tower checking out the racing here today as well.
Yes, for sure. As we are checking out Moto 2 action, 450C, 4 laps complete, working on 5. And can McMillan hang on to it? Lance Guys appears to be trying to put his head down and charge a little harder here, but at the checkers, not going to be enough. McMillan stays the pace in the course. A 159 that time around, probably his slowest lap of the race, believe it or not, but so was Lance Guys and Seth Creedy. They go 1, 2, and 3 in the moto. And as far as the overall, that is exactly how they will finish as well. So Dash McMillan with your win. Lance Guys in second, Seth Creedy in the number 3 spot as we look over to the 4th place position. And on back in this second moto, it will be William Jordan taking the 4th. Kawan Matiola will take the number 5 spot, and we're looking for Braden Sampe there in the number 6 spot. Seth Eubanks in 7th. There was a little bit of a change there. Actually, Pittenger up into the number 7 spot. Then we got Pittenger in 7th, Eubanks in 8th, Adam Hain in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Elijah Marsh. And again, coming up, we got another great movie, or another great movie. Yes, my friend, this is a movie. We got a great race coming up, and this one being brought to you once again by your friends at Race Tech Suspension. I love it, man. They are certainly made right here in the USA, 100% guaranteed. There's gold valves.
And not assembled, not, you know, thought out and all that. Manufactured, man. Machined right here in America.
World's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification companies and inventors of their proprietary award-winning gold valve.
Yep.
Racetech again. Remember, those gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Racetech products, again, are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. Whoop, 97 down.
And Rodney, it only takes a couple special tools, and you can install those gold valves yourself. It is something you can go home and make a big difference in your own bike with, or take it to an authorized installer, let them do it, and then make the proper setup afterwards.
Tough break for both Noah Stevens and Devin Salo here on this first lap of racing. Stevens up there in the front of the pack, a Moto 1 winner is going to have a long road to hoe in this one now as he finds himself picking up, scraping off the dirt. Drew Adams, I believe, grabbing the early lead in this one. Adams was a Moto 1 winner, so he's picking up in pretty good position as to where he was. Avery Long, a 263, a 4th place position finish in Moto number 1. He opens up in 2nd here in the 450B class, so things are starting to look very well for him, and he's already putting pressure on Adams. He's already wanting to go for it. There's Christian Yannick back there. Yannick taking 2nd on that Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki. He's running in the number 3 spot now as we near this first lap complete. Back and forth. It's the 107 machine. That is Jordan Renfro. Another great start by Renfro, and look back there. It is the 45 Yamaha Mitchell Zaremba on the MTF FMF MX tire Forever Green Graphics and red plate training backs ride. Slater skins, hydro power. Zaremba, another solid start. Again, this is putting all these guys together. You shake them up. Who's going to come out on top? And you never know, but you know, you have a pretty good idea that what riders to expect to rise. And each one that we see through the top 10, again, is another one of those scenarios where you could say, well, any one of these guys could likely win this.
You know, we sound like a broken record, but it reminds me of that bag of chips Mikey had the other day. It had all the flavors, all the salts, all the flavors in one bag. So you didn't know if you were going to get sour cream and onion, if you were going to get barbecue, if you were going to get a standard potato chip. But when you reach in that bag, a different flavor came out. You never know who's going to come out on top of this one.
Well,
and look, we said potato chip and we got Mikey's attention.
I perked up. Potato chips, I'm in. Seth Creedy, I bet you don't eat a lot of potato chips, do you?
Nah, not really.
No, I didn't think so, man. You're an athlete. Seth Creedy, you've had a great week here, man. A 3rd place out here just now. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, Fleet 427, Evo Industries, Fly Racing, 230 Cafe, Action Motorsports, Adapt, and anybody else. Thank you. My sister.
Hey, you got your shout out, girl. There you go. Congratulations to you, Seth Creedy. Lance Geist making his way up onto the box. A 2nd place finish for Lance. Hey, big congratulations to you, man. Who you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, just Chris, keep me safe. Next Level Motocross, Gavin Graystick, FXR, 100%, Bell, Black Diamond MX, and everyone else forgot. Thank you so much.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Lance Geist. All right, Dash McMillan, come on up, man. Dash, we're going to put you behind the motorcycle here. I'm going to come on back here, man. All right, back here. I got you. Hold that. I'll be right back. Let me grab you some hardware. Dash McMillan, there you go. A number 1 plate for you, buddy. Hold it up. Do it for the gram. Snapchat it, or it didn't happen. And Dash, talk to me, buddy. A 1st place finish. Big congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
My mom and my dad for getting me out here. Luke Heimler, FXR, PR2 suspension, MX tire, Club 57, or Brad from Club 57, Dunlop, Cernix, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Dash McMillan, your champ of the 450C class. Back to you guys in the Potato Chip Lounge.
The Potato Chip Lounge. Maybe we can get a sponsorship by Lay's or Ruffles or somebody. Pringles. Somebody sponsor us. Drew Adams. Man, Little Debbie. Oh, that wasn't Little Debbie, was it? That's not. Is that the one that goes?
Little Debbie.
Yeah, Little Debbie Adams out there on the 300 in that number 1 spot. Avery Long was 2nd. Christian Yannick in the number 3 spot. Mitchell Zaremba pushing into the number 4 spot. Renfro in 5th. Another solid start by the 107 ride. Brennan Schofield, a good start here for him in 6th. Cole Forbes, look at that. 7th place for the Woods guy. Dawson Cobb in 8th. Lucas Geisler in 9th. And Carson Eads rounding out the top 10. Jadon Cooper was 11th. Morningstar in 8th. Christopher Kraushorn in 13th. Hayden Jamison in 14th. Mason Yakir in
15th place position. So that's what that looked like at the end of lap 2. Limit of lap 3, we're still seeing Adams, Long, Yannick, Zaremba, Rinpo, Forbes, Schofield, Dawson, Cobb, Geisler. Now we see Jadon Cooper up from 11th into a top 10 spot.
And, you know, I can't help but mention again, Drew Adams only 14 years old. Avery Long behind him is 17 years old. You know, big difference between a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old. Not only years of track experience, but maturity, thinking, that type of thing. So Drew Adams been in it all week on the big bikes, 14 years young, and this guy's doing a fantastic job. Avery Long up front all week, trying to apply the pressure right now. Looks like he's found a good line out there in the fringe. So right now, turning up the heat on the number 300 of Drew Adams. But Drew's been up to the challenge all week. Had a tip over in the Gator pit there a little earlier in the day. We saw the 300 go down, got back up, immediately went back to about 150 lap times immediately. So Drew Adams, a bright, bright future ahead of him here on this Team Green machine.
Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, and Austin Camden to the office, please. Also, Nathan Hummel. If you know the whereabouts of Trevor Collop, Noah Stevens, Austin Camden, or Nathan Hummel, we need them at the office, please. Thank you. All right, back to the racing action at hand. Avery Long trying to reel that in that we saw at 0.617 last time around. So right at that half-second mark, Adams obviously picking up the pace a little here on this lap. We'll see what that at, well, 149.1 this time around and a 149.9 for Avery Long. So Long actually slowing down a little bit. We see that gap 1.3. So those lines that he's trying to find to get around Drew Adams cost him a little bit of time on that lap. But more importantly, I think for Drew Adams' sake is the fact that it has afforded Christian Yannick the opportunity to close the gap back up from third.
Now the battle with Long isn't trying to find his way up to Adam. Now he has to get defensive and keep Yannick from getting around him and going up there with his teammate. The bottom line is the benefactor here, Drew Adams. He turned it up. He handled the heat from Avery Long, pulled out a gap now. All of a sudden, the heat's coming from Long through number 27. Christian Yannick.
Yannick is might be a saving grace for Drew Adams this time around. Lap 4 in the history books of this 450B class. Cross flags are out, so we'll probably be in that 8-9 lap range in this one. We'll keep an eye on the flags for that, but as we said, 4 laps down, the gap 1.3 seconds between Adams and Long. Yannick was looking at 1.6, but I'm saying that that's going to be a little tighter when they come around, and I think this next time around at the end of lap 5 megawatt, we're going to see a little bit difference in the timing and scoring. It's still going to be tight, but I think that Adams might have a little more breathing room this time. But then again, as I look once more, did something take place? What happened to Yannick there? Yannick is nowhere to be seen in this. Oh, there he is.
Oh, no.
Off the side of the track. I was looking away from the monitor. I don't know if we saw that on the monitor.
No, we didn't catch it.
Just shot off the track is what our spotters here in the tower are telling us. Not real sure what caused it. I'm sure hooked a rut or something happened there.
But he was holding that wrist. I could tell you there was no question about that. Look at that, holding that arm.
Yeah, that's
truly bummed. You can see the facial expression right there, Christian Yannick.
Well, that moves Zaremba up into the number 3 spot, but that's a 10-second buffer now back to the number 3 spot. So what that does is gives Avery Long nothing but freedom to search for some lines out there and afford a little bit of mistakes or slowdown in the attempt if it does happen that way, because Zaremba's so far back. Right now, a pass, a 4-1, would still not be enough to beat Drew Adams in the overall, but it would be enough to beat him mentally heading into the offseason, and it would certainly be exciting heading into Daytona for the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross come March.
Oh, certainly, Rodney, without question. And look at this. As you say, that Long starts to close the gap. Now, last time this happened, that lasted about a lap. Adams able to respond, pull out the gap a little bit. Yannick was starting to close up from behind. Yannick out of the picture now. Does Long have anything left? He was fighting and fighting and fighting. He's ridden about 300 motos this week. He's ridden a dozen classes, it seems like. And it seems like every time there's a bike on the track, we say the name Avery Long. So.
Right. Yeah, I feel you on that, man. He has put the work in this week, and I'm sure he's opened up several eyes in the process as the 6th lap comes to a close now, and still looks like probably 2 more laps to go. The gap now 1.8. So
yeah, I'm going to guess pick up a white flag next time.
Yeah, so 1.8 seconds. That was about 3/4 of a second difference in that. So that is stretching that out a little bit. Mitch Zaremba checking in now, 12.6 seconds back. Hey, you got to hand it to Jordan Renfro. This kid's had some pretty stellar runs this week. I know, you know, the last couple of years, it's been kind of disheartening for him, you know, injuries, different things like that. And I know he's coming back from injury again. But Jordan Renfro really getting some pretty solid results out there this week, I think. And another rider I'm pretty proud of is one that we know and love from the off-road racing world in GNCC, our national youth champion from the 2021 championship season of Cole Forbes, making some dedication, it looks like, here in the motocross racing world. And I'll tell you what, proven some pretty good points out there. I think he's got a lot more to show. I think we could see more out of him if he sticks with this moto thing.
Oh, no
he might be like an AP, you know?
Yes.
I mean, Aaron Plessinger.
Yes, very possible. And the bottom line is, Rodney, if he would dedicate himself to moto with the experience of the off-road, believe me, it's great cross-training, and there's no two ways about it. But it seems to me that if he were to come over here and put his head down, no question, be the cream of the crop immediately.
Well, Drew Adams in this home stretch now. Lap 7, I'm not sure, but I'm expecting we'll see a white flag this time. Might be a few seconds. They might get another one out of this. I'm not sure. Again, it's all on timing basis from what I understand. And I didn't start the clock on the gate drop, so I'm not sure. I'm just
no white flag
calculations.
So at least one more lap before we see the white flag.
Right, so a 9-lap race most likely. Folks, don't forget, if you need a 20-pound bag of ice, $5 today. Go see the Iceman on the corner.
Yeah, pack those coolers up for the ride home. No, don't waste that food. Don't waste those drinks. Make sure everything stays cold. And I can tell you right now, I haven't seen a 20-pound bag of ice for $5 in 10 years. Okay? Believe it.
Yeah, get down there and get you some.
Iceman's way of saying thank you. He's got that stuff frozen right now. It's just a matter of you guys stopping by, picking up a fresh bag, $5.
$5.
Stand up and holla. There's the rim on our screen again. Man, that's like the Energizer Bunny.
Forbes dropping back in the standings to 8th place position. I guess maybe getting a little bit of that announcer's curse. Uh-oh. He's going to blame us, I know.
We're going to blame Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey was rooting for him. Some problem. We were just talking about it. It was Mikey was rooting for him.
Way to go, Waynes.
Sorry, Cole Forbes. That one's on me, brother.
I try to be impartial. Mikey, he can't help himself.
Mikey full of favoritism.
Oh, yeah, you know me, just totally biased. That's me.
We're starting bad rumors already.
Oh, gosh.
All righty, lap 7. We're going to turn into lap 8 here real soon. Man, look at that. Adams turned a 150 that last time around. I mean, I think he said, I'm tired of it. I'm just going to put some gap in that one and get back to the little comfort zone. So he's looking at nearly 5 seconds gap when they went into lap 8 that time around.
Zaremba still just relentless at it, man. Just still putting in quality laps, sitting in that number 3 spot, a 1:53.6 last time around. I mean, these guys all within a second of each other as far as lap time is concerned. Gap about 4 seconds back to Long and about another 12 back to Zaremba, but these guys run an identical pace, Rodney.
Yeah, but Adams just turned in another 152.3. It is now 8 seconds back to Avery Long. Avery Long kind of, and I think lap traffic having a little bit to do with this. A 155 for him, a 154 for Mitch Zaremba, and Jordan Renfro coming off of a 155 the lap before. I'm not sure if Geisler, Renfro gets in 4th. Geisler, I believe, is still in that number 5 spot. I know Coleman Cooper back there. Jadon Cooper's one of those riders, man. He can sneak attack you.
Yep.
It's like a sniper, if you will.
White flag out now, Rodney.
Well, there you go. Jadon Cooper now up to 6. He gets around Dawson Cobb. Like I said, So it's Adams, Long, Zaremba, Renfro, Geisler. That's your top 5 heading into the final lap. Jadon Cooper in the 6th, Dawson Cobb in 7th. Noah Stevens, who was down on the first lap. Stevens now up to an 8th place position. Brendan Schofield, Cole Forbes in 9th, and Brendan Schofield in 10th. Trying to see what that might do for Noah Stevens in the overall. A 1-8 right now for Noah Stevens, 5th overall. So, wow. Yeah, I mean, from down on that first lap up to an 8th place position like this, that's impressive. I've been impressed quite a bit this week.
I'm impressed right now. Drew Adams put on a clinic on the big bike.
Yeah, he did.
He's been out front. He's had some gaps, but I'm going to tell you, if I have to say there was a flawless ride for Drew Adams this week, look at that big fist bump. Mikey, he's not going to have a bad attitude this time. He's not going to be disappointed this time on the podium, I'll promise you.
And rightfully so, man. Flawless ride there. Even when the pressure started bouncing a little bit, he answered back.
Absolutely.
With 3 seconds of answer. That was impressive. So Long is through. Zaremba is through in the number 3 spot. Jordan Renfro and Luke Geisler coming around next. There's Renfro through, I believe. And Geisler, I think, was behind him there. Yep, there's Renfro. You can see he's checked in. Was Cooper able to make that push? He was closing there. I didn't see. I want to see if Cooper made. Nope. Geisler holds on for 5th.
Yep.
Cooper in 6th. Dawson Cobb in 7th. So it'll be Drew Adams with the overall. Avery Long in 2nd. Mitch Zaremba will look at the number 3 spot. It is 1-1, 4-2, and 3-3 is the way that's going to work out. Jadon Cooper will be 4th overall with a 3 and a 6. So way to go. Kind of a protege there of Sean Hackley as well in one of his understudies. The 97 of Noah Stevens in the 5th place position overall. Lucas Geisler should be 6th overall. Cole Forbes will look at 7th overall. Jordan Renfro looking at 8th overall with Dawson Cobb 9th overall, and Carson Eads should take that 10th place overall position. Hey. Big sell. Jane's Donuts. $5 a bag sale going on right now. Fresh, hot Jane's Mini Donuts. $5 a bag going on right now. Stop down and get you some.
Hey, you know how you wash down Swanky Fox Barbecue?
With some Jane's
Mini Donuts. That's how that works. Believe it. And you know, Drew Adams is onto something, because Mikey and I, we have definitely gone through our share of Little Debbie's. I mean, Nutty Buddies, Swiss Rolls. We've killed like 3 cases this week.
I love those things, man.
Hottest item at Dollar General, Little Debbie. See the 300 machine making his way up onto the podium right now.
Hottest item in the 450B class, Little Debbie.
Exactly. We got to get that guy corporate sponsor.
Absolutely.
We got to get him the A-Ride with Little Debbie. Bring a semi in every week, Little Debbie semi.
A lot of kids' diets would go out the window, but there's a lot of
zebra cakes, Nutty Buddies, Swiss rolls,
donut sticks.
Woo! Little Debbie it is.
Big old cup of coffee. That'd be good. Hey, what's going on, Michael Waynes?
Hey, we're ready.
All right.
So let's bring up Mitchell Zaremba, our 3rd place finisher. Welcome back, dude. Mitchell Zaremba, another solid ride. Ended up in the 3 spot.
Yeah, it was a good ride. Start was decent. Made a little mistake up there, top of the hill, first lap. Someone got around and ended up getting back. I didn't realize Christian went down. That's a bummer. Hopefully he's all right. And yeah, we got in the box again.
Heck yeah, man. Well, congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I just thank God for keeping me safe this whole week. I mean, it's a blessing just making it through the week safe. And my mom, my dad, my whole family. OG Optics for hooking me up this week. Bell Helmets, Answer Racing, Garnet Boots, MX Tire, Forever Green, Lawn Care, DH1 Mods, Morgantown Power Sports, Bonsai Suspension, Levi Kilbarger, Chris Whitcraft, MTF, for Brian and Colleen for all they've done for me.
and hydropower, and anybody else I forgot, thanks.
There you go. Congratulations to you. Your third place finisher, Mitchell Zaremba. Come on up, Avery Long. Avery Long finishing in the 2 spot here in your 450B class. Avery, talk to us, man.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty good. Got a pretty good start. I think I was like 3rd or something like that. I made my way through the pack a little bit and got on Drew. Drew's riding really good. And, yeah, just about halfway, couldn't hold on no more. So, yeah, a little bummed, but, you know, it is what it is, and get this figured out and move on to the next one.
Hey, hungry. Love it, man. Congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, the whole NSA Rock River Yamaha team, Danny, Ed, Jake, my mechanic Hayden, Bell, Alpine Stars, 100%, Moose Racing, Monster Army, K-Dub, the whole Farm 14 crew, just everybody in my corner. Thank you so much.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Avery Long. All right, Drew Adams, come on up, little Debbie. I'm going to give you a bottle of, come on back here behind the machine, man. I'm going to hand you the bottle of champ. I'm going to hand you, on behalf of the AMA, your #1 plate for the 450B class. Make some noise for Drew Adams. Drew, hey, a little happier today, man, getting the first place finish here in a stacked class against these guys. What set you apart out there?
Yeah, I just haven't had the best week so far. Supercross, I just kept on getting bad starts, and out here I started off pretty good, but then for some reason I just kept on like just messing up everywhere and making mistakes. But yeah, we just regrouped before this moto, and we brought back the win.
Well, big congratulations to you. No, you don't do it alone. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, just for keeping me safe. The whole Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki, my mechanic Derek for doing everything. Fox, all the guys there, just got the new sponsorship, hooked me up. All the boys down in Florida, all my training buddies, Aiden Shive, Ethan, Jet Hunter, Renthal, Team Dunlop, and Pro Circuit, and everybody else that supports me. Huge thanks to.
Your 450B champ, Drew Adams. Good work. Back up to you, Megawatt and Rodney Tomlin.
Great job, Drew. Fantastic performances all week long. Able to cap this one off with a championship in the 450B. Rodney Tomlin.
Absolutely stunning performance, and another stunning performance here as we roll through the girls 11 to 16. Kylie Stallings getting off to the early lead in this one aboard the 21 machine, I believe. If memory serves me correct, yes, the Monster, Fox, Dunlop, Ajax, and Maxima back right finished 3rd in moto #1. Mela Herrick, the number 19, took a 4th place position, opening up in the #2 spot out of Thornton, Colorado. Madison Casimir, that's the number 11, was your Moto 1 winner. And she's at the Broadbrook, Connecticut, and she's on the move trying to work toward the front of the pack here on lap #4. Reagan Vaughn, Piper Bell, Hannah Cole in the #6 spot. Hannah Jameson is 7th. Katie Nadler in 8th. Riley Turney in 9th. And Josie Schuff. Josie Schuff rounding out the top 10. And it looks like actually Riley Turner moving up a spot there on lap 3 as she gains some time and position out there.
Power had a couple riders good. Got to remember, red means off.
Right.
A couple riders having an issue over there just before the tower running off the track. So changing things up just a bit, but everybody back under their own power.
So Stallings working on lap #4. I'm waiting and watching to see if Mela is going to make much of a push. We saw a couple second difference, about a 1.5 seconds difference in their lap times, which is putting us close to 3 seconds apart at the end of lap #3. So if Mela Herrick picks up the pace some, then this could change around a little bit.
Absolutely.
Herrick, as we had told you, on board the number 19 machine, seemed like she was a pretty big player in that one. She did end up finishing 4th. As these girls classes again afforded us with some great battles in Moto number 1. I know our women 12+ class is great to see the strength and numbers of that, having to qualify just to get into the second moto out here.
Oh, for sure. White flag out now, Rodney. Less than a lap to go in this one.
Kylie Stallings out front in this one. Mayla Herrick 5.3 seconds back. Madison Casimir in the number 3 spot. The 8:15 Reagan Vaughn should be checking in the next few moments in the number 4 spot. She does, and Piper Bell gaining a little bit of time on her right there. Maybe a half second. There was about a half-second difference in that gap as Stallings works her way through some of this lap traffic out there. Reagan Vaughn in 4th, Piper Bell in 5th, Hannah Cole in 6th. Looking at, I believe, Riley Turney for 7th. Not checked in yet, I don't think. Yeah, there she is. Kate Nadler, Ilana Folk, and Josie Schuff. All right, so again, if we start looking at this, it's going to be Kylie Stallings with the overall win. Madison Casimir would finish up in 2nd, and Mayla Herrick in 3rd. Casimir on the number 19. I'm sorry, that's Herrick on the 19. The 11 of Casimir finished 1st in Moto 1, so she's looking at a 1 and 3 right now. Kylie Stallings, the 21 machine, finished 3rd in Moto 1. She's looking at a 1 and 3. And your 2nd place ride, the 19 of Mayla Herrick, as she broke the tradition for us. Instead of a 2-2, she's got a 4-2 this time around. But checkers will be coming out this time around as our leader in the bottom of the Gator pit right now. And we have a winner. Kylie Stallings on the 21 from Austin, Texas, of Monster, Fox, Dunlop, Ajax, Maxima, Renthal, CTI, Roost, FMF, Hammer, Rainer Training Complex, back Husqvarna. Mayla Herrick will finish up in 2nd. Madison Casimir in 3rd. Reagan Vaughn in 4th. Piper Bell in 5th. Looking at Stallings to take the overall. 2nd to Madison Casimir. Mayla Herrick in 3rd. Piper Bell in 4th. And Reagan Vaughn, I believe, will round out the top 5. Dean Diaz.
That was a pretty good race right there. Like you said, and Stallings, she is on a mission. You can see right there that even the last lap, 1 to 2 seconds faster than the whole field. It's pretty impressive. 6-second gap on Mayla Herrick. And Mayla's been ripping this week. What do we got getting ready to take off onto the track, Rodney?
Motorcycle, Dean. More motorcycle.
I like that.
We got some more, looks like 2-stroke machines, 125, 12 to 17 BC. And taking a look at this one, again, a lot of the big players you expect to be here in this one. A 3-division format. Luke Bowser was a division race winner, as was Adler Cottle and Landon Hartz. Clark Robbins took a 2nd place position finish, as did Ryder Thompson. 3rd place is going to Will Canniger, also seeing a 3rd place to Christian Merman. Clark Robbins took a 2nd. And I'm sorry, I've got to watch this race. I'll try to get you abreast of some more of those top finishers in a moment. Wyatt Fast, he was a 5th place position finisher. Adler Cottle, I don't know if I think I said that. Kate Johnson, Franklin Bowser, Joseph Madero, Cody Harrington. I mean, any and every one of those names, again, put us in this great position, Dean.
Yeah, we got a couple riders going down to the pit. Tough break. Looks like one of those riders might be Bowser, who I just heard you riddle off. As we look on the Racer TV and see who our leader is, looks like it might be on our gas machine, maybe the 257, I believe, of Jesse Turner. That is our leader now as he approaches the Gator Tail. Watch Jesse Turner now lead as he makes his way to the road. He has all kinds of competition just behind him. Oh, one of the riders in the the third place position, going to slide out going up that anthill. He's back up into the top 10 position, but man, that is a tough break for that young man.
Well, looks like a rough get off of Berenici off the gator.
As we're watching Caniglar diving in the inside. Yeah, we got a battle going on. We got live Caniglar, sorry. He's earned right now. Look at him as he launches that finish line in the lead of the number 708 machine. The 257, Justin Turner coming right behind him. And we got Tyler Millett there on the number 20 machine in that third spot. So it's a party for sure here at Gatorback Cycle Park in this 125 BC 2017 class. Oh, it looks like we got a new leader here. Whoa! They drop into the pit. It's Turner now leading back out.
Man, I tell you, he looked like he just glided down that entire drop-off like they used to do when it was much steeper. But Justin Turner now your leader over Caniglar. Tyler Millett in the number 3 spot. Robinson Falser in the 4 and 5 spots as they checked in moments ago. Falser looking to work on the 62, but folks, I tell you, as I said, this is a thick and tough field up here in this 125 12 to 17 BC class, and passing at this point ain't easy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Man, tough break for the number 53 of Augustin Berenici going down that opening lap. Getting the tendency down there. Hopefully that rider is okay. Coming to the Gator tail now. We still see Justin Turner leading it out. 708, a cannon. In that second place. Oh, we got Podium. Podium.
We're going to head down to Mikey Wayne's as we celebrate with our race 40 girls, 11 to 16.
Take it away, Mikey.
All right, let's get Mayla Herrick. Come on up, our third place finisher, making her way onto the box. Come on up, Mayla Herrick. Again, a third place finish for you. Who would you like to thank out there?
I'd like to thank my dad for being my mechanic and swapping motors, Raynard Training Complex, Robbie Raynard, Fox Moto, Tyler Hayes, Husqvarna, Sun Enterprises, WTT, Elite KTN, Dunlop, Tamer Holshot, Motomug, PC Racing, Mika Metals, Raw Designs, and Moto C.
There you go. Nailed it. Mayla Herrick finishing in the third place position. Let's bring up Madison Casimir on the box next. A second place finish for her. We switch her out. Madison, congratulations to you. A second place finish out there. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Kyle and Tyler, Moto Sandbox, Fly, 100%, Asterisk, Risk Break Sky, FMF, Dunlop, ODI, Chris Canning, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
There you go. Congratulations to you. Second place finisher, Madison Casimir. All right, Kylie Stallings, come on up. We'll get you posted here behind the Husqvarna. I'm going to hand you a bottle of champ. To your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Burkeen of the AMA will present that coveted #1 plate. There you go. Congratulations to you, Kylie Stallings. Oh, no, do it for the gram. You're good. You guys, is that a Polaroid? My guy out there's got a Polaroid. What a wild time to be alive. Kylie Stallings, what did it take to get out front and grab the win?
You know, the first moto wasn't the best. Got in with another rider, so I knew what place I needed to get, and I got out there and just kind of rode my race and just tried to stay smooth. The track's really good right now, so yeah.
Well, big congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, Monster, Fox, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Monster Mike from Monster, Renthal, Ajax, CTI, Maxima, Kawasaki, Tamer. I mean, everybody that supports me, you guys are awesome. I couldn't appreciate you guys more. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, first place finisher, Kylie Stallings. Back to you guys in the booth.
All righty, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. And good news to report, just saw Augustin Berenici riding off in the passenger seat with our medics, a little shaken up, but should be okay. Glad to see that. A little scary there for a moment. 462 is what we're watching on screen right now. And why? Because Luke Bowser has got his head down and he is charging. He is working on Tyler Millett now as we head down into the Gator pit and over the Gator's head and into the Gator's back here real quick as the battle heating up
In the 125, 12 to 17 BC, again, race number 41. Will Canniger leading this one after 3. Jessen Turner in 2nd. Tyler Millay in 3rd. Luke Fowler was 4th. Clark Robbins in 5th. Landon Hartz in 6th. Ryder Thompson in 7th. Bernardo Tabercio in 8th. Kate Johnson in 9th. And Trinity Bachelor rounding out the top 10.
You're right about this battle heating up. We were watching on Racer TV because Turner had the lead at Canniger. He went to work, and he is now leading this thing out and trying to make a one-rider breakaway in the front. But I'll tell you what, like you said, Fowler, he is coming. He's been hot all week, and he is nipping at the heels, trying to make some passes as he reels in Tyler Millay.
Well, like
hey, pass might be made already.
It might be. Let's see here if we can reassess this with our. Here is the 7:08 at Canniger. That is your leader. And yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, we got 257 Justin Turner. Then we got Fowler now. Fowler working on Turner.
Fowler's going on 2nd right now. Yeah, he's working on Turner. He just moved into the number 2 spot.
Just like that, taking that option lane, carrying the momentum around the outside, launching the single in, and puts his sights on our leader, Canniger.
Will Canniger going to have his hands full as they exit the Gator pit here. Hard right-hander for the 7:08 as well for the 4:62 as they launch out and into lap number 5 now. 4 in the history books. Will Canniger in the lead now and up from 4th place, maybe even as far back as 5th into 2nd as Luke Fowler. Jessen Turner in 3rd. Tyler Millay now in 4th. Clark Robbins in 5th. In 6th is Landon Hartz. Ryder Thompson in 7th. Bernardo Tabercio 8th. Johnson and Trinity Bachelor rounding out 9th and 10th. And back to the action on the back of the Gator right now. And I don't know if Fowler's done yet. We know he's laying chase to the 7:08 at Canniger. Canniger had a 1.4 second buffer zone, if you want to call it that, when they came across the finish line stripe. But looks like he's been able to rise to the occasion at the advancement level that Fowler was putting down.
Yeah, if you look at an eScoreIndex.com, you'll see that Luke Fowler that last lap ran a second faster, and he's only 1.4 seconds behind. So look to see him come around this next lap only half second behind our leader, Canniger.
Well, we'll see what happens, and that might be the case right here as things tighten up.
We got a battle in our hands here as they charge the rollers right now and into this right-hander. They're going to hop over the anthill.
Dude, I tell you, if you get over that anthill right and can slide into that roller section, you have got a great opportunity to make passes and at least let your opponents know you're there and you mean some business. And that's exactly what Luke Fowler has done right now. To Will Canniger.
There's no doubt about it, man. He carried that momentum. He got that front wheel in the picture. Canniger knows he's there, so look for Canniger to pick it up here as these laps go on.
Watch Jessen Turner. He's not backing down any either. Back to the number 3 spot. Millay in 4th, and Clark Robbins in the number 5 spot.
And I'm really impressed by the number 7 machine of Will Canniger. You know, he's gotten this lead. He hasn't looked back, hasn't let the pressure phase him at all, but he's got one more to go, and Fowler is hungry right now. That white flag definitely doesn't mean surrender.
And I tell you what is equally impressive is the fact that our top 7 riders all running 1:53 lap times basically through lap number 5. Pretty consistent on those lap times here later in the race, I should say. It is Canniger, Fowler, Turner after 5. Robbins and Hart still your top 5.
I'm going to go ahead and put this out there, Rodney. I just looked through the overall picture, and Luke Fowler already has this championship wrapped up, so he's probably going to put on cruise control, you know, maybe follow Canniger here. But, you know, these kids, they always want to win.
Well, that would be the idea, and just like you said, they all want to win, and you know these kids, and we'll see if the heart of the competitor or the training in which they succumb to each and every day.
Yeah, exactly. I was down there talking to Daniel Blair a little bit, man. He's doing a great job in that position he's in, so I guarantee you Fowler knows what he's doing out there. He wants to wrap this championship up.
I'm quite sure, yeah. He's got some great direction out there. Turner in 3rd, Robbins 4th, Hart.
Maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. He, like you said, carried that momentum around that single and had a lot of momentum into those rollers. He wants to get the second moto win.
Like I said, these kids, they like to win, you know, and whether the math is done or not, it might be a thing where he just don't want to be beaten by Will Canniger, you know. He don't want Will Canniger having that in his mind, so he's going to do everything he can to keep from that happening, and he does it right there as he checks it out. The neck up on the way over that tabletop.
I think Fowler was happy to see him take that lane because we've seen Fowler make a pass in that same spot earlier and just making it happen again right here.
I wonder if that's what he said. Thank you.
Probably, I would.
Well, heck yeah. Checkers are out. Take nothing away from Will Kanigher in a valiant effort and a great second-place position finish. But Luke Fowler taking the win. Kanigher in second. Jessen Turner in third. Landon Hart's in fourth. Clark Robbins in the number 5 spot. Tyler Millay drops to 6 now. Moves back up into 6th, I think. Honestly, I think he dropped back a little further. Ryder Thompson in 7. Fabercio should be 8. 9 Johnson and Christian Merman should round out your top 10 in this 125 12 to 17 BC class race 41. Hi, guess what's coming up next? This is the one. This was the race of the week right here. Moto number 1. We saw, if I'm not mistaken, in this 450 Pro Sport class, the one that Hayden Deegan didn't get the best of starts in and had to work his way up through the pack, so he is going to be the one to beat. Benjamin Grieve, the 39, took the second in that Moto number 1. Third place in Moto number 1 going to Aiden Shive, the 731. Christopher Blackmer took 4th. And rounding out the top 5 was Trevin Nelson. It looks like Deegan has already captured the lead, and for so many of us, I could see, I could hear it, I could feel it. Oh.
Yeah, man.
Again, not because we root against Hayden Deegan, but we just really like to watch him ride. We're going to get a chance to see that here in just a moment, as will a few riders back there as well as they sorted out jockey for position. Look at the lead. The 238 is already starting to amass as he heads on the backside of the track.
Yeah, half a lap in, Rodney. And again, just gets good hookup, gets good drive off of that gate. His timing is impeccable, and something we talked to Bennick about the other night. He said, hey, I just want to sharpen my starts up a bit. I've got 1 or 2 other things to work on, but he knows exactly what he needs to focus on. Right now, everybody focusing on the 238. Hayden Deegan.
Absolutely, as he makes his way off the backside, working his way now towards the homeland here in Gatorback, past the spectator fence as we watch on our SLR Rifle Works live drone.
And Rodney, we've seen the same scenario. He's done it from the middle of the pack, basically. Maybe not the middle, but, 10 deep. And that kind of thing. He's come through traffic. He's had great starts. So we've seen just about every scenario for the two. Whoa, foot comes off the peg there. Kick that thing back over the rear fender, Rodney. Looked like freestyle.
That might be what it was, man. You got to remember.
Dad's roots, you know.
Might just be inherited. You can't help it. Wow. Did you see that whip? That was a celebration. We got lap number 1 in the books right there. So Deegan whole shot, and of course early lead in this one. And look at that battle right there, man. Oscar Asparas, Aaron Grondel trying to get up there. I see Aiden Shive there in the 3rd spot. Eddie Norred, the 188 is your 2nd place rider. What we're seeing right now is Norred and Shive and Grondel and Asparas right now. We're also getting ready to see Mike Waynes down here on the podium.
Big break.
All right, come on up. Jessen Turner, 3rd place. Will Kanigher, get ready. Jessen Turner, man, a 3rd place out there in the 125 class, man. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the good Lord up above, my mom, my dad, my sister, Matt Cleveland, Quick's Moto Ranch, HP Moto Co., Adventure Moto, Fast House, Kevin Kelly, Fonzie. I just want to thank everyone that's helped me out. Thank you so much. FMF, thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you. 3rd place finisher, Jessen Turner. All right, Will Kanigher coming up on the box with the 2nd place finish. Will, man, big congratulations to you taking the 2nd place. Who would you like to thank?
My mom and dad, MX Tire, Dunlop, Lynx Racing, Adapt Graphics, everybody back at home supporting me, and everybody else, thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you, 2nd place finisher, Will Kanigher. All right, let's bring up our champ, Luke Fowler. It says right here, Luke Skywalker, love it. I'm here for it. You got it, brother. Grab it. Grab that number 1 plate. There's some champagne. Hold it up. Snag you a photograph. Do it for the gram. Snapchat it or it didn't happen. Love it. Luke Fowler, welcome back. Up here again, brother, doing it for the Orange Brigade team. Talk to us, man. What did it take to get out front and grab the win?
Yeah, I got a horrible start and got pushed off the track going down the Gator Hill, so like it got super sketchy. I missed the ant hill, went past a couple people, so I let him by. I didn't want to get any in trouble, so I just let him by, and then my first like lap or two were real slow, and I was like, I gotta start picking them off, so I just followed lines that I knew were smoother, started picking them off, getting a little bit hairy down the straightaways. Yeah, the kids out there are ripping today. Unfortunately, landed Hardsfell, which was a position, but you never want to see anybody fall in the front, but yeah.
Heck yeah, man. Well, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Sam Hurley and Amanda Bennett for always helping out. My mom, my dad, Dave Kilgore, Gary Semigs that made me who I am today with my technique training. JWTF, Jimmy Weiner, love that guy. Pro Taper, FMF, Troy Lee Designs with the awesome gear. PR2, always keeping the suspension dialed. Dunlop, getting me off the gate and through the corners gripping. Lynx with the awesome motor, it grips off so good. Wrap Supply, 100%. Christian from Alpine Star for the awesome boots, 100%. Keep me the clear vision the whole time.
Loving it. Make some noise. Your champ, 125 BC, Luke Fowler. Back to you, Rodney Tomlin.
Well, thank you very much, Mikey Waynes, and Hayden Deegan continues to control the situation out here. An 8-second lead as we look back to this battle. Oh, Nelly. That is Aiden Shive, Eddie Norred, and Bryce Shelley, the 34 machine, now trying to make some gains, and he does just exactly that as he gets around the 188 of Eddie Norred Jr. and now makes another position.
Norred now coming under fire by Shelley.
Yeah, so Deegan, Shive, and Bryce Shelley, 1, 2, and 3. Eddie Norred dropping back to 4th.
I'm pumped for him. I'm pumped to see Eddie Norred having a good run. Definitely.
Prunaire in the number 5 spot. Dax Bennett in 6th. Eric Grondel in 7th. Oscar Esperis in 8th. Cameron Duro in 9th. And Corey Carson in 10th. So Prunaire back in that number 5 position. We'll see if he can make up some ground there. He is running a 152. The guys ahead of him, well, Eddie Norred dropped to a 156. I think he had some problems. So. But Dax Bennett, look at that, a 150. Those two are going to come together in 5th and 6th right now. I think there's Bennett right there, and there's Prunaire.
Looks like it's a little harder to get in and follow Hayden Deegan from the gate drop, huh?
Just a little.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit tougher. 318 or 319. Whoa! Sidestep that one. See that? He looked like he stepped off that bike, man. It was.
We saw that in that 85 class. I mean, hucked that kid right off, and he runs beside her for a minute, jumps back on.
I don't know the camera. I mean, the TV kind of glitched here, but Dax Bennett right there behind Prunaire. And that's our racing Yamaha rider. Following through these switchbacks now as we head down in front of the spectator fence area over the Gizmo Mods tabletop and towards this Yamaha.
There comes Bennett to the inside. He's got Prunaire's number right now. Prunaire has to defend, but look at this. Bennett goes all the way inside. That sent him up deep outside. Is he going to cut back in? Ruts too deep to make that happen. But let me tell you something. Bennett has his number right now. He's got two different places. He's got 2 different places he tried to set him up on that last lap. Look for a move up here at the top of the Gator back when they head back down to the bottom.
All righty, so here we go. Bryce Shelley 3rd. Prunaire and Dax Bennett are running into 4th and 5th place positions, and that's where a lot of eyes are right now. Up the base of the Gator now as we go. It looks like Bryce Shelley under pressure from Prunaire. Dax Bennett laying back just a little bit for a moment as they go over the Gators back now. Hard left-hand turn. Oh, and there goes Bryce Shelley by the wayside. Just putting it in there and taking over that number 2 position is Prunaire. And now here comes Dax Bennett, actually number 3 position. That's Dax Bennett now from the 5th place position, working on Shelley for 4th now.
Yeah, Bennett's going to use a similar move. He's going to set him up. He's going to keep that momentum right now. Whoa, gets a big kick right there. So now he has to go back to work. Shelley got lucky on that one. He went outside. He left the door open.
Line's getting a little bit gnarly out there. Voice is very critical as Dax Bennick right on that rear fender. And right now the setup may be underway as we head here in front of the spectators.
Now this is a move he started to put on Prunaire on the last lap, so we look for him to do much of the same right here. This time he has to go outside. Both the riders ahead of him went to the inside. Doesn't get quite the drive immediately, but look,
it sets him up. Yeah, look at that. And that's what it took to make the pass. And Dax Bennick now is your fourth place rider.
Great move. Textbook was very patient right there, Rod. Would have been easy to make a mistake. Would have been easier to force the issue in there. And as rough as this track is right now, the smallest mistake turns into a big one.
Hayden Deegan, Aiden Shive running 1 and 2. There's 10 seconds between them. Another 6 seconds back is Quentin Prunaire. The 319 Frenchman, Dax Bennick, another 2 seconds back. In fourth, Bryce Shelley is now in the number 5 spot.
Cross flags are out halfway through this one, Rodney.
As far as the overall is concerned right now, we're looking at a 1-1 for Deegan, a 3-2 for Aiden Shive, and a, wow, get this, 5-7 for Trevin Nelson would be third place.
Holy cow, you talk about some shakeups and some inconsistencies through the rest of that pack. First two guys pretty consistent, but outside of that, man.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, we're only at about the half, the cross flags are out, so we're at the halfway point on this one. So that might just be an indication of early results. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that changes, and likelihood of that is probably high at this particular point.
I'm going to guess. For sure. There comes Prunaire right now. Look at this. Bennick starting to close that gap back up. Prunaire did open up a bit of distance there 2 laps ago, but now Bennick able to make his way past Shelley. Closing back up on the rear fender of Prunaire.
SLR Rifle Works live drone, and here comes Bennick now as he tries to pull up side by side on Prunaire. Over the Gizmo Mods tabletop here in front of the spectators, dropping down in front of the Yamaha announcers tower. Prunaire with the advantage. No! Wow! He rockets by, and yes, he does make that work. Whoa, can he keep it on as we head out of the Gator pit? These guys are in a is an all-out war right here, fisticuff brawl.
That was full commitment right there from Bennick, man, to make that happen and to complete that corner and pass at the same time, man.
Wow.
That was 100% mental right there, bro. I'm here to tell you.
I want to see that on a rapid replay for sure. That was...
And I'm sure it's coming at us from the trailer. That replay is going to be awesome. Everybody thought Bennick was just a bit hot, might blow that corner, but he was 100% committed. Then had to set up for the right-hander at the bottom and make sure he got that rut correct.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone come in with that much speed, that much momentum in that turn, man. He busted.
Here we go. Here's a look at the replay, you guys. Here's a look at that pass again, replay.
Here it comes over the Gizmo Mods tabletop. You can see he is pulling up. And right here, I'd pretty much given up on the fact that he's good, but wham, watch. Boom.
I mean, for sure.
Wow, all the way to the top of that turn. He rode it. Good work by, that was my son on camera, by the way, that caught that.
That caught it? Okay.
Yeah, for
right on.
No, that was Deeds. My son was there last
night. But let me tell you, like you said, very seldom do you see him, you know, really, really push like that, really take that chance like that. And I want to tell you something. That was 100% commitment, and it worked out to a T perfectly.
Hayden Deegan dropping into the Gator pit now for lap 7 complete. And again, we're looking for 10, possibly 11 laps of racing. And all the action been going on back there in that 3rd and 4th place positions for a good part of this race. Aiden Shive, 11.5, will caught probably closer to 12 or so seconds back now. Actually, 10 seconds. He picked up a little bit of speed there while Deegan going through some lap traffic, dropping his pace back a little bit.
And look at that last lap for Dax. 1:49.5, brother. Let me tell you something. A good full second to 2 seconds quicker than the riders ahead of him.
Absolutely. Now you start thinking about that in perspective. If he can make that silent attack back there and start gaining that 2 seconds or so a lap, And we've got about 3 or 4 laps left to go. There's 5 seconds that separate them. So theoretically, in 3 laps, at a 2nd and 3/4 a lap, he could be right there ready to make the pass at the
I'll tell you what the most impressive thing is. Take a look at Prunair's, Shelley, Nelson, 154, 153, 153, and Dax come through with that 149 to take that position, bro. Okay, erased all doubt right there.
Absolutely. That, I mean, knock the wind out of their sails. That's all.
Are you kidding?
I mean, they put a lot of effort.
They're rowing right now. They got the sails down. They're rowing right now.
Yeah.
Period. Deflated.
Absolutely. So here we go, 7:31. This is Shive. We're watching through this section of the racetrack, and outstanding performance by this Future MX, Future Motocross Radio Team Green, Fox and Oakley back to ride. He's out of Dade City, Florida.
Yeah, Shive's a bad dude, man. There's no question about that. You see his technical ability, but one thing about him, he's raw.
He is.
You know what I mean? He does a fine.
He's also about to get pressure.
Yeah, oh yeah.
5 seconds gap. There's Dax Pinnock right on his rear fender now.
And listen, you got to remember, Dax has done this through traffic.
Yeah.
Okay, Dax has done this from the middle of the pack, son.
I don't think that the 731 of Shive is quite up now. He is. He knows now. There's Dax Pinnock. Knock, 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 and I'm coming in. Dax Pinnock.
You know, I'll be polite. I'll knock on the door once, then I'll kick it open.
He sure did. Dude, I don't think that Aiden Shive even had an idea that Dax Pinnock was back there. That lap traffic was in there, so shielding his sound. I'm sure he didn't hear it.
When they gave him the pit board, it said the gap was 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, by the time that registered, the gap was 0.
Right. Exactly. And I don't think he knew that was coming. Look at the lap time. 150 is what the lap time was. 150.3. Hayden Deegan at 150.5 his last time around as well. But Shive obviously held up a little bit and just trying to play the game on that last lap of the lap traffic. Just under 155. And
dangerous game to play, Rodney.
Had no idea that was about to take place behind him, I don't think.
Listen, that's that well-oiled machine over there on those monster Yamahas. Bobby Regan has these guys at a race pace. These guys are so consistent. These guys are used to running those kind of speeds. That's why you see them always come together. That's why you see them running 1-2 so much. That's the program. They run the program because the program works.
Hayden Deegan out front, Aiden Shive in second, Daxton Pinnock in third. It is Quentin Prunair in the number 4 spot, Bryce Shelley in 5th, Trevor Nelson in 6th, Cody Grove 7th, Eddie Norad in 8th, Corey Karsten in 9th, and Gabe Andrigo rounding out the top 10. Looks like Benjamin Grieve having a few problems there as he is now back in the number 12 spot on that last lap around. Still running a 153 lap time, so he's making some gains up from whatever happened to him early on.
Taking another look at Bennick one more time down into the falls. Look, he's in no man's land right now. He's just dispatched the rest of the crowd. Knows his teammates out there about 10, 12 seconds. It's actually 14 seconds. And he's just doing what he does. It's another day. It's a training facility for him right now. Now it's time to do perfect corners. Now it's time to hit your marks because he's not racing with anybody himself right now. He's racing against the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Garib was a rider that was vying for one of the top 3 overall spots. He finished second, if I'm not mistaken, there in, moto number 1. He's back in 12th right now, so he's trying to work up. I'm trying to figure this over. I think it's going to be see where Dax finished in moto number 1. He was 14th, so he's not going to be a factor in this overall either. Just making statements. So it looks like Hayden Deegan going 1-1 would be your overall winner. Aiden Shive with a 3-3 would be overall second. Trevin Nelson with a 5 and a 6 would be overall third.
How about that? 5-6 for 3.
And a 2-10 would be overall fourth for Benjamin Garib.
Wow.
Cody Groves, our buddy from yesterday, the 33, he's getting overall 5th with a 6 and 7.
Jeez. You whiz, Rodney.
That's
Holy
awesome.
cow.
Cody Groves, if you remember, he was sitting here talking to us yesterday. Works 40+ hours a week installing restaurant equipment, refrigerators, stoves, and things like that. And comes down here after being injured, was going to race Supercross. I don't think he's been on the bike since October, I think he said. So, wow, yeah, that's impressive. Cody Groves, I think, as well. But Hayden Deegan, yeah, you can't take away from that either. Very impressive. Dax Bennick, he'll get second in this moto. Very impressive. Second overall, though, going to your third place finisher there, Aiden Shive, a 7:31. And then as we look at that third place overall, again, Trevin Nelson, listen to these scores. This is good enough for third overall. That tells you what happened on back there. That tells you again how stiff the competition is. But a 5 and a 6 yields third place overall for Trevin Nelson, at least for this at this juncture. I don't think that it's going to change. And then that 6-7 again for Cody Groves is good enough for 5th place overall. Man, I hope
Cody Groves, man.
I hope he sticks around for awards. He needs to, man. That's awesome.
For sure. Doesn't have to work. Doesn't have to fix a fryer this week.
No. Out of Pasadena, Maryland, Snake Creek MX 5.9 Moto, Gemma's Towing, AM Gear, MX Boot, Campo G's PR2, burn the frickin' dirt up.
Absolutely.
I don't know about the statement he's making or if that's one of his sponsors. Dax Bennick, man. Hey, kudos. I love
you kidding? Are you kidding? Absolutely.
And love the rides we've seen out of him.
If anybody got to watch the after show on Monday, dude, he's just such a personable kid. We've talked to him at Loretta's before. He comes from good stock, man. They're a well-balanced family, and I have to tell you, very, very impressed with this young man's composure. I had some different situations come his way this week, and really able to master those situations, rise to the occasion, and show the champion that he is.
12 lap moto for this race as the white flag is out after 11 now for Hayden Deegan. Checking in on that one. A 15-second lead over his teammate Dax Bennick. And as cool as it is, man, Hayden Deegan out front, that was cool to see, but I just love the ride and what we saw there with his teammate. That makes you wonder, what's the rest of the season going to be like? What Garib, has he gotten any better?
No, I was just pointing out, him and Carson have been basically back and forth, and then Norrid was clear up front a little bit ago, and these guys just really hustling and putting in good laps. But, man, when you've got guys like Groves, Nelson, Bryce Shelley, Prune Ayers in there, it's just incredibly tough. And these guys have just put 110% effort in and been locked there in position.
Here's the thing. I'm doing some math here now. If Garib gets one more position, he's riding in 9th place. If he gets one more position on the 39,
just did.
He's going to move up into the 3rd overall spot.
There it is. They've told him that. They gave him that pit board. He knows one more.
And there it is. Yeah, you're right. That is the 8th spot. So Garib is now 3rd overall. So there you have it, my friend.
And it's crazy. I just looked back and said, I cannot believe Garib has been battling all this time and, picked up one spot.
Absolutely, man.
Listen, if he only picked up one more, it was the one he needed.
That's it. That's all it takes.
Puts him on the box, grabs some hardware, and checkered flag is out, Rodney Tomlin.
And what a look. Love that Thor gear that we see upon Hayden Deegan there. One of our major sponsors here with us, of course, at the Mini O's title sponsor. Dax Bennick will finish up in 2nd, and we're going to take a look at something here in just a second. Aiden Shive, I believe, will finish up in 3rd. But again, your overall top 3, Deegan, Shive, and Benjamin Garib. Here's a rapid replay. And is this the... yeah, that big old whip. Look at that.
1-footer. Yeah. Absolutely looking good.
That's bad.
Laid it flat, showing the flagger the drain plug. That thing tight. Is it leaking?
No, well, we're good. We'll set her back down here. All right, so again, here's your overall top 10. Hayden Deegan, Aiden Shive. Deegan goes 1-1, 3-3 for Shive. Garib, a 2-8 for 3rd. Trevin Nelson, a 5-6 for 4th. Cody Groves looking at 6-7 for 5th overall. Dax Bennick, a 14-2 for 6th.
Eddie Norred a 7.9 for 7. 8th place is Corey Karsten with a 9.10. 9th is Pedro Bueno with an 8.11 and an 11.12. Yields 10th place overall for Cameron Duro.
Yeah, Duro always a factor, always in it, you know. Had some solid rides this week, so good for him.
65, 7 to 11, I believe, are often traversing this course out on the Gators' tail now. And we've got Jackson Vick, the number 70. Saw him just a few moments ago with Easton Graves. They're both coming in with moto wins in the 7 to 11-year-old division. Only a couple divisions in this one. But the field's just as thick and just as tight for sure. Tim Lopes, the 85. Saw him making some great racing there a few moments ago. He's back out in this one. Anderson Waddell, he finished up third. Cooper Johnson, the dash 14, took a second in his division race out there. The 132 Gavin Wellsine was a 4th place finisher in his division. Couple fifths for Eden Steinbrecher and Marcus Trujillo. So those are some of the front runners. Jaden Smart finished 6th in that 7 to 11 class, so he could be out there maybe looking for redemption. Oh, Jackson Vick, was he off the track right there?
No, he was on the farthest right to the left that you could go, man. Next stop was off the track.
It certainly was. Jackson Vick out of Highland Village, Texas. J.K. Cycles, Answer Racing, Adventure Moto, and Roost MX backed ride coming into this Omega. He did take a division race win in that, and he is often trying to solidify himself as the fastest 7 to 11.65cc here with us this week.
Yeah, no question. One of the fastest that we've witnessed this week. Had some of the best lap times, and I got to tell you, when it comes to being in the right place at the right time, I had the uncanny knack of making that happen.
Well, you know, Megawatt, I'm just astounded at not only the condition of this track, I mean, the race pace that is taken, but how well the 65cc riders are able to manipulate this course. I know we talked about this late in the day yesterday, and some of the mini cycles are seeing things, you know, they look at it a little different, where, you know, those guys are skipping over on the 450s and 250s as braking bumps and acceleration bumps. Sometimes they become rhythm sections for some of these little guys. But Jackson Vick leading, Marcus Trujillo, Easton Graves in 2nd, Jaden Smart in 4th, Tim Lopes in 5th, Lathan Porterfield in 6th, Cooper Johnson in 7th, Gavin Wellsine in 8th, Chase Dashiell in 9th, 10th place Brody Bircher. Further look back through our top 20 on lap number 1, Jet Overstreet, Bryce DeJong and Zion Berchtold in 13th, 14th, Jackson Bailey, 15th, Logan Lustig. He rounded out the top 15, then Carter Gray, Eden Steinbrecher, Tucker Coyetti, Anthony Pacella, Miles Duke, and that is your top 20, and that is Mikey Wayne standing by down on the podium with our top 3.
Thank you, Rodney Tomlin. Benjamin Grebe, come on over here, man. A 3rd place finish for you out there. Tell us about it.
I don't really know how I got 3rd. I crashed again on the first lap. Had to wait everybody to pass me because I couldn't pick up my bike. But I don't know, I made it happen. I was just riding the track and focusing on passing as many guys as I could. So nothing, just happy with the 3rd. Would have liked not to crash, but we'll keep training hard. This was an awesome week, and I just want to thank my dad a lot, my team, my mom and dad, 100% fly racing, my grandma, my brother, my sister, just everyone. My trainer Jay and Kelly, my friend, and just everyone.
Hey, love it, man. Benjamin Grebe out here making opportunities. Your 3rd place finisher. All right, we're going to bring up our 2nd place finisher, Aiden Shive. Aiden Shive taking a 2nd place finish out there, man. Solid ride for you. Tell us about it.
Oh, yeah, I got a good start, rode good, and rode up front the whole race, and ended up with the 2nd overall, baby.
Hey, got to feel good about it. Love it, man. Congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my whole team, Future MX, for always supporting me. Fox with his sick gear, Oakley for always keeping my vision good. No Tool, Step Up MX. All the boys from the 83 compound, Jet, Ethan, Hunter, Drew, Geese, my mechanic, Pooh, RJ Huss, my Uncle Donnie, and Cedric, and everyone else. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, 2nd place finisher, Aiden Shy. All right, we're going to bring up Hayden Deegan now. Present him with the #1 plate first and foremost for this 450 Pro Sport class. There you go. Make some noise for Hayden Deegan. But wait, there's more. Now, we normally present this at the end of the day. Mr. Rob Fox of Dunlop going to be presenting you with the Silver Tire Award. How about that? There you go, man. Outstanding performance right there. He said, wow, that's heavy. You want to hold it for the whole interview? You want to put it down? He said, I'm going to set it. Help him out, Rob Fox. I'm terrified to touch it. It looks heavy. Too heavy for me. Hayden Deegan, man, we talked earlier. You showed everybody everything. A lot of tools in the toolbox you put on display here this week. How you feeling after this 450?
It was good. Wanted to come out here last moto and pit it down, so we were able to do that. Got the whole shot. It was actually good. I got 3 whole shots in a row. It's made my life easier in the last motos having good gate picks. So we got good starts and rode good motos this week. I'm happy with it. Happy to get all the wins in outdoors down here at Minios. So yeah.
Where are you heading from here, man?
We're going to go back to the farm and then just get on Supercross and start training there and then see how we end up.
Love it, brother. Keep up the good work, Hayden. Who do you want to thank?
The whole Monster JSR Racing Yamaha team, my mom, my dad, mechanic Duff, motor builder Georgie, suspension guy Jake, everyone else, thank you guys.
Your 450 Pro Sport champion, Hayden Deegan. Back to you, Rodney.
Interesting. As we are here in our 4th lap of racing, Jackson Vick, the 65cc 7 to 11-year-old, in the #1 spot, 4.6 second. Marcus Trujillo in 3rd. Then would be Jaden Smart, another 3 seconds back on the 42. Tim Lopes, 4th place aboard the number 85. Cooper Johnson in 5th. Chase Dashiell in 6th. Gavin Welzine 7th. Brody Bircher is 8th. Easton Graves in 9th. And Eden Steinbrecher rounding out the top 10.
3 laps complete. Rodney working the way around on lap number 4. Should be picking up the white flag this time. Looking for that 70. Vic, there he comes. Look at the size of those ruts now, Rodney, here at the end of the week. One more class to go. That's going to be our Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Back down the straightaway. Here comes the number 70. Vic looking to put one more in the books. Comes through the split lanes right now. All alone. Last time around the gap was about 4.5 seconds. Continuing to send that number 70 machine. Just gets in a rut, stays with it right now, Rod. At this point, those ruts are so long.
Oh, yeah. You don't have much choice once you get in it. You got to ride it out.
Yeah, you're in it.
You're in it till the end.
Those should be picking up. Yes, white flag is out.
Oh, man. There's some of them hooky ruts down there. They're getting a little gnarly down there at the bottom of the gator pit.
Yeah, we talked they get bumps, they get chatter in them, and then they'll get a hook on the end of them, one direction or the other, and that'll really kick the rear end of the bike around. Then the chassis becomes unsettled while you're under power.
A couple more races. Well, this and one more. Super Mini 2 should be barn murder coming up here in a few moments.
Oh, yeah, going to close it out right.
Absolutely.
Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Vic just stretching that throttle cable out, Rodney. Last lap has a really nice lead, just about 6.5 seconds, and not concerned with that. Vic going for it right now. I want to see if he can beat that 209.9 this time around.
Our top 3 should be, for the most part, secured, although Lopes is within striking distance here in the second moto of Jaden Smart. If we look at the overall standings, Jackson Vick looking at a 1-1 for the win. Tim Lopes is looking at a 2-4 for second overall. Marcus Trujillo a 5-2 for third overall. Cooper Johnson a 2-5 for fourth, and Jaden Smart a 6-3 for fifth.
A little bit of a mix up there. Inconsistency on some of these rides as we take a look at that overall.
Consistently top 5, but the
yeah,
positions have just jumbled around a little bit.
There comes Vic one more time. Already finds himself down into the split lanes. Just a matter of 2 straightaways. Whoa, Vic stood it up, foot off the peg. one last time through past the tower, and Vic makes his way down to that left-hander, down into the Gator pit. And he is just one turn away, Rodney, about 50 yards from another win here at Gatorback. And there it is. Checkered flag is out. Number 7.
You all right? One more to go, Megawatt.
Thought I could make that adjustment and drop my headset.
Oh, yes. Great ride there again. Vic Johnson Cooper heading over to see Mikey Waynes on the podium. In that order, Jackson, Vic, Cooper, Johnson, and Marcus Trujillo.
All right. Super Mini 2, 13-16. All right, some players in this one, as always. Logan Mortberg taking a win. Landon Gibson taking a win in his division. We had a second-place position finish by the 191 of Austin Camden. Also a second-place position finish by Nicholas Stefansik. Third place by Eli Gross. Gross also accompanied in a third-place position by Inaki Bourgeois. In the number 4 spots, Ethan Derrick on the 26 KTM. And then, of course, another fourth-place position going to Cody Harrington from Clinton Township, Michigan. And top 5s to Tiger Woods and Heath Fisher. Australian and South African, both talk funny. But both finished 5th. Both are capable of winning out here, as we've seen.
And Logan Mortberg, one more time with that red button. Logan Mortberg in contention out there right now. He's in that number 2 position, but I believe that is Landon Gibson up front and leading the way.
Gibson lighting it up here in these second motos, you know, that's one thing that it always seems to be. You always seem to see that he is one of those riders that, you know, you'll see really great performances out of him in the first motos, but it really shines in the second moto.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Look at these two already starting to break away just a bit. Going to take full advantage of this opportunity, Rodney, to have clear track.
Absolutely, and a 2-rider breakaway. These guys could see a great battle shape up between them. Is that Mortberg? Yeah, that's Mortberg.
That is.
So this actually literally for the win right now between these guys, because when we look at this, we told you that Gibson, I believe, was coming into this with the Moto 1 win, as was Mortberg. So really, honestly, this is what you would expect to happen.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. That's the idea of the divisions and racing in. And right now, mono and mono, 2 top-seeded riders. Okay?
Oh,
winner
Mortberg
takes it all.
gets by. No, he didn't. Got by for just a split second, I think, and then all of a sudden, it switched right back around, Megawatt. Gibson right back into that number 1 spot.
Oh, yeah, Gibson's a gamer, and look at that. All right, we're going to send it down to the podium with Mikey Waynes.
Hey, down here with Marcus Trujillo. We got that dialed now, dude. Hey, a big congratulations to you. Taking 3rd place here today. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, EBR Performance, Altus Motorsports, 100%, 6V, Fly Racing, FMF, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise for Marcus Trujillo. Good job. All right, we'll reset. Bring up Cooper Johnson. Boy, doing some work on that last lap to get it done. Come on up, man. A 2nd place finish for you. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, you have to keep me safe. Ken Day Motorsports, Poseidon Motorsports, Fly Racing, Mika Metals, PR2, 343 Graphics, Soga Performance, MX Tire, and all the other ones I forgot. Thank you so much.
There you go. That is your 2nd place finisher, Cooper Johnson. All right, Jackson Vic, my winner, making his way up on this side. I'm going to grab you a bottle of champagne and a number 1 plate. All right, man, here's the champagne. I'm going to hand that to you. More importantly, there's a number 1 plate for your 65 class. Go ahead, snag you a photograph. All right, Jackson Vic, man, getting 1st place out there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got off to a really good start, launched out of the gate. Easton must have hit a rock or something, and I just went by him. Just got off to a good start, really, and just rode my race.
Good job, man. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, JK Cycles, Adventure Moto, Answer Racing, Quakes Motor Ranch, Matt Cleveland, my trainer, my sisters, my dog Sky, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, JGV Consulting, Enzo Racing, Rooster Max, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
There you go. Doing it for his puppy Sky. I love it. Jackson Vick finishing in first place. Back to Megawatt, Matt Watson, and Rodney Tomlin.
Oh, man, looky here, looky here. We got races all over the places, my friend. Landon Gibson and Logan Mortberg now 4 seconds apart, so Gibson's established that spot. Eli Gross back in the number 3 spot, but what's going on with Gregory Jordan back there in the 4th place position? He's got company coming in with Tiger Wood. Tiger Wood knocking on the door on the 43 machine now as we see the 234 finding some issue, but now dropping back. So Tiger Wood takes over 4th place as he is on a mission to the front of the pack.
Tiger Wood really perfecting the stare down, the look over. Really good, you know. He's done a few look backs for us, and right there, he just eyed him up, made eye contact as he went by, and really perfecting that move. Good one to have in your arsenal.
Absolutely, and man, again, just brutal this track is, and these riders are riding it as if it was as smooth as it was at 7:30 this morning, and not having any issues. But look at the multiple lines and opportunities that you have to choose from coming in and out of these turns and down these straightaways and over these jumps out here.
Hey, Rodney, one more time, I want to say hello to our friends from Tucker Freight Lines. Want to say hello to Mr. Tucker, Leo, all the guys out there from the Freight Lines. Want to remind everybody, hey, thank your truckers. Thank your UPS driver, your FedEx driver. When you see a guy sitting there at Kroger or Food Line or whatever, truck driver, say thanks to him, because I tell you what, it's a tough job these days. And Tucker Freight Lines has over, man, I can't remember what he told me. If I remember correctly, 800-900 trucks that this guy has at Tucker Freight Lines. And listen, he makes careers for folks. It's not a job driving for Tucker Freight Lines. It's a career. It's an opportunity. You can check them out, I believe, at tuckerfreightline.com. But just want to thank them. They're the title sponsors out at Ironman Pro Motocross. They're involved at Daytona and several other of our big amateur events. And that's a big commitment from Mr. Tucker, not just to support his son Leo at the highest level, but to make sure the entire sport is taken care of as well.
Absolutely. Landon Gibson, after 3 laps of racing, still out front of Logan Mortberg now. As we see that gap has amassed to 9 seconds. Eli Gross in 3rd, and Tiger Wood charging hard from 4th. And that's what we're looking at right now is the battle for the 3rd place position.
Yeah, Tiger right behind Gross. Lining him up right now. I think he had a little, yep, he did have a little bit quicker, almost 2 second quicker lap time last time. So it's just a matter right now finding a safe spot to make that move. He's quicker in a couple different sections. So matter of fact, there goes Tiger Wood right now.
Yeah, Wood actually using that inside line a couple of times the last 2 laps consecutively. I got to say I was a little surprised by it because the first time through it didn't look too promising, but it didn't slow him down enough that he didn't want to take it again. So, and I'm sure the middle of that race, that turn is getting pretty gnarly as well.
Man, he just turned that thing down in the middle of that slick surface.
Bam.
Oh, wow.
That was a great move.
Absolutely, and look at that. Simple as that, Rodney.
Yeah, Gross was trying, man. He tried to use his momentum to keep that from happening, but there was no denying Tiger Wood, although Tiger Wood nearly got dragged off his motorcycle right there, but he paddled himself right back on.
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't twist an ankle right there, dude.
That was
intense.
Fancy footwork right there. Is it late?
As like Mikey Wayne's line dancing, fancy footwork.
Michael Wayne's really line dances. Gibson, Mortberg, Wood, Gross, and Jordan, your top 5. As far as the overall, it goes Gibson, Mortberg, Gross, Wood, and Harrington.
The 64 of Cody Harrington right now back in the number 6 place. Harrington finished 4th in Moto 1, so consistency there kind of yields him split the middle there with the number 5 spot.
I believe we'll pick up the white flag next time around, Rodney. And wow, hard to believe last lap of the week, bro.
The last lap of my motorsports racing.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to claim
before the winter's over. You'll be down there at the Tri-State Arena Cross. Man,
I'm not going to stake any claims. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm Tom Brady in it or anything like that. But you know, it is hard to get away from motorsports. And
okay, Brett Favre.
In this sport in general. Look at here. Look at here. Look.
Strong move.
Is that Jackson? No, that's
wrong class.
Yeah, 317 Logan Mortberg. I thought I seen 70 on that. My eyes. But that is Mortberg. He's already, and he's going to get Mortberg. I don't know what that's going to do to the overall, and that might move him up into 3rd overall around Eli Gross. We'll have to do some quick tabulations, but he's got to get around and make it stick first, too.
Whoa.
I can't believe. Well, I'm glad that they were right here in front of us.
What's going to happen down the bottom of that pit, Rodney? We can't see.
Mortberg.
Here it is.
On to it. They're drag racing up. Oh, Mortberg hangs on to it. That was Landon Gibson. Don't need to take anything away from Landon Gibson there. That was the white flag that we're on right now. I would thought we were drag racing.
I did too, to be honest with you. I thought the white flag had been flying for a while.
Well, that was the white flag, I guess. So Gibson or Mortberg and Wood drag racing right down, right across that finish line. So that's big. That's good news for the 43 of Tiger Wood.
Sure.
Not so good news for Logan Mortberg. He's got the rights to that occasion for one more lap. And I don't know if it's going to happen. What a beautiful move there by Tiger Wood.
Yeah.
He whipped it up over the back of that gator, got himself in position of the inside of that next turn, and man, he takes over that spot with authority. But you can't take away anything from Logan Mortberg. He did everything he could right up to that white flag, man.
And I believe they were waving the white flag for a couple lappers that were basically in the way, because by the time they jumped over, you're going to be a lap down anyway. So that's what that was about. You see that we are on 5 laps. It's a 6-lap race, so he was waving the white flag at the right time.
Yeah.
I just think he did a couple lappers a favor.
I was just feeling like that. Well, I was just meaning when I said that, I was thinking that we were going to the last, or that was the last lap. But
right.
I hadn't seen the white flag, but I was just anticipating and thought that that's what it was. But I'll tell you, I announced like it was, and I know that Tiger was racing like it was for sure as he makes the move one more up here now.
Now we're anticipating a checkered flag, Rodney.
Yes, indeed.
Down into the pit. Look at this.
All righty, one final turn. Landon Gibson making the drive in this final moto of 2022, and your final champion of this Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit, the 723 of Landon Gibson in his Super Mini 2 13-16 class. He goes 1-1 to secure this one, hands down.
And he is pumped. You see the crew down there. You see the big fist pump. Knows he's on his way over to talk to Mikey Waynes.
Man, Tiger Wood got 2nd in that moto. That moved him up to 3rd place overall, and that was a very valuable move for him to move up. So Gibson, Wood, and Logan Mortberg will finish up in 3rd. Mortberg still finishes with 2nd place overall. What that does is that gives Wood the advantage over Eli Gross into that 3rd place by making that pass. I'm sure at the end of this one, Logan Mortberg will say, well, not so bad then,
right.
I guess.
Absolutely.
Not so bad.
Absolutely, and I'm going to agree with that as well.
Well, that pretty much is going to wrap things up for us. We got one more podium presentation to get underway with Mikey Waynes here in just a few moments. While we get that sorted out, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those guys on RacerTV.com for their hard work this week. Our camera crew out there, Dan or Adam or somebody, if you could throw up that in credit real quick, just so we can say thanks, because, or maybe shoot each other with the cameras out there, because each one of those guys doing so well. We have Dylan Acord out there. We have Jordan McFadden out there. There's guys, a couple technical guys. Then we have Adam Atkins on camera, Dylan Atkins on camera, Chadwick Lynn on camera, Buford Smallwood on camera. Let's see, who else?
Cameron Cotter was
Cameron
working.
Cotter was on camera. Just so many folks that we tip our hat to and thank them for deeds. Tim Ramsey was on camera as well.
And big time thanks.
Chance Tomlin, my son.
To that production crew as far as Adam Gordon, Griff Cotter, and Dan Reinhardt. Those guys in the trailer all week long, not seeing the light of day, to make sure we have the best possible broadcast. And hats off to you guys. Great job.
Absolutely. Look at Landon there, man. Feels like a champion, looks like a champion, acts like a champion. Is
he even sweating?
I don't think so, dude. He looks.
I mean, he looks like he's just, turned in a couple time qualifying laps or something, Wow. And then there's Mikey.
Get off this stage, young man. You're making me look bad.
Mikey looked like he ran a marathon today. Gibson rode 100 laps, and he's not even sweating. Mikey's a puddle down there. Walked up a ramp 10 times.
That's it.
I'm telling you. Tiger Wood, come on up. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You can keep firing shots off, Rodney. I got you.
Oh, no, we're not firing shots off now, Mikey. Right now. Fantastic job, man. Kept that thing organized and flowing down there. And I got to tell you something. The energy was high all day long, bro. Great job, Mikey.
Gracias. Hey, Tiger Wood, there's a man who's got a lot of energy. Gas end up 3, but hey, a solid push by you in the end of this one.
I pushed as hard as I could that moto. Struggled with a few things body-wise. But yeah, I had fun. The competition's awesome out here at Mini O's. Landon rode well. Congrats to him on the championship. Me and him have been battling for a while now, and awesome for him. Awesome for everybody. Everybody's riding super well. But I love playing Gas, Troll Designs, Monster, Dunlop, Lynx, FMF, 100%, Alpine Stars, Dunlop, Monster, Ethica, everybody else. Thank you very much.
There you go, your third place finisher, Tiger Wood. All right, come on up, Logan Mortberg, a second place finish for you. Fist bumps all around. Love the sportsmanship, man. Hey, talk to us, a second place finish for you out there.
Yeah, it was pretty good finishing second. Wish I would have got the title, but I ran out of energy at the end, and Landon was riding great the whole moto, so got to give props to him.
Hey, building blocks, man. Love it. Well, congratulations to you. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, DeLand Motorsports, Viral, TLD, Clover Hill, GRO Oil, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations to you, the second place finisher, Logan Mortberg. All right, let's bring up the champ. The champ is here. All right. Landon Gibson, buddy, on the gas. I'm going to hand you that number 1 plate courtesy of the AMA. Hold it up and make some noise for your Super Mini 2 champion. All right, Landon Gibson, man. Hey, last moto of the day, going out there, putting on an absolute show. Tell us about it.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I got off to the whole shot, and I just focused and hit my marks.
Well, big congratulations to you. I know, like all these other riders we've had up here throughout the week, you don't do it alone. It takes a team. It takes good people behind you. Who are yours?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, everyone over Gas, TLD, Daniel, Maddie, 100%, Dubai, Pivot Works, Ethica, Henson, Full Spectrum Power, Pro Circuit, Alpine Star, Power Band, and 100%. Everyone else, thank you so much.
There you go. One last time. Let's pop some bottles on the Thor Mini O's podium. Your champ, Landon Gibson. Back to you, Rodney and Megawatt.
Well, thank you very much, Mikey Waynes, and congratulations to one and all our champions and competitors throughout this entire 2022 Thor Mini O's. Big special thanks to Wayne Kern and his family for once again providing us this great opportunity to spend Thanksgiving week with him and all of our Moto family. Again, thanks to all of our Racer TV staff and crew that we see on here, our drone operator Daniel Rogerson doing a great job, and of course all of our camera folks and everyone that has helped make it all possible. On behalf of Dean Diaz, as well as Mikey Waynes and Matt Watson, I'm Rodney Tomlin saying good day, everybody.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, we all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolin', available in 2 formulas. Race ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, we all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas: race ready, designed to be glycol free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. Starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.